Elsa realized that Luke was a regular customer at this place and that he wasn't short of money. Few American restaurants had private rooms. What Luke described as a separate dining room was rare, too. It was possible to enjoy better service at a higher service fee, like the different classes on a plane. However, restaurants weren't expected to provide private rooms, which would be discriminatory and unfair to the other customers. Donald had never eaten here before, so Elsa helped him order. Luke, on the other hand, ordered for Selena. After all, he could always finish the food that she didn't like. If Luke was full, he could still pack up the food for Dustin. After the food was served, they stopped talking and ate first. It wasn't until they were full that they chatted over their drinks. Neither of the two parties planned to keep their cases confidential, since it appeared that they would be dropping both cases soon. Hopefully, they might uncover more clues by talking to each other. After all, the two cases had a lot in common. For example, Margaret and the girl who died of a drug overdose were both USC students, although they didn't know each other. Also, the apartment building that the girl died in used to belong to William Johnson, who was notorious among the tenants. This gave Donald a new lead to work on, but Elsa and Luke still had nothing to work with. They packed up the food that they didn't finish and said goodbye to each other. Donald and Selena were going to investigate the apartment building, since the girl's death looked like it could have been William's way of driving the tenants away. Elsa and Luke returned to the police department to check for updates on their case. Elsa also offered the extra food to poor Dustin. It was already past 1, but Dustin probably hadn't had lunch yet. She was amused at herself when she delivered the food to Dustin. She had never been such an ass-kisser before. She was close to Dustin, but it was only about work. After all, she wasn't a gentle and considerate woman. But after Luke became her partner, she somehow became a regular food supplier. It was rather unreal. Elsa and Luke remained in the police department in the afternoon. They discussed the case as they looked for information. But it wasn't long before they shook their heads. Too many people wanted William Johnson dead. From civilians to gangsters to competitive real estate groups, it was too easy to put together a list of dozens of suspects who could have attacked him, not even counting the ones underground. Only God knew how many evil things William Johnson had done in secret, and how many enemies he had made. However, Elsa and Luke felt that this might be a hate crime. According to the two high-class escorts who had been with William when he was killed, someone flew over the car's sunroof and shot him in the head. This piece of intelligence was hard to believe, but it was still noted down as both escorts claimed the same thing, and William had truly been shot in the head instead of his face. However, flying over a car going at 80 kilometers an hour and shooting William in the head through the open sunroof? It was surreal. Elsa found it hard to believe, but Luke thought otherwise. Ordinary people couldn't do it, but what about those humans with supernatural abilities? Luke was determined to talk Elsa into giving up this case since supernatural powers might be involved. The criminal was undoubtedly decisive and ruthless, to blow up William Johnson's head like that. What if Elsa's head was blown up too if she found something? As Luke's future boss, Elsa was very important for his future as a police detective. She would allow Luke to do anything he wanted as long as he was efficient in solving cases. Luke could then spend most of his time as a vigilante while using the intelligence he obtained from the police department. A new boss who wanted him around every day would be wasting his time. While he was busy at work, Luke's phone suddenly rang. His expression immediately changed. He had set up a few special ringtones on his phone, and the current ringtone meant that Selena was in grave danger and asking for help. Putting in an earpiece, he quickly pressed the play button for a message recording that Selena had sent. Selena said hastily, "We're in William Johnson's apartment building. There's a terrifying shooter here. Help." Luke grabbed his keys and started running. Elsa was stunned. "What are you doing?" Luke said. Selena ran into a tough shooter in William's apartment building. Surprised, Elsa followed him after a short pause. While it didn't look like it was her business, the odd case that had taken place in William Johnson's apartment building might be related to his death. Elsa and Luke both knew the address of the apartment building. They had just talked to Donald during lunch. Luke got into his police car and rushed out of the parking lot. He couldn't feel any more lucky that he had learned elementary driving. Turning on the siren, he raced down the street. The apartment building wasn't far from the police department, and Luke arrived 7 minutes later. He turned off the siren but kept the lights on, before he quickly charged into the building. He then headed for Selina's location. Luke had put a tracker on Selina, not to monitor her, but to locate her in an emergency. But he didn't need the tracker, he could already hear gunshots. It wasn't a very intense exchange, but they burst out at regular intervals. Activating sharp nose, Luke realized that things weren't looking good. The scent of Donald's blood was in the air. Luke soon climbed to the 4th floor. He took out his pistol. Bang! Bang! Shooting twice without any hesitation, he forced the person who had been looking out over the stairs to retreat. But Luke didn't relax at all, and was even more alarmed. He was now much better at shooting than ever. He wasn't sure how many people he could hit after using up the bullets in his gun back in Shackleford, but right now, his precision was practically 100% at a range of 20 meters. The criminals he killed with his gun were the best training targets. During his operations in Paris, he never missed a single target. But the first person capable of avoiding his bullets at close range had emerged, not because she was fast, but because she had foreseen it. The moment Luke raised his gun, she had started to retreat as if by natural instinct. Yes, it was a woman. Holding back his slight shock, Luke focused. Having weathered the attack by the Carlos family, Selina was much tougher than regular female officers. If she said that the woman was a terrifying shooter, then the woman was certainly extraordinary. Bang! Bang! Luke shot again, forcing the woman to retreat up the stairs on the 4th floor to the 5th floor. Bang! Bang! Suppressing the enemy, Luke ran to the corner of the stairs and whispered, "It's me." Selina was hiding behind a stone statue at the corner with a gun in her hand, but she didn't say anything. Before Luke ran over, he already saw Donald, who was lying on the ground. Donald had been shot in the abdomen. His lips were pale, but he was obviously delighted to see Luke. Everybody in the Major Crimes Division knew how good Luke was. After finishing off almost 50 professional robbers armed with rifles in an hour, he was acknowledged by the Major Crimes Division as their toughest detective. Luke wasn't afraid that the woman would attack them again. His sharp nose had detected that she was moving further upstairs. He quickly lifted Donald's clothes and pressed down around the wound. He was instantly relieved. Donald's wound wasn't fatal, Luke didn't need to be too worried about it. "Did you call an ambulance?" he asked. Selina nodded. Luke said, "You stay here and protect him. Stay alert." He then got up and ran upstairs. Selina said in a low voice, "Be careful." Luke was strong, but the female shooter wasn't any weaker. She had shot Donald in a 2-on-1. Had Selina not been training with Luke in the last 6 months, she might have been shot, too. With his sharp nose, Luke realized that the female shooter had reached the rooftop. Luke was rather puzzled. He planned to fight the female shooter again. Rushing to the rooftop, Luke stopped briefly at the entrance. He determined the shooter's location with his sharp nose and looked in her direction, only to be surprised by her actions. In the next moment, Luke realized what she was doing, and exclaimed inwardly. Not far away, the female shooter had finished the last step of her acceleration. She stomped her foot so hard that the ground seemed to explode, and she jumped from the rooftop to another building 10 meters away at an astonishing speed. Luke raised his gun without hesitation. Bang! Bang! The female shooter suddenly twisted in midair and glanced back angrily. She reached into her pocket with her right hand and pulled out a gun, which she pointed at Luke's position. Luke quickly retreated and took cover. He waited to see whether the woman would fall and be killed. But she could probably cover the distance between the two buildings with that jump, and the other building was one level shorter. It was quite shocking. Bang! After another gunshot, Luke stretched out a mirror to the side and saw that the female shooter had landed on the other building as she rolled with the momentum. She had instantly sensed Luke's shot just now, and was only hit in the shoulder. Luke was astounded. Despite his interference, the woman had made a jump of more than 15 meters. She definitely wasn't a normal person. As Luke's mind whirled with thoughts, he heard a clink. He raised his head, only to see a bullet hole in a metal billboard not far away. His pupils contracted. What was this? The bullet hole in the billboard was in the wrong location. Basic firearms was the first ability he learned, and he was familiar with its various forms after all these months. After a quick glance at the bullet hole, he figured out the shooter's position, but the location was empty. Then, where was this bullet from? Luke looked in the mirror again, but the female shooter had disappeared from the rooftop. Luke knew that he couldn't chase her anymore. He could also easily jump 15 meters, but that would be revealing his extraordinary power. Also, he had learned a good lesson from the female shooter. It was because she couldn't do anything in midair that Luke had been able to shoot her. But that wasn't really an error on her part. She didn't know that Luke had sharp nose, and was much faster than most people. If it were SWAT, she would have already landed on the other building by the time they reached the rooftop. Frowning, Luke descended from the rooftop. The uncanny bullet hole made him uneasy. It was better for him to go back inside. At that moment, he checked the system notification. System, you have defeated Rebecca and have received a list of her abilities. Rebecca's abilities: basic firearms, basic combat. Physical outburst, prerequisites, 20 strength, 20 dexterity, 20 mental strength and 1000 credit points. Unavailable, curve shooting, prerequisites, 20 strength, 20 dexterity, 20 mental strength and 1000 credit points. Unlearnable. Luke exclaimed in shock. Curve shooting. What was that? Fortunately, he had a system. Calling on the system, he found new information on Rebecca's abilities. Physical outburst, conferred by the fraternity, curve shooting, conferred by the fraternity. Luke was lost for words. What were those? Why didn't he know anything about them? Thinking quickly, he went downstairs and saw that an ambulance had arrived. Selena had called for reinforcements earlier and stated that a police officer was down. Donald was soon taken downstairs via the elevator and into the ambulance. After Selena saw Donald off, Luke asked, "Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" As Donald's partner, Selena had to accompany him until his operation was done. Selena shook her head. "No need, I'll drive Donald's car." Luke thought for a moment and said, "I'll join you. I want to know what happened today." After arriving at the hospital, they talked outside the surgery room. What happened wasn't complicated. Donald and Selena had returned to the scene of the crime to look for clues that they might have missed earlier. But somebody was in the apartment when they arrived. They carefully opened the door and saw that female shooter. Luke finally learned that the female shooter wasn't a random person, but the missing tenant of the apartment. Naturally, Donald and Selena were excited. The tenant was definitely a lead. After all, it was strange that she went missing after someone died in her apartment. Since she was alive, she could be the murderer, or an informant. Donald immediately stepped forward to try and take her back with them to the police department. Selena, however, was much more vigilant thanks to Luke's training. She noticed that something didn't look right with the tenant. She hauled Donald out of the apartment, but the tenant took out her gun and shot at them. They then took cover on the stairs. After that, both sides were caught at an impasse. Selena and Donald outnumbered the tenant, though they weren't as good at shooting as she was. They locked her down on the 5th floor. A moment before Luke arrived, Donald got careless and was shot. If Luke hadn't arrived in time, the shooter could have left easily via the stairs instead of having to jump over 10 meters between two buildings. While Luke was asking about the details, Elsa finally arrived. She was also greatly shocked when Selina told her what happened. Luke simply told Elsa that she should turn a blind eye if she ran into the shooter, and that she shouldn't try to arrest the woman, with or without backup, or someone might die. After a long while, Luke finally offered his theory. It was probably this shooter who killed William. Elsa was stunned. How can you be sure? Luke said, do you remember what the two escorts said? Elsa asked, you mean how someone flew over the car and blew William's head up? Was it done by this shooter? Luke said solemnly in a low voice, just now, with my own eyes, I saw her jump more than 15 meters and land on the rooftop of the next building before she escaped. Elsa exclaimed and couldn't believe it at all. Luke said, let's just wait. This isn't a case we can handle. After a brief hesitation, Elsa asked, what about the boss? Luke said, you go talk to him. In any case, I won't investigate this case. That female shooter was abnormal. In order to deal with her, we'd have to surround her and barrage her with overwhelming firepower. Elsa fell silent. How could it be that simple? The female shooter certainly wasn't an idiot who would wait to be surrounded. Given her ability to jump 15 meters, it would be near impossible to besiege her at all in this city. After the discussion, Luke and Elsa left, and Selina waited at the hospital for Donald to come out of surgery. Luke and Elsa returned to the apartment building, which had been locked down by the police. It was no small thing that a police officer was shot, much less in a follow-up to a homicide in the apartment. Luke and Elsa went back to the rooftop. Luke examined the area as well as the bullet hole in the metal billboard. In the end, he realized that the bullet was shot by none other than the female shooter herself. Her bullet had indeed curved. Elsa, on the other hand, looked at the footprint where the rooftop had cracked, and was convinced. Though the building was rather run down, it still wouldn't crumble that easily. Only such a terrifying force could have supported a jump of 15 meters. After figuring out the situation, Luke and Elsa left the apartment building. After they returned, they told Dustin what happened, and Dustin solemnly told them to keep it confidential, before he sent them home to get some rest. Luke shrugged and said, all right. I'm going to the hospital. You can go home first. Elsa shook her head. I'm going to find Margaret. I'm afraid that the female shooter. Luke didn't think that it was likely, but it was still a possibility. He simply reminded her, remember, keep as far away from the female shooter as possible if you run into her. Elsa smiled bitterly. Is there a need to be so worried? Luke was grim. I don't want you to get sent in for surgery. Don't let anything happen to you. Elsa nodded silently. Nobody wanted anything to happen to their partner. Luke returned to the hospital with a bag of food, water and warm clothes for Selina, since it was inconvenient for her to get them herself. On the bench outside the surgery room, they talked about the female shooter again, and Selina recalled more details. Eventually, Luke and Selina confirmed an unbelievable thing: the female shooter hadn't wanted to fight or kill Selina and Donald at all. If Donald and Selina hadn't blocked the way so doggedly, the female shooter might have left after she forced them to retreat. The female shooter, whom even Luke had failed to take down, could have killed Donald and Selina at any moment, particularly when their guards were down at the beginning. But she hadn't. Luke knew how good she was, even better than Selina did. It wasn't really a problem for a shooter who was capable of physical outburst and curved shooting to kill two people who didn't know anything about her abilities. Selina and Donald were probably only still alive because the shooter had spared them. The reason why Luke had been able to shoot her in the end was also because she only wanted to run, and had no intention of fighting the police. Luke couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Come to think of it, his last two shots had been like an ambush. No wonder the shooter had been angered into taking action, and had used curved shooting after she was shot. Had it not been for Luke's good habit of changing locations frequently, his head could have been blown up. Thus, Selena and Donald hadn't really been in grave danger yesterday, but Luke could have died an unexpected death. After figuring out what happened, Luke sweated hard. This truly was a dangerous world. No. He had to boost his strength to 40 and meet the prerequisite for elementary self-healing. All I need is just another level up. Luke couldn't sit around anymore. Telling Selena to be careful, he left in a hurry. He had nothing else to do, and it was almost 7 at night, which was the perfect time for him to take action. He had been keeping an eye on WD-36 for a while, and he intended to destroy it tonight. Selena had to stay at the hospital tonight. Donald's operation was successful, but he was still in critical condition, so Selena couldn't leave. Luke checked her text message and put his phone back into his personal space. Half an hour later, looking at the huge bungalow before him, he took a deep breath and made his move. That night, 12 people in one of WD-36's nests went missing with a lot of drugs and cash. Nobody knew what happened, at least, nobody in WD-36. On the other hand, a bunch of bodies suddenly appeared in the nest of a gang that was in ongoing conflict with WD-36. The gang, called 23rd Street, disposed of the bodies secretly instead of making a big thing out of it. The 12 bodies included WD-36's third in command, who was responsible for money and the goods. 23rd Street would have been ecstatic if the man were alive, but they couldn't interrogate a dead man. Since they couldn't get anything from the bodies, and they didn't want to start a war with WD-36, 23rd Street simply kept it to themselves. However, the heads of 23rd Street had a bad feeling. If WD-36's third in command could be so easily killed and dumped in their territory, it wouldn't be too hard for whoever did it to do the same thing to them. But before they could reach a decision, one of 23rd Street's nests was turned upside down the next night. 8 people went missing, and the stash and the cash there were gone as well. 23rd Street grew paranoid. Had they been attacked, too? They were quite smart, because it was precisely Luke's doing again. He could store the bodies of a dozen people in his personal space, but he had no time to dispose of them, so he simply dumped them on other gangsters, confident that they would never dare call the police. Thus, he dumped the bodies of 23rd Street's gangsters on WD-36. What if the two gangs thought of the possibility and teamed up to deal with him? Well, that would be even better. If that happened, he could disguise the deaths of the gangsters as the result of a gang fight, and he still wouldn't need to handle the bodies. Luke didn't stop harvesting points after he started. After 5 days, the gangsters near USC were all going crazy. 5 hostile gangs were involved. Regarding them as a free cleaning service, Luke would dump the bodies of Gang A on Gang B, and those of Gang B on Gang C every day. Finally, the gangs couldn't take it anymore. The big bosses didn't meet in person, but had their lackeys communicate with one another, hoping to find the psycho who was slaughtering them. But right then, the killing and dumping came to a stop. On the 6th day, after 15 members of a small gang went missing together, no more bodies emerged, marking the end of the indiscriminate massacre. The gangsters were relieved. 6 groups of people, totaling almost 100 individuals, had died. It was the craziest hunt ever. They could only pray to God that the guy had been killed by a gang. Luke, on the other hand, checked the system notification in excitement. Mission: eliminate drug dealers and destroy the illegal drugs. Total experience: 1,200. Total credit: 1,200. Contribution rate: 100%. EXP plus 1,200. Credit plus 1,200. As experience has reached 10,000 points, the host has leveled up to level 11. Extra stat points: 5. Another level up. Finally. What delighted Luke even more was that the stat points he earned from the level up was now 5. He would now grow faster. After his strength reached 40, he had to focus on mental strength. To better utilize his personal space and meet the prerequisite for certain abilities, he had to boost mental strength to 20. Bobby's mental communication, for example, had a prerequisite of 20 mental strength. That was a mental ability. Luke guessed that he had to meet the mental strength prerequisite if he wanted to learn more mental abilities. Elementary self-healing's prerequisite was 40 strength. What about telekinesis and mental control? Would they demand 40 mental strength or higher? Luke went to work in a good mood the next day. Because of his severe injury in his age, Donald had to rest for at least a month, so Selena was left on her own. But that wasn't a bad thing, because Elsa was officially promoted. And the new sergeant was now recruiting more talent for her team. As a sergeant, Elsa needed at least 2 individuals to work for her, and if necessary, their group could work a case with 2 other groups. After the Nakatomi Plaza case, Luke had helped bring in a generous donation to the police department, so it had enough funding now to hire new people. Although the money was meant to be used for improving the police communication equipment and vehicles, some of it could certainly be invested elsewhere. LAPD had always been severely short of hands, and was constantly trying to recruit more officers. So, after grooming Luke for 2 months, Elsa got another rookie detective as her partner to get him familiar with the job. Luke and Selena were back together as partners. While she was sorry for Donald, Selena was actually happy to have her old partner back. Dustin helped out a lot too, so that Elsa could establish her own team after her promotion. Elsa was the general commander, Luke was the problem solver, and Selena and the new detective were support. Dustin could hence give them some of the tricky cases without needing to get any other police teams to help them. A team that had worked together for a long time was much more capable and efficient than a team that had just been set up. Elsa and Luke were no longer partners but still in the same team. They could work on more cases, and their abilities wouldn't go to waste. At Luke's heads up, Elsa found an important lead and solved the William Johnson case. The DNA test on the blood left behind by the wounded female shooter confirmed that she was the sister of the college student suspected of dying from a drug overdose. In the end, it was discovered that the shooter was the elder sister who went missing as a child, and the college student was the younger sister. There was no telling how they met, but the younger sister, who studied at USC, moved into her elder sister's apartment. William claimed ownership of the building not long ago, and wanted to drive out Rebecca, the elder sister, who had signed a long-term lease. But Rebecca wasn't living in the apartment, though she was paying the rent. For some reason, William sent a guy to kill Rebecca's sister and make it look like she died of a drug overdose. After discovering that her sister was dead, Rebecca, with her terrifying skills, easily tracked down and killed William, who had murdered her sister. In fact, after William's death, 2 men in his gang were also shot in the head in their apartments. One of them died the day after William's death, and the other died just yesterday. Nobody had made the connection between these cases before. Thanks to Luke's heads-up and Elsa's deductions, they finally figured out that this was one murder case with multiple victims. Luke and Elsa even guessed why Rebecca, the female shooter, had shown up at the apartment the previous day. Perhaps, Rebecca had returned to the apartment to offer her dead sister the lives and blood of her enemies, so that she could rest in peace. Dustin didn't pursue the case any further. After all, Rebecca had disappeared, and there was motive for the murders of William and his subordinates. Now was a good point to close the case. As for Rebecca, who hadn't been caught yet, all they needed to do was put her on the wanted list. It was impossible to dispatch anyone to capture Rebecca. After listening to Luke's assessment of Rebecca's capabilities, Dustin didn't want any of his men to be killed over someone like William. After a busy week, Luke and Selena went to Elsa. Hearing what Luke had to say, Elsa raised her head from the desk that was overflowing with files. "Are you kidding me? What did you say?" Luke said with a smile, "I'm asking for leave, boss." Elsa leaned back in her chair. "Do you have any idea how busy we are?" Luke nodded his head. "I do, but I'm hoping to visit my uncle." He's in Vegas, so I won't be away for long. Slapping her forehead, Elsa asked, do you have to? Luke put up one finger. Yes. We're leaving on the weekend and we only need 1 day's leave. Lost for words for a moment, Elsa searched the desk and said, since you're going to Vegas, then bring back the test results for these cases from the forensic center there. Luke asked, then would this count as a work trip? Elsa rolled her eyes. In your dreams. I'll ask the boss to send someone to fetch the results if you don't want to take the job. Luke shrugged. Okay. Do you want any souvenirs? Elsa glared at him. What souvenirs can you get from Vegas? Chips. Luke laughed. I can buy you a pair of sunglasses. I heard that the sun is very strong there. Elsa was rendered speechless. Go away. I'll cut your leave if you're there for too long. Luke saluted her and said, yes, ma'am. The next day was a Saturday. Luke checked in at the police department, but soon slipped away. Selena had other things to do in the police department. They would take a flight to Las Vegas that afternoon. They could make the trip by car, but Luke was too lazy to drive. A flight would only take an hour, which saved a lot of time. After making preparations at home, Luke finally added the last stat point. 40 strength. He was immediately seized with unimaginable agony. The muscles all over his body seemed to twist and burn. Biting down on a towel, Luke groaned harshly. Damn it. I knew it couldn't be that easy. Arg. When his main attributes reached 20, his body was significantly boosted and much stronger than before. What would happen when his main attributes reached 40? Luke had made a couple of guesses when he remembered that elementary self-healing required 40 strength. He screamed for almost an hour, and finally weathered the most painful phase. He still felt uncomfortable and grimaced in pain, but he wasn't screaming wildly anymore. Also, Luke couldn't just lie around on his bed. He knew that he had lost more body fat again in the past hour, but he wasn't happy at all. His smooth skin had turned slightly dry. It was obvious that his fat was being consumed like crazy. Gritting his teeth against the pain and soreness in his muscles, Luke devoured the food that he had prepared in advance. He also injected himself with his own mix of nutritional fluid to replenish his almost drained body. He then started feeling uncomfortable again. The upgrade process wasn't over yet, even the first wave had yet to pass. He had felt better earlier because the system had slowed down the process due to his low energy level. With the new supply of nutrition, the upgrade was activated once more, though it wasn't as painful as at the beginning. Luke simply gritted his teeth and panted heavily, and turned the agony into appetite. Eating, drinking, and injecting himself with the nutritional fluid, Luke finally survived the first phase of the upgrade 5 hours later. He almost burst into tears. It was as terrible as torture, and he didn't even have the luxury of passing out. He had to stay awake and consume a tremendous amount of food and energy to sustain the upgrade. During the process, Luke went to the toilet more than 5 times. When his strength reached 20, he only went to the toilet once. It wasn't just because he was consuming too much food, but also because his body was discharging surplus waste now that it had been boosted to a new level. Luke felt rather weak at the moment, but also like he was floating, as if a weight had rolled off him. He aggressively scrubbed himself clean in the bathroom. After the past few hours, his body was covered with sweat and other weird things, and felt quite itchy. The sweat contained a lot of impurities that were discharged during the upgrade. Washing them off with hot water was almost like peeling off a layer of skin. After a 40-minute shower, Luke left the bathroom feeling extremely refreshed, and sat down in the backyard. He felt amazing, as if he had been reborn. His scars and acne had disappeared, and most of his body hair had dropped, too. His face was also better looking than before. The upgrade had also stimulated his hair growth, and he could finally stop worrying about becoming bald. Looking at the sky in the backyard while enjoying a cup of tea, Luke felt wonderful. He checked his stats panel. Luke, aka Luke Coulson. Strength, 40. Dexterity, 20. Mental strength, 15. He had added the additional stat point to mental strength. He hadn't felt very good when increasing mental strength for the first time, but the effect was obvious. His head felt much clearer than before. He knew that it was because his mental strength was still too low. An 8% increase was definitely noticeable. His body that was growing stronger day by day required a more powerful mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to utilize the full range of his physical combat ability. Of course, the most important thing right now was that his strength had reached 40. Smiling, Luke quickly paid 10,000 credit points. The next moment, he couldn't help but frown. Oh. *T. Again. His whole body itched, as if it was recovering from a wound. Gritting his teeth, Luke soon realized what was going on. The upgrade just now had caused his body minor injuries. If he didn't do anything about it, the injuries would recover naturally in a day or two, but since he had just learned Carol's elementary self-healing, it was automatically activated, and was healing his minor injuries. The injuries weren't serious, and recovery felt like ants crawling all over his body. The feeling was gone 5 minutes later. Those minor injuries healed fast, but his left arm, which had been numb for a long time, was still itching. His left arm, which had been broken by the monsters in Wolf Kyle, was starting to heal like crazy. Luke was excited. After such a long wait, his left arm could finally go back to normal. The next moment, he felt hungry again. He had no choice but to return to the dinner table and eat again. It seemed that elementary self-healing guzzled energy too. He had better just stay inside. Luke cleaned up the house in passing and cut his own hair. With his strength and dexterity, it wasn't difficult for him to cut his hair using pictures he found online as a guide. Selena came back at 4 in the afternoon. She was rather surprised by Luke's new look. Luke simply made up excuses to her questions and diverted her attention to the upcoming holiday. They took Luke's car to the airport. At 5:30, they got on the plane, and at 7, they reached Aurora Hotel in Las Vegas. The hotel even sent a car to pick them up since they had booked a room earlier. This time, Luke had booked a deluxe business suite, which cost $3,000 a night. Selena ran excitedly around the room and laughed as she played with the facilities. Luke told her that he would get some rest first, so Selena went to the bathroom to enjoy a bath. Leaving her alone, Luke simply went to bed. His body was still changing after his strength reached 40. Luke didn't need to test it to know that he was stronger than before. Based on his observations when his strength reached 20, it would take a few hours to complete a quarter of such a massive upgrade, 24 hours to complete half of it, and around 10 days for the upgrade to be fully complete. So, he wouldn't see the real effects of 40 strength until 10 days later. That was why Luke intended to get some rest tonight before doing anything. He made a call to Grayson before he went to bed to see if the man was free the next day. Old Grayson was surprised to receive the call, but was happy for Luke to visit. He was busy with an interesting case, so he simply invited Luke to meet him at the forensic center. Luke thanked him and hung up. He was rather excited at the thought of visiting the Las Vegas Forensic Center, which was a holy land for all CSI staff in the United States. After making plans, an exhausted Luke soon fell asleep. At 4 in the morning, he woke up. He washed his face and brushed his teeth. He didn't wake Selena since she was still fast asleep. He had confirmed it himself. There was no telling if Selena had been too excited last night, but she fell asleep on her bed with her limbs splayed, and hadn't closed the door. Luke went to sleep early last night, and had no idea what she had been up to in her room. She was sleeping in nothing but her underwear. Beautiful things were meant to be appreciated. Luke looked at her silently for 10 seconds, before he closed Selena's door and went downstairs, feeling satisfied. After getting something to eat in the restaurant, Luke entered the casino on the ground floor at 5 in the morning. The casino was still crowded with players who didn't care about the time. There were no clocks or windows in the casinos in Las Vegas, so that tourists could forget the time or wouldn't rest until they had lost their last dime. Luke took out $1,000 worth of chips and wandered among the tables. Same as most tourists, he bet when he was interested and left when he wasn't. After an hour, he had taken a look at almost every kind of game in the casino. His final conclusion was that it wasn't hard to win. But the easiest way to make a fortune was blackjack, which required the least cards to play. As an experiment, he played a few games at a blackjack table. He left the table after winning $100. He converted his chips back into cash, and was left with just $820 after losing the rest. Luke shook his head inwardly. He had spent a lot of time wandering among the tables just now. If he had instead stuck to one game the entire time, he could have lost hundreds of dollars in an hour. It wouldn't be a surprise if he lost thousands of dollars in one day. Gambling is really bad. Luke mumbled to himself and went back upstairs. It was around 6:30. Standing in front of the glass wall with a cup of coffee in his hand, Luke peacefully enjoyed the city skyline before dawn. At 7:30, Selena came out drowsily. Luke turned around and looked at her. "What are you doing?" Selena said, "I'm going to the bathroom." Luke was speechless. "Need I remind you that your room has its own ensuite?" Selena said, "Oh, I thought I was at home." She then returned to her room. Luke chuckled. Selena coming out wasn't a surprise, but did she forget that she wasn't wearing pajamas? What he saw just now was quite different from his view at the door to her room earlier. When she moved and turned, certain parts of her body were truly bouncy. Luke returned to his room with a smile and changed his clothes. He was going to visit old Grayson, so he couldn't be dressed too casually. After he changed, he knocked on Selena's door. She had been in the bathroom the whole time. Did she have that big a bladder? Leaning against the door, Luke knocked on it again. "Selena, get up already. We're going to visit Grayson. We can't be late." A long time later, Selena murmured, "Okay, just let me sleep a while longer." Luke said, "I heard that the restaurant has Australian lobsters today." Selena suddenly came out of the bathroom. "Ah, I want to eat lobster." Luke said, "No problem, but put on your clothes first. I'll be waiting for you outside." Confused, Selena looked down at herself and asked, "Why aren't I wearing any clothes? Did you take them off me?" Luke didn't respond to her slander at all. Did she not remember that she had only slept in her underwear last night? Selena wasn't really bothered either. After living with Luke for months, she had accidentally exposed herself too many times to care. Half an hour later, when Selena came out in a gorgeous outfit, Luke whistled. "Well, well. You're getting prettier every day." Selena did a little turn. "How do I look? I've never worn this before." Luke remarked, "It's beautiful and suits you well." Selena wasn't dressed in the style of an officer. With her brown coat, her black and white plaid shirt, and her gray pants, she looked sexier than usual. Nobody would think that she was a police officer. Selena nodded in satisfaction and went downstairs for breakfast with Luke. She wouldn't have been so gung-ho about getting up if it wasn't for the Australian lobster. After Selena had her fill of Australian lobster and Luke paid the bill, they left for the forensic center. At 10 to 9, they showed their credentials to the guards and entered the forensic center. Selena was quite amazed by the forensic center's interior design, which was quite futuristic. Luke smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't expect to be able to visit the Holy Land for CSI team so soon. He found old Grayson's office, but nobody was inside. Luke asked a person who was passing by. The man looked funny and had a funny voice, but he was a nice guy and told them that old Grayson was in a nearby lab. Luke and Selena thanked him and found the lab 20 meters away. A handsome middle-aged man was scrutinizing a diorama in the lab as if he were appreciating a work of art. Luke knocked, and old Grayson reluctantly put his magnifying down and looked at the door. He then smiled. "You're here?" Luke asked, "Can we come in?" "That looks like fun." Old Grayson said, "Of course, as long as you don't touch it." Luke leaned closer and observed the diorama for a while. "This is practically a masterpiece." "Grayson, when did you become an artist?" "This is pretty lifelike, and gory." The diorama was in fact a realistic-looking murder scene. Even the blood and the injuries on the victims were perfectly depicted. Old Grayson thought for a moment and shook his head. "It's not my work, but an exhibit by a serial killer that we call Diorama Killer." Stunned for a moment, Luke observed the diorama more carefully. "So, this is a calling card left behind by the killer. There must be more than one of them, right?" Old Grayson pointed in another direction. "There's another one over there." Luke went over to the second diorama, but instead of observing it, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A moment later, Luke turned back with an odd expression on his face. "Have you found any leads on this diorama killer? Like, her gender?" Old Grayson asked solemnly, "Her? Are you saying that the diorama killer is a woman?" Luke said, "Maybe, maybe not. She could be an accomplice, or just the person who helped the killer to make or place this diorama. It's a woman no older than 30 years old." Old Grayson said, "Are you high?" Luke chuckled and said, "No, it's just my gut feeling. I doubt that it can be confirmed without proof." Frowning at him for a moment, Old Grayson nodded slightly. "All right, got it." Then, the three of them talked in Old Grayson's office. Luke gave him a box. "This is a little something for you." Old Grayson raised his eyebrow. "Can I open it?" Luke said with a smile, "Of course. There's a user manual inside, but I don't mind explaining it to you." Old Grayson opened the box, only to see an item that looked like a phone. "A phone?" Luke shook his head. "It looks like a phone, but it's actually a voice converter. If you aim the antenna at a target within 20 meters, this machine will record what they're saying and display it as text on the screen for you to read. Of course, the voice recognition might not be very accurate." Selena's eyes glowed as she listened. It was a handy tool for any detective. With an indecipherable expression on his face, Old Grayson said a long time later, "Please pass on my thanks to Robert." He then put the phone-like voice converter into his drawer. Luke nodded his head with a smile and didn't say anything. Robert had mentioned to him that Old Grayson's mother had a genetic disease that could very likely cause hearing loss. Old Grayson didn't have any hearing problems yet, but this gadget could still be useful for him. The FBI and SHIELD had similar equipment that was usually installed in cars. It could eavesdrop on what was being said within a range of 1 to 200 meters. But the advantage of Luke's gadget was that it was small and convenient. They talked for a while longer, and Grayson asked Luke things about his work and his personal life. Luke told the truth most of the time, but didn't say anything about his side gig as a vigilante. Old Grayson clearly sensed that Luke was hiding something, but didn't pursue it further. Suddenly, Luke sniffed in surprise. "Grayson, are cleaners allowed to touch the exhibits in your lab?" Old Grayson replied, "They might accidentally touch the unimportant exhibits, but certainly not the important ones." "What are you trying to say?" Luke turned his head to look at a young female cleaner not far away. "How interesting. This is a surprise." Unmoved, Old Grayson simply observed the young cleaner along with Luke, until she disappeared around a corner. Luke thought for a moment, then operated his fake phone. Thankfully, there weren't any surveillance cameras installed in Old Grayson's office. So, Luke simply shut the door and asked, "Grayson, are you particular about how you crack a case? Like, does it have to be an elegant solution?" After a brief silence, Old Grayson said, proof is more important than elegance. This is science. Luke shrugged. I don't have any proof, but I have an answer that is rather inelegant. Would you like to hear it? Old Grayson said, just spit it out. Luke said, the female cleaner at the door just now is the young woman associated with the diorama killer. I don't have any proof, but you could try investigating her. Old Grayson was suspicious. I thought you were high on weed, but it seems that you're even more delusional than that. Luke smiled. I'm sorry. Although the diorama killer is very artistic, I've always preferred to be straightforward. I never thought I would see a serial killer come back to observe how her crimes are being cracked. He knew that old Grayson had dealt with plenty of serial killers before who were smart and challenging, and that by telling old Grayson who the criminal was, he had spoiled old Grayson's fun in hunting the criminal down. Old Grayson's expression was odd, but he nodded his head. Okay, got it. But I'm afraid that I can't have lunch with you if I'm going to investigate her. Luke chuckled. There's still time. We're only leaving the day after tomorrow. Old Grayson nodded his head. Okay. Have fun. Luke promptly rose, and Selina followed him in a hurry. Old Grayson got up to see them off. Such a courtesy was rare for him. Even when his boss visited him, he hardly saw the latter off. Luke and Selina were saying goodbye to old Grayson at the door when three people who were chattering non-stop passed up. Old Grayson stopped them. Nick, where are you going? Nick turned serious. Oh, Grayson. We're going to celebrate Henry's birthday. Old Grayson nodded his head thoughtfully. Take my nephew with you. He's a young detective. I'm sure you have a lot to talk about. He then looked at Luke. You have fun with them. They know everything about this place. All three of them hesitated, but old Grayson ignored it and demanded, take him with you wherever you're going. His back to Luke, he gestured at Nick. Stumped for a moment, Nick nodded his head and gave a wry smile. Okay, fine. He turned his head and said, Grayson, he's your nephew, but she isn't your niece, is she? He noticed Selina. Nobody could fail to notice such a hot Latino girl. Seeing the look on old Grayson's face, Luke extended his hand with a smile. I'm Luke. Nice to meet you, Nick. The young man had short blonde hair and a square face. His grin was particularly heartening. Nick was a nice guy. He shook Luke's hand and said, Nice to meet you too, Luke. This is. Luke said, This is Selina, my partner. We're both detectives from the Major Crimes Division of LAPD. Nick's expression turned shrewd. Are you? Luke chuckled. She's like a sister to me. Also, she's quite easygoing. Selina waved at the three men with a smile. The three young men all smiled back. Since Luke and Selina were both good-looking and were clearly close to old Grayson, they certainly couldn't turn the two of them away. Old Grayson said, Okay, you can go now. He didn't really care what the three young men's plans were. Old Grayson himself helped newcomers adapt to the job with his special training. He was a prank master. And quite a few of his men had developed a similar hobby. Luke, Selina and the three men made conversation as they went downstairs. After they introduced themselves, Luke and Selina got to know them better. The youngest was called Greg. He was a sunny boy who still looked like a student. The last one was called Hodges. He was almost 40 and balding. He looked rather solemn and uptight. They got along quite well after they introduced themselves. Luke was young and approachable, and Selina was friendly as well as beautiful. Nick managed to handle it, but both Greg and Hodges were obviously attracted to her. On the second floor, Nick stopped and said, Luke, Selina, we have a special plan for Henry's birthday celebration. Would you like to hear it first? Luke and Selina certainly had no objections. They soon figured out the plan and agreed to take part. They were here for fun, and the birthday celebration wouldn't take too long anyway. Selena, for one, liked the prank, and volunteered to play a bigger role. Luke indicated that he could also help. Everybody went downstairs now that Selena and Luke were on board. Unable to refuse Selena's request, Hodges gave her the tools he had prepared for the crime, while he and Luke got the substitutes which Selena provided, a new pair of silk stockings. Half an hour later, a man reached the underground car park, humming a cheery tune. Luke almost laughed out loud. Henry, the birthday body, happened to be the funny-looking guy who had pointed out the way to Luke and Selena earlier. No wonder Nick and his fellows wanted to surprise him. The man looked like someone you couldn't help but tease. Nick made a gesture that meant, go go go. Luke was lost for words. Did you learn tactical sign language to play pranks? He followed them, while up front, Selena had already grabbed Henry. Henry didn't know what was going on at all. When he smelled Selena's fragrance, he was wondering if it was Lanka Miracle, when his hands were seized in a hold and a few guys wearing big masks with the faces of former presidents on them rushed out. Well, there were also two guys who were wearing black silk stockings over their heads. Henry's head was covered with a hood. The next moment, he was pushed into an SUV not far away, and the car drove off. Hey, guys, I'm just a regular worker. I don't have any money. I'm just a lab assistant. Did you kidnap the wrong guy? Henry was so nervous that his voice cracked. He turned his head, only to see that the person who had locked his hands together was Michelle Borg, the incumbent president of America and a Latino woman. Of course, she was only wearing a mask of said president. She had the fragrance of Lanka Miracle, which Henry was quite familiar with as a technician who specialized in analyzing and identifying smells. So, she was really a woman. Right next to Henry was a guy who was wearing the mask of the previous president. He chuckled creepily and said, "Don't try to fool us, Henry." Henry said, "Huh. My name is Hodges. You've got the wrong guy. Hee hee. Don't fool us. Hodges has far less hair than you do." The person next to Henry snorted. The man in the passenger seat coughed in dissatisfaction. "Hodges is much more handsome than he is, all right." Henry said, "I'm exactly Hodges. Look at how handsome I am." Everybody was lost for words. The car left the forensic center and quickly drove out of the city. In the car, the man next to Henry continued threatening him. "Henry, do you know why you were captured?" Henry shook his head quickly. The man glanced at everyone and said slowly, "Because, surprise." Then, everybody took off their masks and silk stockings. "Happy birthday, Henry." Henry didn't know what to say. The guy next to him turned out to be Nick. Hodges was in the passenger seat, and Greg was the driver. As for Luke and Selena, well, who were they? Henry was a bit confused. Nick smiled. "This is old Grayson's nephew, Luke, and his friend, Selena. They're here for your birthday celebration. Isn't that great?" Henry was rendered speechless. He cursed out his friends for a long time, but then he noticed that the Latino girl, who had been wearing Michelle Borg's mask, was observing him with a smile. Henry finally stopped. Like Hodges and Greg, he was shy and anxious in front of beautiful girls. He unleashed all his fury on his friends and didn't dare look at Selena at all. Selena held out her hand. "I'm Selena. I didn't hurt you just now, did I?" What could Henry say? Admit that he was weak? He could only shake Selena's hand with a fake smile. "Nice to meet you. You're really a great fighter." Selena burst into laughter. "I'm just an amateur compared with Luke. He's Grayson's nephew. I'm here with him for fun." Everything got back on track. Luke finally learned that their destination was a place called Henry's Hog Hideout. It was a special rural restaurant that reportedly had the most delicious roast pork. Selena's eyes glittered as she listened. "Is it really that delicious?" Greg said confidently, trust me. My friend told me about this place. He would have taken us there himself if he isn't sick right now. I'm going to have a proper taste of that meat. Selena cheered. The atmosphere was more lively with Selena around. After a while, Henry suddenly said, every one of my birthdays have been unlucky. I hope we don't run into anything this time. Hodges said in a lofty tone, Henry, there is no data to suggest that certain dates are linked to accidents or crimes. Right after he said that, Greg suddenly interjected, Hodges, are you sure? All. Everybody in the car screamed. Greg and Hodges, who were in the front, screamed particularly loudly. That was because an old red convertible had suddenly shown up in their lane from the opposite direction. More importantly, the red convertible was headed right for them at a speed of well over 100 miles an hour. Nick, Selena, and Henry were in the last row of the SUV, which had 3 seats, while Luke was seated in the middle of the car. He was the first to react. The moment he sensed danger, he lunged forward and turned the steering wheel. But the SUV had just made a turn before that, and it was impossible for Luke to see what their surroundings were like. Turning the wheel was already the best he could do. Thanks to Luke's effort, the SUV didn't crash into the red convertible. The 2 cars brushed past each other, but one of the SUV's front wheels clipped a bump in the road. Luke quickly pulled Selena into his arms. The SUV flipped 270 degrees in the air, and the tire came off. It flew 10 meters and bounced for a moment, before stopping in the barren land next to the road. 2 seconds later, Luke pushed open the deformed door and coughed at the dust as he crawled out with Selena. Then, Luke craned his head and looked back inside the car. Don't be too quick to move. Check whether you feel injured anywhere first. Feeling himself for a moment, Nick shook his head. I'm fine. No broken bones. He spat out blood as he spoke. Luke was speechless. Bro, you're vomiting blood. Nick said, it's my mouth that's bleeding. My teeth might have been knocked around a bit. Luke nodded his head. As a forensic specialist, Nick knew the human body quite well. He wouldn't be wrong. Luke then looked at Hodges. The man said solemnly, well, I don't think I'm dying either. He also pushed open the door and got out. After examining himself, Greg said, I'm fine, too. But Henry said, I think I twisted my ankle. Everybody was speechless. Was it true that the man was unlucky on his birthday? They looked at each other. Nick and his fellows had bruises on their faces, but it wasn't very bad. Luke and Selena, on the other hand, were utterly fine. The others looked at them strangely. When the car was flying just now, Luke had pulled Selena into his arms and protected her without any hesitation. He could have died. Luke certainly couldn't explain to them that with elementary self-healing, his injuries weren't a big deal at all. The pain had already disappeared after he just stood around for a few minutes. Clearly, he had already recovered thanks to elementary self-healing. They checked their phones, only to see that there wasn't a signal. Greg tried to start the car, but to no avail. Luke's modified phone had a signal, and it wouldn't be hard for him to repair the car with Tony Stark's abilities, but he had the feeling that he and the CSI technicians were about to run into something interesting. So, he simply remained silent. He could always make a call when it was really urgent. Nick asked, what do we do now? Greg said, we're less than a mile from Henry's hog hideout. Nick suddenly laughed, and so did everybody else. Should we continue? Henry said, but my ankles hurt. Luke gave him a hand and said, let's go. I'll help you. 20 minutes later, they saw a rural restaurant in a valley. On the billboard was a pink pig standing upright and waving its hooves at its customers. Next to the pig was the restaurant's name. This was the place. Everybody was ecstatic, like tourists in a desert finding an oasis. Even Henry moved faster. But a moment later, when they reached the restaurant, their legs turned heavy. Selena even felt like crying. It was because they saw the big notice on the door of the restaurant, which read, "Closed." The restaurant had closed down. When they got closer, Nick read the details on the notice. This restaurant was suspended by the Department of Public Health on December 7, 2003 due to an outbreak of hepatitis B. Everybody was lost for words. Hodges said, "So, this place has been closed for 5 months?" Nick asked, "Greg, your friend who told you about this place, what is he ill with?" Greg said, "Hepatitis B." Everybody was lost for words. With a complicated look on his face, Henry patted Greg's shoulder and said, "Thank you for giving me hepatitis B as a birthday present." Greg said, "You're welcome, and happy birthday." While they were talking, there was the sudden sound of a gunshot, followed by the sound of glass breaking. Luke quickly took out his gun and gestured at Selena. Selena drew her gun too and moved forward with Luke. Greg and Hodges helped Henry hide behind the building, while Nick followed Luke and Selena to where the gunshot had come from. Luke didn't advance too quickly, as he was using sharp nose. A moment later, he frowned and expanded the range of sharp nose carefully. But there was nobody around. 5 minutes later, Nick returned to collect his fellows. "It's really weird. Let's take a look together." They all went to the restaurant and saw a large hole in the glass. Clearly, this was the source of the earlier noise. Luke and Selena were standing in front of the hole. Seeing that the technicians had arrived, Luke said, "Well, we found a dead man." They looked through the hole and saw a person who had turned black all over and had collapsed against the counter. Hodges said, "Do I smell roasted meat?" Henry agreed. "That's right. I think he was set on fire." Everybody was lost for words. Why had a roasted man appeared in a barbecue restaurant that had shut down? Luke wasn't surprised. His guess that something would happen if he stayed with these 4 guys proved to be true. They entered the restaurant and checked the weird body. The body was weird because it wasn't just a man, there was also a burned, black raccoon fused to the man's face, as if they had always been one. Luke and Selena didn't step forward. Nick crouched down and observed the bodies of the man and the animal. The victim is holding a .38 revolver. There are no obvious bullet holes, nor any blood around him. Did this raccoon hate him? Observing from one side, Nick discovered that the raccoon's tough snout was glued to the man's right eye. It was probably what had killed the man. Nick said, "Hodges, give me a hand. I need to examine his back." Hodges complained, "I'm not a coroner." Greg quickly stepped forward and helped lift the man's body. Observing the man's back, he said, "There are no obvious wounds on his back. His upper torso looks like it was burnt, and so does this raccoon." Hodges said, "This raccoon looks like quite the specimen. I bet it weighed at least 30 pounds when it was alive." Henry said, "Maybe the raccoon jumped out of nowhere and bit the man's face with its sharp teeth and killed him like a ninja, you know." Everybody was rendered speechless. Henry said, "Maybe we should call the police." "Oh, I forgot there's no signal. What a great place for a birthday celebration." Everybody was rendered speechless. Henry added, "It seems that they crashed in here from outside." They looked back out the broken window and noticed some metal buckets not far away. They went to check the buckets, leaving Henry, who had a bad ankle sprain, to rest on a chair. When everybody left, he looked at the dead man and asked, "Do you know this place? How does the meat here taste?" The rest of them discovered bone and food residue in a bucket that was facing the broken window. The smell from the bucket was identical to the raccoon man inside. There was a warning on the bucket that said ethylene. Nick glanced around and noticed a matchbox on the ground. Matches. It seems that somebody had wild fun here. They were all picturing the same thing, a man grinning at a raccoon, which was eating out of the bucket, lighting a match, and throwing it in. Suddenly, Luke's face changed. He told everyone to stay quiet before he returned to the restaurant. Inside, Henry was still talking to the body, and didn't shut up until Luke came in. Standing in the hallway behind Henry, Luke gestured at him to keep quiet. Very soon, a man emerged from inside with a gun, and looked at Henry in surprise. The next moment, Luke seized the shotgun the man was holding with just one hand, and pressed him to the wall with the other. Luke, who was 10 times stronger than a regular man, could easily subdue an ordinary person single-handedly. "Who are you?" asked Luke. The man retorted, "Who are you? Why did you break in?" Nick asked, "Are you the boss of this restaurant?" The man replied, "No, I'm just a worker here." Nick asked, "What's your name?" The man said, "Slick." Nick asked again, "Where were you and what were you doing just now?" Slick said, "I was looking for something in the underground storeroom." Luke and Nick noticed a bag that the man was carrying. It contained a few bottles of hard liquor. Luke and Nick looked at each other, and Luke let go of Slick. The man was no longer a threat now that he had lost his gun. Noticing the body, Slick exclaimed in shock, "Gomez, what happened to you? Did you kill Gomez?" "Sir, we can explain his death. We found traces of food, ethylene and matches in a metal bucket outside. Clearly, Mr. Gomez set up a trap, hoping to set that raccoon on fire by lighting the ethylene," Greg explained. Seeing that Slick was listening attentively, Greg went on, "But the match didn't ignite the ethylene at the bottom of the bucket. So, he shot at the raccoon. Then, he and the raccoon were both blown up." After a brief silence, Slick said gloomily, "That should be it. Gomez always had it out for the raccoons. Those damn rodents are thieves that steal your food and mess up your place all the time." Hodges raised his hand. "Sorry to interrupt, but raccoons actually aren't rodents. They're chordata, mammalia, carnivora, procyon. Mice, on the other hand, are rodents." Everybody was lost for words. Slick stared at Hodges silently for a moment, then suddenly gave him a thumbs up. "You are truly an educated man." Everybody finally relaxed and began to ask Slick where they could find a phone or a car. But as it turned out, since the restaurant had shut down, the phone line had already been disconnected. Slick told them that there was a radio in the utility room downstairs. So, Nick and Greg followed Slick to check the radio, and Luke and everybody else took a break in the restaurant. Luke looked at the wood ash in the grill for a long time before he shifted his gaze, a weird expression on his face. In the utility room, Nick found the radio. After he turned it on, it said, "Are you Earthlings? This is Zenith. We found you. Now, tremble in fright." Crack. The radio popped with sparks as it died and gave off smoke. Nick asked, "Are there any other radios in this place?" Slick said, "I don't think so. You can only try fixing this one." Nick said, "I'll have to find vacuum tubes first. Do you have any?" Slick tried to recall for a moment, before he replied, "We only have vacuum cleaners." "Will that do?" Both Nick and Greg were lost for words. "Why don't you just say that you also have vacuum dust bags?" Greg said angrily, "I'll build a phone on my own if we can't find any." On the other hand, Luke was getting some rest, when he heard the sound of an engine outside. Everybody was delighted. However, something exploded in the next second, followed by the sound of metal objects scattering. Everybody exchanged looks and opened the door, only to see that a red convertible had crashed into the metal buckets, and smoke was rising from the engine hood. A middle-aged woman in a thick gray coat opened the door and staggered out. Hodges said, "Well, I don't think we can use that car. But why does it look so familiar?" Luke smiled but didn't say anything. Selena said, "If I recall correctly, that's the car that swung into our lane and nearly crashed into us." They had finally found the culprit responsible for their car accident. The middle-aged woman was half-drunk and didn't notice the strangers until she reached the door of the restaurant. Who are you? Why are you in my restaurant?" She reeked of alcohol, and burped non-stop. Selina asked, "Are you Henry?" The middle-aged woman said mockingly, "Ha, I'm not Henry. I'm his wife. To be exact, I'm his abandoned ex-wife." Everybody subconsciously looked at the other Henry, the birthday boy who was sitting inside the restaurant. Nick and Greg were looking for tools in the utility room. Greg asked, "Slick, aren't there any phones here?" Slick said, "There's one, but it's already busted. Even if it wasn't, we haven't paid any bills for a long time." "Oh, I think there might be a backup phone on the wall over there." Greg went to look for the phone while Nick continued looking for tools. Suddenly, Nick saw what looked like someone standing behind a door. Greatly alarmed, Nick approached the door with his gun. Slick said in a panic, "No, there aren't any tools back there." Nick demanded, "Step back and don't move." He also brandished his gun. Helpless, Slick stopped. Nick suddenly opened the door, only to see the body of a gray-faced old man hanging from a pig hook. It was pretty horrifying. Also, the old man was in the restaurant's work uniform. Could this be Henry, the missing boss of the restaurant? Nick suddenly raised his gun and aimed at Slick. Both frightened and angry, he slowly approached the body. Slick obediently raised his hands and didn't do anything else. Gazing at him vigilantly, Nick approached the body, but felt that something was wrong. He sniffed and touched the cheeks, only to be amused a moment later. "A rubber man?" Slick burst into laughter. "It's just a joke. Henry used to scare the newcomers with this. He said that it was much more effective than dead pigs." After a brief silence, Nick said, "I totally get it." He, for one, knew someone who inducted newcomers with real bodies. That person's name was Gilbert Grayson. In the meantime, Greg finally found a phone and a few wires. He ran out excitedly. "Finally! We're saved." In the restaurant, Luke, Selina and Hodges hid in a corner and watched the farce taking place at the counter. Shelley, the middle-aged woman, was talking to Henry about her and her ex-husband, whose name was also Henry. Henry was quite embarrassed and the middle-aged woman cursed her ex-husband non-stop. At that point, he was wishing that he had a different name. Luke, Selina and Hodges left precisely because they couldn't stand her complaints, but Henry couldn't move due to his injured ankle. "Did you know that he suddenly disappeared with all the money in our bank accounts? He only left this." Shelley took out a photo from her purse. Henry was rendered speechless by the note in the photo. He wondered how his namesake could be so shameless. Not only had the restaurant owner run off with all the money, he also didn't forget to send his ex-wife, who was now in massive debt, a postcard to show that he was having fun with a new, young lover in Florida. If the man ever showed up in front of Shelley again, she would probably shoot him. Obviously devastated, Shelley asked in tears, "Have you ever experienced something so miserable?" After a brief silence, Henry shook his head. "No, I'm afraid not." It had never happened to him, but he knew an officer who had caught his wife cheating on him. Enraged, the officer killed both his wife and his wife's lover before he turned himself in. Shelley was no luckier than that officer. Her love, her family and her career were all ruined. Looking at Henry, Shelley suddenly smiled. "Do you know that you're adorable?" Henry didn't know how to respond to that. He could only look away with a shy and awkward smile. With a sultry smile on her face, Shelley asked, "Can you tell me why you're here?" She was already touching his shoulder as she spoke. Henry coughed. "It's my birthday today." Shelley said, "Oh, why don't you have some fun with Aunt Shelley?" She stood up and sat in Henry's lap. Henry stiffened. "Ah, please don't." Shelley's arms went around his neck. Henry said, "Well, I have a girlfriend. We're engaged. Actually, we're married. I have syphilis." Shelley said, "What a coincidence." "So do I." Henry exclaimed, seriously. The middle-aged aunt desperately seized his head with both hands and kissed him deeply. The three people in the corner, who weren't visible except for their eyes, didn't move at all. Selina whispered, "Are you really not going to save him? I think he's being suffocated." Hodges whispered in an even lower voice, "Why should we interrupt when a woman has offered herself to him just like that?" Luke said, "I think he's like a poor girl being threatened by a bully." Selina said, "Yes, look at his hands. He's grabbing onto the back of the chair." Hodges remarked, "A person subconsciously clutches at things when they feel extremely comfortable." Luke said, "I think they only do that when they're in extreme pain, right?" Selina said, "His legs are sticking straight out." Hodges said, "Only a man will know why his legs are straight in a moment like this." Luke said, "Are you very experienced? Then why don't you go there and enjoy this instead of Henry?" Hodges said, "I have a girlfriend." "Well, actually, we're engaged." Both Luke and Selina were lost for words. The three disloyal friends simply watched Henry get kissed without doing anything. It wasn't until Nick and his fellows got back that Shelley finally let go of Henry, who felt like killing himself. "Oh, cute little boy. Was I good?" Henry only wanted to burst into tears. Not only had he been kissed by an old woman, her mouth stank of alcohol. But he wasn't as strong as she was. She had done hard labor in the restaurant all this time, while he had only ever dealt with the light tools in his lab. He couldn't put up any resistance. Nick and Greg were dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. A long time later, Greg finally asked, "Henry, is this your girlfriend?" He wasn't very convinced, because this woman was too strange, even for Henry. Henry wanted nothing else but to be alone right now. A moment later, everybody confirmed that the middle-aged woman, Shelley, was indeed the wife of the owner of this restaurant. Even more unbelievably, the woman soon hugged and kissed Slick when she saw him, abandoning Henry, who had almost been suffocated by her kiss. The other people could only look at Henry sympathetically. Nick, Greg and Hodges then went outside to connect the phone to a communication line. Carrying the phone and the wires he had found, Greg had Nick give him a leg up to the simple scaffold on a pole outside the restaurant. Climbing up the scaffold, he then connected the wires to the junction box. Then, Greg heard something he couldn't understand from the phone. He tried to talk to the stranger, but they couldn't understand each other at all. Luke laughed out loud at the door of the restaurant. The man was speaking in Mexican Spanish. He was probably an illegal immigrant. Greg could only switch to another line. It was free this time. Excited, Greg hurriedly dialed a number. "Catherine, it's great to hear your voice. You won't believe what happened. God knows what we've been through." A moment later, they all went back inside, feeling relieved. Nick said with a smile, "All right, the police and the coroner are on their way. Listen, Shelley and Slick, you need to come with us and give your statements." But the boss's wife and the worker turned a deaf ear to them and kept on noisily kissing and cuddling each other. Very soon, the officers and the coroner arrived. After a few simple questions, the officers were about to take Shelley and Slick to the police station. But Luke stopped them. "Wait." He pointed at the grill in the restaurant and said, "Officers, I think you better get the coroner to examine the grill. There's something unnatural in there. Get it out and ask Shelley and Slick about it." The officers looked at him in confusion. Then, a graceful blonde woman said, "Let me do it." Nick said, "I'll give you a hand, Catherine." It wasn't until then that Luke realized that she had the same name as Robert's wife. A moment later, some half-burnt human bones were found in the ash of the grill. Everybody looked at the boss's wife. Shelley got up in fear. "It's none of my business. I have no idea why that's there." They looked at Slick, who was right next to her. Slick quickly shook his head. "I don't know anything either. I'm just a worker here, all right." Everybody was lost for words. There's definitely something fishy going on between the two of you. An hour later, they were immensely relieved to be back at the forensic center. It had only been half a day, but they had encountered the most bizarre things. Curious, Luke went to the morgue. There was an old man with white hair and prosthetic legs inside. He was listening to country music as an espresso machine ground beans next to him. Luke felt that this scene was familiar somehow. Old Grayson dropped by. He nodded at Luke and went up to the old coroner. "Al, where's the report I asked for?" "Al," the old coroner said, "it's over there. Do you want a cup of coffee?" Surprisingly, old Grayson didn't turn him down. He enjoyed the cup of coffee that Al gave him and asked casually, "This is a great coffee machine. Where did you get it?" Al was also savoring his coffee. "Bought it as part of the morgue's inventory." Old Grayson was confused. "You managed to buy a coffee machine with public funding?" An expensive espresso machine definitely wasn't a necessity for a morgue that only had 4 coroners. Al smiled casually and sipped the coffee again. Nobody wants to know why a coroner buys anything. Old Grayson. Seeing that old Grayson was about to leave, Luke couldn't help but ask the old coroner, "Dr. Robbins, do you know a forensic doctor named Mars? He works in a town in Texas." Thinking for a moment, Al nodded a moment later. "If his name is Mars Kubrick, he should be one of my students. But I haven't seen him after he completed his internship." Luke nodded with a smile. "Well, just as I expected." Al asked, "How do you know him?" Luke knew that what the old coroner was really asking was why Luke knew they were connected. Luke explained with a smile, "Because Mars has to have a cup of coffee and listen to some music before he starts work every day." Al chuckled. He must have bought the coffee machine with his own money. His tone was rather complicated. Luke stopped interrupting Al, who was clearly another great specialist since old Grayson was much nicer to Al than he was to his boss. So, Luke certainly had to show the old coroner respect. After they left the morgue, Luke said goodbye to old Grayson. Old Grayson was too busy working on the diorama killer case to spend time with Luke. He could only tell Luke to meet with him one more time before Luke returned to LA. Luke agreed and left with Selena. In his office, old Grayson thought for a moment before he called Nick. "Hey, it's me. Did you pay attention to what my nephew did today?" "That's fine. Write a report on what he did today and conduct a psychological analysis." "What?" "It's not a job, think of it as a test. Try and finish it in your spare time." Luke looked back at old Grayson's office in between the officers who were blocking the way. Shaking his head with a smile, he entered the elevator with Selena. It was already 4 in the afternoon. They left the forensic center at 9:30 that morning, and the trip to and from Henry's hog hideout had been around 6 hours all up. Selena wasn't in a bad mood. She had enjoyed the prank, the 2 bizarre cases, and the spectacle of a woman kissing a reluctant man today. But she was really hungry. "Darling, I'm really hungry. I want to eat roast meat." Luke nodded with a smile. "Let's go back to the hotel. Then we'll have some fun in the casino." They took a cab and returned to Aurora Hotel. Although Selena claimed that she wanted roast meat, she also ordered lobster, escargot, croissants, onion soup, and a fruit salad, before she finally stopped. Luke paid the bill and dragged Selena, who was too full to walk anymore, to the casino. Not wanting to move at all, Selena sat down in front of a slot machine. Luke chose the slot machine not really because he was drawn to it, but because the chairs in front of the slot machines were the most comfortable. Glancing at the slot machine, Luke pointed at the electronic screen on it with a smile. "Do you see this? There's $973,662 in the pool. We'll be rich if you can win that." Selena was neither interested nor naive. "I'm not stupid. The money in the pool is from other players who wanted to win this prize themselves. Just leave me here." Go play any game you want. Luke stroked her head with a smile. Stay vigilant in case someone steals your purse. Selena simply waved her hand, too lazy to talk anymore. Luke stood up and converted $10,000 into chips, before he went to a blackjack table. He found an empty seat and sat down, and started to place bets. An hour later, the chips before him had increased to more than $30,000. But barely anyone paid attention to him, not even the dealer. In Las Vegas, it wasn't unusual for lucky dogs to win $100,000 with just 1,000. Luke didn't pursue consecutive victories, and gave up when the number was close enough. He was simply betting on chance. Suddenly, someone walked past and sat down opposite him. Luke glanced at him and felt like laughing. Why was this guy here? Shouldn't he be at Caesar's Palace Hotel? Although Aurora Hotel and Caesar's Palace Hotel were on par with each other in Las Vegas, their styles were quite different. Aurora Hotel was famous for its new pool and its recreational and entertainment facilities, whereas Caesar's Palace Hotel was known for luxury and top service. Thus, people who wanted fun would check into Aurora Hotel, while the rich and powerful who wanted to show off usually stayed at Caesar's Palace Hotel. The difference was partly reflected in the names of the two hotels. Aurora was glamorous and fickle, while Caesar's was certainly majestic. But though Luke, as well as most people nearby, recognized the person who had just sat down, the person had clearly forgotten who Luke was. The man was laid back, and Luke easily detected more than one type of perfume on him, along with the smell of makeup and alcohol. Luke knew that the man had been fooling around with at least 3 women just now, but hadn't returned to his room yet. Since the man didn't remember Luke anymore, Luke certainly wouldn't greet him. He remembered what a bad temper the man had. Different from the other gamblers, the man threw in chips worth $5,000 without looking at his cards. Luke put in $500 as per usual. He had been increasing his bets slowly as he won more money. After a few games, the newcomer complained, "This isn't fun. You go away. I'll be the banker." The dealer said, "Mr. Stark, please wait a moment. I'll have to ask for permission." Yes, the arrogant newcomer was none other than Tony Stark. He was a superhero on the side of justice, but he wasn't the most approachable person. Tony Stark's characteristic ego and pride prevented him from getting along with other people. Even the Avengers could barely get a nice word out of him if they weren't gorgeous ladies. He could be quite mean to someone even if he secretly admired them. He was the stereotypical arrogant genius. Of course, it was also because of his pride that he dared to stand up to any enemy. Only a few minutes later, Tony Stark took the banker's place. Happy, the fatty who was the head of his security detail, didn't move. It was another bodyguard who dealt the cards. Tony Stark, on the other hand, idly enjoyed his drink and gambled against the other people, including Luke, without moving his fingers. A moment later, Tony suddenly gave Luke a strange look. "You're quite good, aren't you?" When Tony Stark became the banker, most tourists started to lose, while Luke was the only one who won as many times as he lost. In the last round, however, he won $5,000. It was highly unnatural. Luke knew the reason. Blackjack was one of the few games where mathematics really mattered. In the movie, 21, some geniuses from MIT won a fortune in Las Vegas with their math models. Tony Stark had probably invented the prototype for Jarvis by now, and he was winning money from the tourists instead of the hotel. So, the hotel wouldn't step in even if he played any tricks. Luke knew that Tony Stark was wearing a micro earpiece. It was possible that the Jarvis prototype was counting the cards for him. Cheating? It definitely wasn't cheating. How could it be cheating, when the man was using his abilities to win money? Luke, for one, had also been changing the cards in the card box remotely with his personal space, which was his own ability. He had figured out more functions of the personal space, including the ability to store or release items remotely, but that was limited to a range of 5 meters. Also, Remote storage and release demanded more of mental strength. To put it simply, it was easier for him to move smaller, inert and uncovered objects. A card couldn't be more than 5 grams in weight, and Luke could store and release them hundreds of times a night. Luke simply smiled at Tony Stark's compliment. "It's just luck." Tony snorted. "Really? You're very lucky, so why are your stakes so low?" Luke chuckled. "I'm only playing for fun. I don't like big bets." Tony said, "You think the chips on this table are big?" Everybody was lost for words. "Do you think everyone is as rich as you?" Tony frowned at Luke, who smiled but didn't say anything. He suddenly thought that the young man seemed familiar. He whispered something, and Jarvis did a check of Luke's identity. A moment later, Tony was dazed. "You're that young police officer from Houston." Luke smiled but didn't say anything. Tony had a strange expression on his face. He had paid a small price previously to get the young officer and his beautiful partner transferred to Los Angeles. But he had been so busy attending end-of-year pageants that he forgot about them. Luke had been sitting in front of him for quite a while now, but Tony hadn't recognized him at all. "Interesting. You have enough money for this place?" "Aren't you a police officer now?" asked Tony. Luke said, "I'm on vacation and I'm playing with a few $1,000s. I don't think I'm the only person in this country who can afford that, right?" Tony couldn't argue with him. "All right, let's play," said Tony. Luke found that odd. "Aren't we playing already?" Tony said, "I'm talking about a game between us." Luke said, "Whatever." The other tourists were smart enough to stop playing. They all knew what Tony Stark was like. It was much more fun to watch a game between a rich guy and a poor lad than to be part of it. The bodyguard dealt again. 2 minutes later, Tony grew impatient. $500 every time. How long do you want to play this game? He and Luke had won similar times in the past few rounds, and the amount of chips they hadn't changed very much. Luke asked, "Is there a rule here that the bet has to be higher than $500? Tony was rendered speechless. $500 a round was quite high, even in Las Vegas, most tourists bet much less. While Tony was rich, he certainly couldn't make up random rules for the casino. Tony said, "This is too slow. Let's go bigger. 1 million each time." Luke shook his head. "I don't have that much money." Tony said, "Then just play with all the money you have." Luke chuckled. "Why would I? If I leave now, I can take more than $20,000 with me. That's half of my annual salary." Tony realized that it made sense, so he offered, "I'll take your chips as twice their value." Luke thought for a moment and asked, "But there should be a limit, right? I'm too busy to play the entire night with you. After all, you've got too much money to lose." Everybody secretly whispered, "You're telling a billionaire that you're busy?" This boy didn't know what he was doing. Tony's expression was pretty dark. "I've got too much money to lose." "Are you sure you're going to win?" "Let's play for 10 minutes, said Tony. Luke shook his head again. 10 minutes. If your bodyguard deals faster, we can play 5 to 10 rounds. You're asking me to bet with all my chips in every round, so if I lose just once, I lose everything. Do you think I'm an idiot?" Tony was lost for words again. He was so eager to humiliate Luke that he had overlooked that. "How do you want to play it then?" Luke said, $1 million. "Once I win over $1 million, our game's over." Tony thought for a moment. Following this rule, the game would be over if Luke won 3 to 5 times in a row. Fine. Tony still decided to go ahead in the end. He was too lazy to check how much money Luke had. Luke tossed his bank card onto the table and said to a hotel manager, "I'd like to state that the money on this card is for the upcoming game with Mr. Tony Stark. You can keep the card first and calculate the result when the game is over, okay?" The manager didn't immediately take it, but looked at Tony. Both parties had to agree to the game for it to start. Tony said impatiently, "That's fine with me. I'm not scared that he'll run away with his debt." The manager bowed and backed away with the bank card. Then, the bodyguard dealt the cards. Luke secretly laughed at his card, which was a K. He put his hand on his hidden card, as if he was studying it, then simply stood up. "All right, I've won." Saying that, he approached the manager and said, "Transfer the money I won to my card. Also, issue me an income certificate, okay?" The certificate was necessary since he had won quite a lot of money. Without it, Internal Affairs Division would come knocking on his door. "What?" The hotel manager was dumbfounded. Tony Stark frowned. "What are you doing?" Smiling, Luke pointed at his card and said, "Your card isn't A, K, Q, J or a 10, so it's impossible for you to even reach a draw. You can take a look at my card for yourself, but of course, you can always refuse to pay." Tony was lost for words. "How much money do you think you have? You think I can't pay?" He gestured at Happy, and the fat bodyguard turned over Luke's hidden card. It was an A. Blackjack. Double odds. The audience all exclaimed. That was too freaky. The poor lad got a blackjack in the first round against the magnate. It was like a slap to Tony Stark's face. Tony's expression couldn't be any more unsightly. He had the hotel manager check the balance on Luke's bank card. The hotel manager hurriedly had a security guard take out a POS machine, only to be dumbfounded himself. Silently, he gave the POS machine to Happy. Happy also secretly exclaimed at the figure, but he had no choice except to hand it over to Tony Stark. Tony couldn't help but curse. How the hell did he earn $600,000? The audience exclaimed in shock again. Very soon, someone figured out how much Luke had just earned. They couldn't be any more jealous, because Luke had won at least $2.4 million in the game. Actually, Luke had slightly more than $675,000 in his account. Plus the $30,000 on the table, Luke's ante was around $1.4 million. Since Luke had blackjack, Tony had to pay double. That meant that Luke had won more than $2.8 million in this round. *T. Tony cursed inwardly, and wasn't in the mood to play anymore. He got up to leave. "Mr. Stark, about the money," the hotel manager reminded him. Without even looking at him, Tony snapped his fingers at the bodyguard who had been dealing. The bodyguard immediately said, "I'll handle it. Let's make the transfer over there." Looking at Luke, who had disappeared among a bunch of slot machines, Tony felt quite bummed out. How had that guy won against him twice in a row? Luke smiled. It was really fun swindling Tony Stark out of a fortune. The money wasn't very important to Luke, since he had confiscated $500,000 by destroying the gang nests near USC. Though he couldn't openly use that money, he could buy special materials and parts through underground channels, as long as he kept his identity hidden. He was feeling great right now, not because he had won a lot of money, but because he had won it from Tony Stark. Also, nobody would think that Tony Stark was trying to bribe him by playing this game with him. Tony was too powerful to ask a minor detective like Luke for help. If he truly had a favor to ask, he would talk to the leaders at the highest level in the police department. More than 100 people witnessed Luke winning money off Tony. It certainly couldn't be kept a secret. With so many eyewitnesses, the Internal Affairs Division and the IRS wouldn't suspect it of being illegal income. Finally, Luke returned to the slot machine which Selena was playing. At that moment, Selena was holding a Dr. Pepper in one hand as she lazed in the chair, while she pressed a button on the machine with her other hand every now and then. Luke nearly laughed out loud when he saw that Selena was only betting 5 cents. She was obviously killing time instead of really playing. Luke asked, "How about it? Did you hit the jackpot?" Selena looked at him like he was an idiot. Don't you know that the machine will shout like crazy and let everyone here know that you won if you hit the jackpot? As she spoke, she put in all her remaining money and pressed the start button on the machine without checking what she had bet on. That was because she was in a hurry to leave. She was only playing the slot machine because someone told her to go away if she wasn't gambling. So, she put $200 into the machine to claim her seat. Luke grabbed her purse with a smile and helped her get to her feet. But Selena leaned against him as if she was boneless. This place is boring. Can we go back and sleep? Luke chuckled. I heard there's an open-air swimming pool on the rooftop where you can look at the vast sky at a height of 200 meters. Selena perked up. Are you serious? Luke said, of. Walla. Walla. Clang. Clang. Hua. Hua. Woo. Woo. The slot machine suddenly screamed with a whole lot of noise, giving them quite the shock. Did the machine just go crazy? Not only was it screaming, it also flashed with many different colors. Soon, they were surrounded by people who were shocked and jealous. In less than 20 seconds, several hotel security guards arrived. Luke said, "Hey, I didn't do anything. It started acting up on its own. You're not going to ask me to pay for damages, right?" Selena suddenly laughed and kissed Luke's face hard. Haha. Silly. I won the prize. I hit the jackpot. Ha 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 ha. $1 million. I have $1 million. Luke could hardly believe it. How important were slot machines in Las Vegas? To put it simply, they took up the most space and had the most players in major hotel casinos. 30% of a casino's profits were from these unattractive machines. The machines might even take cents, but all that spare change could accumulate into a huge fortune. Nobody knew how much money those slot machines made each year, but it was undoubtedly in the billions. It truly wasn't easy to win money from a slot machine. It was as difficult to win from a slot machine as it was to strike the lottery. However, right after Luke made fun of Selena, she won an enormous prize. Did I steal too much of Tony Stark's luck, and I can influence the people around me now? Luke couldn't help but ponder the magic question. The hotel manager had arrived. He was stunned to see Luke again. "Mr. Luke, did you win the prize?" He couldn't be so lucky, right? The manager grumbled inwardly. He won another $1 million right after winning $2.8 million off Tony Stark. What were the odds? Was he God's bastard son? Luke quickly shook his head and pointed at Selena, who was jumping for joy. She did. Everybody saw it. The hotel manager looked at one of the security guards, who nodded slightly. That meant that the surveillance room had observed how Selena won the prize. She hadn't cheated, but had won the money legitimately. The manager was even more jealous. "Even the girl you brought won $1 million so easily. How lucky are you?" Of course, it was inevitable that anyone who didn't have Luke's luck would think that. Very soon, the manager handled the money transfer for Selena and wrote a certificate for her. After learning that the beautiful girl needed a certificate because she was a detective as well, the manager was even more jealous. He could imagine how she would fawn on Luke for his money later. Well, the manager was too naive. Selena only fawned on Luke when she wanted food from him. Selena and Luke both got back their bank cards with their earnings transferred to them. They then changed into swimwear and went to the open-air pool on the rooftop. Selena hadn't brought a swimsuit with her, as she hadn't expected to swim in Nevada in February. But since she had just made a fortune, she spent $800 on a bikini. Luke could only chuckle inwardly. The bikini was nothing more than 2 pieces of cloth as wide as the palm, and it cost $800. It really was easy money. Selena selected a style from the brochure, and an attendant measured her. Soon, the swimsuit was delivered to Selena, who was sitting by the pool. The swimsuit was expensive for a reason. Luke didn't buy one, not because it was too expensive, but because he didn't like a crowded pool. He had read some reports on people getting dermatitis after swimming in a public pool. Luke certainly didn't doubt Aurora Hotel's sanitation measures for the pool, but he was still reluctant to dive in. Selena didn't really care. Or rather, most people who went to swimming pools couldn't afford to care, or they might lose the courage to jump in. While Luke was enjoying a drink and observing the scantily clad girls in the pool, he heard something and looked at the elevator. It was an elevator reserved for VIPs. Although Luke was staying in a room that cost $3,000 a night, he wasn't qualified to take that elevator. The elevator wasn't important, what was important was who walked out of it. Luke was almost amused by how they kept running into each other. The newcomer was none other than a certain magnate who had just lost $2.8 million to Luke. Next to him stood a beautiful woman who had a unique air about her. Luke's entire attention was almost instantly focused on the woman. The woman glanced at him, as if she had sensed something, but then turned indifferent. Luke somehow sensed danger. The woman felt terrifying. He stopped observing her and recalled how Tony had come out of the elevator with her just now. After being a police officer for a long time, he had picked up the habit of observing and analyzing people. Sometimes, people would reveal their true feelings through the way they moved, or in even subtler ways apart from their expressions or words. Recalling what he saw just now, Luke soon realized why it had felt weird. It was because Tony Stark was behaving too obediently. Generally speaking, Tony Stark always acted cozy with girls in the news. While he might not be intimate with all of them, he was almost always up close and personal with the young and beautiful women around him. So what Luke saw earlier wasn't quite right. Tony's face, movements and distance from the woman all suggested that he both respected and was somewhat intimidated by her. This definitely wasn't Tony's normal reaction to beautiful girls, much less to such an outstanding one. Though her breasts weren't remarkable, her legs were long enough to reach Tony's waist. That was right, the woman was half a foot taller than Tony Stark. Perhaps it was due to her high heels, but she really dwarfed Tony when she stood next to him. Thinking that, Luke glanced at Selena, who was in the pool. A moment later, Selena seemed to notice his staring. She swam over to him and got out to sit down in a chair next to Luke. "What evil plan are you up to?" Luke was at a loss. Huh? He had been too busy thinking to notice his surroundings just now. Selena rolled her eyes at him and put on a robe. "Stop pretending. You're just appreciating the pretty girls, aren't you?" Luke finally noticed that he was looking at the backs of two girls in bikinis not far away. He was immediately amused. He had been wondering about the relationship between Tony and the woman, and didn't have time for boobs. He subconsciously looked at the other side, only to see that Tony and the woman had disappeared around a corner. Stumped for a moment, Luke shook his head and abandoned his thoughts. Although the woman was unusual, nothing that happened to Tony, as the son of destiny, was really a surprise. Selena tried to talk Luke into swimming, but failed. She could only swim on her own for a while longer. Luke was enjoying his Dr. Pepper, but then noticed people looking at him. Most people had ordered alcohol or soda since they were here for fun, but Luke and Selena were the only two who had caramel carbonated drinks. Furthermore, Luke looked like a high school student, which was also the reason why other people were laughing. How did a little kid like this wind up here? Although Luke was obviously an adult, rooftop pools like these were actually social gathering places for people older than him. Many of the young and beautiful girls in the swimming pool had actually been found by the hotels on purpose. Of course, they weren't prostitutes, but girls who were hoping to get to know the rich and powerful here. Some of them wanted to marry rich guys, and some were here to look for sugar daddies to cover their living expenses. So, Luke was quite out of place, mostly because he looked like someone from a middle-class family and couldn't be too rich. Luke, however, was as calm as ever. He didn't really care what these men or women were up to, and he didn't need to feel embarrassed. Suddenly, he saw Tony appear from around the corner again with 4 bodyguards. Luke thought for a moment, then activated Sharp Nose. He found that the woman had disappeared. More importantly, he detected the woman's scent in the sky. The scent extended from the rooftop to the sky. Luke was pretty certain that no aircraft had passed by just now, not even any big bird. The woman couldn't have left by air without advanced technology or supernatural abilities. As Luke expected, Tony was a magnet who attracted unusual people. Luke had an enormous secret of his own as well, after all. He felt like laughing, and indeed laughed out loud when he saw that Tony had noticed Selena, who had just come out of the swimming pool, and was speaking to her with great interest. A few seconds later, he looked in the direction Selena was pointing, and his face turned dark. Luke smiled brightly at him, and Tony snorted and left without looking at Selena again. Selena went over to Luke, puzzled. Are rich people all so incomprehensible? Luke gave a towel to her with a smile. What did you say to him? Selena said, nothing. He invited me to dinner, I said I had company, and he asked who it was, and wanted to talk to you. Luke said, then, he got mad and left. Selena nodded her head. That's right. Oh, is it because of what you did last time? Is he really so petty? Luke chuckled and said in a low voice, he's not petty. I just won $2.8 million from him downstairs. Selena exclaimed, what? Are you kidding? Luke described what happened just now and concluded, he's not regretting the money. $2 million for him is like $200 for us. He just can't accept the fact that he lost to me again. As a matter of fact, Tony would have lost even if the game had continued. However, it was obviously a trap since Luke kept the balance on his bank card a secret and proposed to end the game once he won $1 million. As long as Luke won just once, Tony would lose $1.4 million, even if Luke didn't get blackjack, and the game would end. Why did Luke have $600,000 on his card? It was the remainder of the loan that he had taken out by mortgaging the villa which Takagi gave to him. Luke had taken out an $800,000 loan. He had spent more than $100,000 on the patent application and legal matters, and he had less than $700,000 left. Without that money, it would have been difficult for Luke to win a fortune here. Chances were that he would be blacklisted by the hotels in Vegas. The MIT students who had made a great deal of money with their brains, for example, were blacklisted by the casinos here. This decision was even upheld by the court. Selena's mouth dropped open. A long time later, she finally said, that doesn't feel right. Why are you still richer than me? Luke rolled his eyes. When have you ever been richer than me? The furniture and appliances in the villa that Takagi gave me are already worth more than $1.2 million, all right? Also, don't forget that you have to pay a tax on the money you just earned. Selena was frustrated. Ah, I forgot about that. Luke thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, keep some of your prize for yourself, and give the rest to me to invest. Selena nodded, but found it odd. Invest in what? Luke said, I'm starting a high-tech business, and hopefully, I'll earn some money from Google. It'll pay well if you buy some shares now. Selena nodded and said, how much do you want? I can give all the money to you. Luke shook his head. I don't need so much. Let's talk about that later. Bobby had a 1% share in the company, so it wouldn't be too much if Luke gave Selena a 5% share, right? Tony had paid a huge price to get Luke and Selena transferred to LAPD because he was interested in Selena. So, Luke definitely had every reason to give Selena some money. Tony didn't have a good temper, but he was a generous man. Why else would all the transmigrators go to him for help? Why did nobody go to Obadiah? It certainly wasn't because he was ugly, but because Obadiah was too shrewd and would hardly ever give anybody a large sum of money for no good reason. Luke was determined to be as rich and willful as Tony Stark. Even though he wasn't as rich as Tony yet, he could solve some of Selena's practical problems with a small amount of money, so why wouldn't he? Selena's attitude toward money was complicated. On one hand, she could compare supermarket prices fastidiously, but on the other hand, she could easily give Luke half of her money, just like that. Actually, there weren't many things that she needed to buy, as a detective who was busy every day. She stayed away from alcohol and drugs. Her clothes and makeup were simple. She was hardly ever home, so she didn't need much furniture. Her only hobby was eating, but Luke always made food for her. She wasn't short of money. Luke had been paying the bills with the illegal money he had obtained. She had barely touched her paychecks in the last few months. Luke tried to approach the corner where Tony and the woman had been talking just now, only to be stopped by the two security guards there. But he was still able to detect more of the smell, and discovered that the woman did leave through the air, but not necessarily by flying. Based on the trajectory of her scent, it was more likely that she had jumped off and glided downward, except that she had leapt an unbelievable distance. Luke wondered what Tony and the woman had talked about in this place. Mulling it over for a bit, Luke sat down and checked the list of Tony's abilities in the system, only to find that nothing had changed. He tried to talk to the system, but the system didn't respond. Luke wasn't disappointed. He thought for a moment with his eyes closed, then smiled. While Tony's abilities seemed the same, they had actually been refreshed. Luke had wondered about this before. For example, what would happen when he defeated the superheroes or villains who had yet to grasp their abilities? Tony had now given Luke the answer. When Luke considered the creation and modification of certain equipment, something popped up in his head. To be more exact, it felt like new knowledge had suddenly been added to a database, ready for retrieval. The new knowledge was about an additional 5% on top of what Luke already knew about Tony's 4 abilities. It was all invaluable knowledge on cutting-edge technology. On the other hand, Luke considered how frequently he should refresh Tony's abilities. It would be unnecessary to do it too often, since Tony wouldn't learn so many new abilities over a short period of time. Since there was only a 5% increase of new knowledge after 3 months, Luke felt that refreshing the abilities twice by 2008 would be enough. As he pondered, Selena had had enough fun, so they left the swimming pool. After showering in their suite, they didn't go to the casino again but watched the free show presented by Aurora Hotel. The show was quite spectacular, even for Luke, who had seen plenty of shows online in his previous life. There were dances, juggling, and magic and talk shows, all performed by famous names. The show was coming to a perfect close, when there was a mishap during a dance which was the last segment of the show. Countless white, flying ribbons hung above the stage. A dozen beautiful and graceful dancers swung among the ribbons with jaw-dropping moves and postures, like fairies flying in the air. It was a really creative dance. Suddenly, a man was thrown down through the curtain on one side of the stage. Before the audience realized what was going on, the man hit a few ribbons before crashing onto the stage. After tumbling head over heels a dozen times, he stopped with his ass above his head. Since the man had crashed into the ribbons, 2 dancers that had been moving in midair lost their balance. Screaming in panic, they were about to fall from the ribbons. They were 5 meters above the stage, and might be slightly injured if they jumped down. However, both of them were upside down with their legs wrapped around the ribbons. If they fell like this, they would probably be killed when their heads hit the stage. Luke certainly wouldn't turn a blind eye to it with his system. Saving the 2 girls would mean about 50 experience and credit points. Besides, it wasn't hard for him. Well, it wasn't hard for him, and nobody else had time to react. By the time everybody noticed something was wrong, Luke had stepped onto the back of the seat in front of him and sprung more than 10 meters forward, like a dragonfly. He rolled when he reached the stage and stopped below the 2 dancers who were screaming and falling. He then jumped and grabbed them in midair. The girl's momentum forced him to do an awkward roll. He hit the stage and bumped and rolled, but firmly protected the 2 dancers in his arms. The brunt of the impact that the dancers would have taken to the heads and their upper torsos was blocked by Luke's arms. After reducing the momentum of their fall with the roll, Luke came to a steady stop on the stage. Actually, he could have tossed the two dancers back up to the ribbons easily, but that would be exposing his extraordinary abilities. What he did just then was how a gymnastic coach would protect a falling athlete. It was something that an ordinary person was capable of. The hall was quiet for a moment, before everybody started shouting. They were all confused, shocked and delighted. Most fortunately, the two beautiful dancers hadn't died in front of them. Most people in the world would rather not witness the destruction of beautiful creatures. Selena was about to quickly join Luke, but he stopped her with a gesture. She looked around warily. Luke's gesture meant that it was dangerous and she shouldn't come any closer. Luke wasn't looking at the two dancers he had just saved, but at where the man had been thrown onto the stage. It was a window high up, which was broken. Now. Through the broken glass, Luke saw a figure jump and run in this direction. After a quick glance, Luke immediately ran off with the two dancers in his arms. The person outside definitely wasn't a normal person, and a dozen more dancers were still hanging above the stage. They might be wounded if a fight burst out on the stage. The two dancers had no idea what was going on. All they knew was that someone had grabbed them when they were falling, before running off the stage. "Hey, why are you so strong? Our breasts hurt a little." Both girls were stunned. Luke had no time to care about something like that. After taking them off the stage, Luke dashed towards Selena and both of them rushed off. A moment later, Selena and Luke observed the stage from the gap between the half-opened doors of the hall. On the stage, the man whose ass was hanging above his head, was human. He looked more like a monster than a human, though. His clothes and body were that of a human, except that his red skin and the weird black patterns on it made him look like a cosplayer. Even Luke couldn't twist his body so that his butt was above his head. "That man is quite flexible," Selena remarked in a low voice. Luke nodded in agreement. "Yes, but I'm more interested in the person who threw him in." The next moment, a tall person landed on the stage. Luke's eyes twitched. The person had jumped in through the broken window that was almost 10 meters up and made a classic superhero landing when she hit the floor, kicking up the dust around her. Luke was surprised to realize that the person was actually a woman. Then, the female superhero slowly rose with a whip in her hand. Her hand moved quickly as she lashed the red-skinned weirdo with her whip. Suddenly, the weirdo whose ass was above his head turned blurry, before he disappeared and reappeared behind Luke and Selena. Alarmed, Luke swung around with a kick without any hesitation. The red-skinned weirdo disappeared again, and Luke's foot hit nothing but the wall, leaving a deep gouge in it. The woman on the stage jumped more than 30 meters and landed at the doors. She glanced at Luke when she passed him and finally said, "That was a nice kick." "Are you a soccer player?" Luke said, "No, but I used to play football." The woman said, "All right, get away as soon as you can. That guy is very vengeful. It's possible that he'll come back because you tried to kick him, and kill you." With a complicated look on his face, Luke nodded. "Got it." The woman didn't say anything else. She continued her pursuit and left. Noticing the sword and shield on her back, Luke's eyes glittered. Watching the woman leave, Selena couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Who on earth is she?" Luke chuckled and rubbed her head. "Forget it. She's from a different world." So, Selena stopped asking. People were already gathering together in the hall behind them, led by the two dancers who were wearing white, skin-tight costumes. Most of the time, it was Selena who was the center of attention when she and Luke were together. A young and beautiful girl was always more attractive. At that moment, however, everyone had gathered for Luke. The two dancers whom Luke had saved approached them, followed by their fellow dancers. They all asked Luke, with glowing eyes, "Sir, may we know your name?" Luke smiled. "My name is Luke." At that moment, the girls surrounded Luke. Even Selena was squeezed out. "Mr. Luke, you're really good. Are you a dancer too? Or a gymnast? You're really strong if you can pick up Lan Chi and Trinity at the same time. Are you a kung fu expert? Who's that girl over there? Are you together? What was that red monster? Can you tell us?" Luke was rather amused. "Why are you not only asking me questions, but also groping me?" He could only say, "I'm a police officer. It was my duty to save you." "Okay, sorry, I have things to do." He then slipped away, and didn't have the time to call Selena. Escaping from the onslaught of girls, Luke finally remarked, "A man's life sure is tough when women get together." Once the bold ones set an example, the other girls hadn't hesitated to take advantage of him. Of course, it was his face that mattered most. After his strength reached 40, Luke was already a certifiably handsome guy. He was strapping and charming. It was no wonder that the girls were so quick to feel him up. One of them had even squeezed his butt without him noticing. It was true that he was a man, but he was still creeped out by a dozen girls eyeing him like wolves eyeing a rabbit. He called Selena, and Selena simply told him that she would be back soon. Luke wasn't bothered. She was unlikely to get into trouble anyway. He took out a bottle of soda from the fridge and stared at the city that was ablaze with lights through the window. The woman just now was very interesting. Her face had been obscured by a hazy light that prevented anyone from remembering it. Also, she didn't carry a scent. It was quite interesting. It was likely that she had used some unusual method to disguise her appearance and her identity. However, she should have covered her long legs. With Luke's keen observation skills, he connected the long legs to another pair that he had seen earlier. There were very few women with such long legs, and Luke had just seen one a short while ago. Did she really think that she could hide herself with her little tricks? Superheroes were already appearing around Tony. But exactly who was this woman? While Luke was thinking hard, the door to the suite opened. Selena called out to him from the door. "Darling, someone is here for you." Luke turned around, only to see 3 women at the door. With a brilliant smile, he said, "It's you. Can I help you?" Selena walked in and stepped to one side, pretending that she wasn't here. The 2 girls were slightly dazzled by Luke's sunny smile. A moment later, after Selena coughed pointedly, one of the girls finally came back to herself. She said in a hurry, "Ah, Detective Luke, thank you so much for what you did." Luke said, "Just call me Luke." "Right, don't you need to get some rest? You should rest up well after the shock just now." Selena simply watched and didn't say anything. The other girl said, "Our manager gave us 2 days off. Well, after what happened just now, we can't perform again until we're cleared of trauma." Luke nodded and said, "Okay, let's talk elsewhere then. Selena, go pack your things. This place isn't safe. Let's go to Caesar's Palace Hotel." The 3 women were all stunned. A moment later, the 4 of them left for Caesar's Palace Hotel. Luke talked to the girls in the car. The 2 girls were naturally Trinity and Lan Chi, the 2 dancers that he had saved. They were students at an art college. The dance group that they were in was quite famous. If they had died in the accident, it would have been a major blow to the dance group, even if it wasn't the group's fault. The manager of the dance group gave them some time off for their own safety. After all, the dance group still had many backup members. But the 2 girls were promised that they would still have their spots as main dancers once they recovered. So, they tried to relax by talking to Luke, who had saved their lives. Of course, if Luke had looked like Obadiah, they would have only thanked him politely at most. If he had looked like Danny Trejo, it would have been a miracle that they even thanked him at all. Thankfully, Luke's face, which had become more handsome, and his gentleness were much more appealing. A sense of security was what the 2 girls and Luke needed most right now. That female superhero mentioned earlier at the red-skinned weirdo was the vengeful sort. So, Luke simply moved into Caesar's Palace Hotel, which was Tony's territory, and Tony was obviously close to the female superhero. The red-skinned weirdo had just been disfigured by that terrifying woman. Luke didn't think he would dare break into Caesar's Palace Hotel. But if he did, Luke had no qualms killing him. That guy wasn't the only person in the world who had super abilities. In Caesar's Palace Hotel, Luke reserved another deluxe suite, which cost $3,800 a night. Selena, however, got herself a deluxe suite too, claiming that she wanted to use some of the money she just earned. Luke's face was quite complicated when he heard that. But eventually, he didn't say anything and simply saw Selena off, before he took the two girls upstairs. The girls were slightly overwhelmed by the spacious room, but Luke's face quickly appeased them. He had turned into a much better talker after working for half a year as a detective. In no more than half an hour, both girls were already giggling at his jokes. The atmosphere was even better when they left to look for wine. Luke called Selena in the bathroom. "You're really not coming back tonight?" Selena said, "Do you really not know why I'm not coming back?" Luke, "Got it. Thanks." Selena said, "I'll be shopping for the next 2 days. Don't bother me, got it?" Luke said, "Okay, but you have to call me every day so that I know that you're safe. Also, that red-skinned weirdo can be very dangerous. You have to be careful." Before she hung up the phone, Selena suddenly said, "Go for it. I have high hopes for you, young man." After knowing that Selena wasn't coming back, Luke was reassured. If the red-skinned weirdo did come back, he would definitely go after Luke rather than Selena, who hadn't been the one to attack the man. It would be safer for Selena if she kept her distance from Luke for a day or two. When Luke returned to the living room, the two girls were already enjoying their drinks. Luke couldn't help but shake his head when he saw what they were drinking. "This wine is too lousy. Let's change to a different bottle." He quickly found a Chateau Latour, a brand that he was very familiar with but had never enjoyed, and filled the girls' cups. As for himself, he simply had soda water. Between the two girls, Lanchi was gentler and less talkative, while Trinity was more proactive and straightforward. She simply asked, "Why are you not drinking? Are you trying to make us drunk so that you can?" She laughed as she spoke. Lanchi blushed slightly, partly because of the alcohol. She also looked at Luke with a smile. Luke shrugged. "I'm a detective. I'll be less vigilant if I have alcohol, and it'll also make my hands shake, so I never drink." Neither of the girls were convinced. "But don't a lot of officers go to a bar when they get off work?" Luke chuckled. "I'm different. Sometimes, I have to carry out dangerous missions." The girl's eyes glowed. "Really? Like James Bond?" Luke was briefly lost for words. "He's a special agent. His main business is to hit on girls, while his secondary objective is to acquire intelligence from them. It's rare when he finally remembers what his actual job is. He certainly can't compare with me." The girls laughed at the same time. After Luke returned, he had sat down between the girls, and they didn't show any reluctance. Now that they were laughing, the three of them were even friendlier than before. Gradually, they talked less and started acting more. In the end, both girls fell asleep from exhaustion, but Luke was still as energetic as ever. His physique was now 10 times that of a regular person, and his body had been sending him strong signals about his explosive energy after his level up. That was the reason why he had said yes to the two girls so quickly. Although it wasn't a big deal for many people, he had never really tried it before. 40 strength was already so amazing. Should he continue increasing strength in the future? Maybe he should consider it. He was a man determined to enjoy all the beauty that the world had to offer, and stamina was definitely necessary for that. In the next 2 days, Selena talked to Luke over the phone but never showed up in person. So, Luke went around Las Vegas with the two girls and took plenty of photos with them. After their drunken episode on the first day, both girls let go of their worries and enjoyed the unexpected holiday. Luke wasn't short of money, so they could visit any place they wanted. After 2 days, he realized that Lan Chi, who seemed gentle, was actually wild and passionate, and Trinity, who seemed proactive, was shyer and more innocent. But when Lan Chi unleashed her wild and passionate side, Trinity was able to set her nature free, too. Naturally, Luke enjoyed the company of the two girls. After he woke up on the morning of the third day, he got dressed and left the room. He reached the forensics center before 8 o'clock and found old Grayson reading files in his office. Seeing that Luke was here, old Grayson gestured at him to close the door. A moment later, old Grayson shifted his gaze and said, "You look quite relaxed. Did anything good happen?" Luke chuckled. "Yes. I met 2 girls who were quite nice." Old Grayson was astonished. "2?" Luke nodded with a smile. Pondering for a moment, old Grayson nodded slowly. "That's not bad. You should try to relax like that once in a while. It'll be good for you." Luke wondered what Robert's reaction would be if he knew what old Grayson was telling him. Noticing his expression, old Grayson said casually, "Many mercenaries relax and readjust their mindset in various ways, and women are an effective and widely used method. That's not a problem." Luke thought for a moment before he nodded. "Got it." Old Grayson changed the subject. "We nabbed the diorama killer, it really was the female cleaner. Is there anything else you would like to add?" Luke shook his head. "No, I hope you don't blame me for ruining your fun." Old Grayson said, "You didn't." "Well, fine, I am slightly disappointed, but I must thank you for giving me the answer, since we can stop her from slaughtering more random, innocent victims." Luke chuckled but didn't say anything. Old Grayson had to be bummed. It was like 2 evenly matched opponents playing chess, and a bystander suddenly volunteering to play a move for one of them and checkmating the opponent. The loser would feel like crap, but the winner wouldn't be happy either, because he hadn't won through his own efforts. After saying that, old Grayson fell silent. He had never been a talker. Had it not been for Luke's special identity and condition, he wouldn't be wasting so much time talking to him. Now that Luke had an effective method to help him relax, though it was a little premature for an 18-year-old, old Grayson lost interest in helping him. After chatting for a while, they said goodbye and agreed to meet more often. Seeing Luke off from his office, old Grayson shook his head. Although they said that they would meet more often, both of them knew that they were too busy to do so. They would barely be able to meet a couple of times a year. However, he could call Robert later and tell him the good news that his foster son had bested him. At the very least, Robert didn't have a girlfriend, let alone 2 female friends, for a long time after graduating high school. Well, fine, old Grayson's main reason to make the call would be to mock his cousin, whom he had never seen eye to eye with. After Luke left, he met Hodges in the elevator. Both of them smiled and greeted each other, and Luke asked him how the barbecue restaurant case was coming along. Hodges didn't keep it a secret from Luke since he had been there as well. The outcome of the case was quite astonishing. The dead person, of whom only bones remained, turned out to be Henry, the boss of the restaurant. However, it wasn't his wife who killed him, nor Slick, who had been sleeping with his wife. Instead, it was Gomez, the chef who had been crazy enough to set a raccoon on fire, only to be burnt to a crisp along with the raccoon. It wasn't a complicated investigation. A lot of Henry's ribs had been skillfully removed from the grill. Henry went missing just as the hepatitis B outbreak happened in the restaurant, plus he had the disease as well. The postcard from Florida which his wife thought was from Henry was in fact mailed out a month after the hepatitis B outbreak. The writing on the postcard was Henry's, but how could a dead man send a postcard? Later, Gomez became a suspect. From the criminal database, the police discovered that Gomez had a history of faking paperwork. Furthermore, there were fingerprints on the postcard which belonged to Gomez's mother, who also had a criminal record and who lived in Florida. It was very clear what happened in this case. Gomez killed Henry and burned his body, which resulted in a hepatitis B outbreak in the restaurant. Then, he wrote a postcard in Henry's handwriting and had his mother send it from Florida, making it look like Henry was alive. His objective was simple: this was meant to cover up the fact that he murdered Henry, faked Henry's signature, and withdrew $250,000 from Henry and Shelley's shared bank accounts. Because of the postcard, Shelley thought that Henry had run off with a lover and the money. She never knew that Gomez had killed him. Luke was lost for words after hearing the whole story. He didn't know what to say about Gomez. As a criminal with past convictions, this man murdered someone for money, but blew himself up just a couple of months later. There was no telling if he had used up all the money yet. After hearing the story, Luke said goodbye to Hodges with the suggestion that they hang out again in the future. Hodges nodded with a smile and saw Luke off. After the elevator doors closed, Hodges murmured, "You're such a pretty boy that I'll only be outclassed if we hang out. I certainly won't go out with you." Outside the elevator, Luke was lost for words. They were still very close to each other and the elevator doors had yet to close all the way, so Luke heard Hodges clearly. This man turned out to be much funnier than he seemed. After he left the forensic center, Luke returned to his hotel room. Lonchi and Trinity had just woken up, and they greeted him with smiles when they saw him. They had lunch and chatted in the room. Mostly, the girls talked about their experiences in New York and the fun they had there. But as they talked, they moved the conversation to the bed again. It wasn't until later that night that Luke finally tried out some new things in the bathroom with the girls. 2 hours later, both girls were tired and drowsy when they came out of the bathroom. They were already snoring by the time they hit the bed. Luke made a call in the living room. A manager soon arrived with 2 security guards to deliver a metal case. After examining the money in the box, Luke asked them to leave. Closing the door, Luke took out the stuff in the box and returned to the bedroom. The 2 passionate and flexible girls were sound asleep. Luke gently rubbed their ears for a moment, before he drew back his hands and nodded in satisfaction. After that, he left the room with his suitcase. Luke met Selena that night and they went to the airport. On the plane, Selena observed him curiously. "Did you have fun the last 2 days?" Luke smiled and didn't say anything, but his eyes gave him away. Selena asked, "Don't you find 2 girls exhausting?" Luke kept smiling. "With my physique, I'm still far from exhausted." Noticing the look on his face, Selena snorted. "Fine, forget I asked." Luke chuckled. "You bought a lot for yourself, didn't you? Look at your clothes. Well, the latest Chanel product. Isn't it worth $12,000? How does it feel to be rich?" Selena said guiltily, "I only bought this one. It can't be refunded." Luke said, "Then just keep wearing it. I don't think the rest of your clothes match this coat, though." Looking at Selena's sweater and shirt, which had been bought on sale, Luke shook his head and knew that together, they still cost less than even a single button on her new coat. He just hoped that Selena's coat wasn't the type that couldn't be washed. If so, she would certainly regret it when the coat became dirty. Selena was creeped out by Luke's gaze. "What are you looking at? Why are you giving me such a pitying look? This is a genuine product that I bought at a Chanel store." Luke chuckled. Luke could only say, "Don't wear this coat to work." Selena said, "Do you think I'm an idiot who'll go to work in a coat worth more than 10 grand? I'm not a celebrity." Luke thought for a moment and realized that it made sense. Selena suddenly changed the subject. "You didn't take any pictures this time. Elena's pictures last time were very beautiful." Luke chuckled. "No. Vegas has nothing special, and I'm a terrible photographer." Selena remembered how beautiful Elena's pictures were, seeing how the latter was an art student, and what an eyesore Luke's own photos were. What she didn't know was that Luke had taken a lot of photos when he went around Las Vegas with the two girls, but the SD cards were in his inventory, so it was impossible for him to show them to Selena. The plane soon landed in Los Angeles. They went home in Luke's police car, which he had left in airport parking. Selena took off her new coat the moment she got home and carefully hung up the precious treasure in her closet. All her clothes and shoes combined didn't cost as much as this coat, of course she had to be careful. Luke threw his suitcase into his room and called Elsa. "Boss, just letting you know that I'm back." Elsa said, "Well, you certainly enjoyed every second of your holiday, didn't you?" Luke chuckled. With more than $3 million in legal cash and after enjoying himself with two flexible and passionate dancers, he certainly wasn't in a hurry to go back to work. After complaining for a bit, Elsa immediately got down to business. "It's good to have you back. Get here early tomorrow. I have 2 cases for you." Luke didn't ask about the details, because he was afraid that Elsa wouldn't be able to stop talking if he did. "All right, boss. I'll get to your office half an hour earlier tomorrow. Try to get some sleep, or you may get eye bags. Good night." Luke quickly hung up. Elsa almost choked. She couldn't help but look at herself in the mirror that was on her table, only to immediately place it face down. "No, I have to get enough rest, or he'll definitely mock me tomorrow." She had been busy at work because she had just been promoted. She had to prove herself worthy of her new position. Soon, Luke took a shower and said good night to Selena. Both of them went to sleep. In a certain suite in Caesar's Palace Hotel, Trinity woke up. She felt very comfortable. The white sheet and quilt felt so nice on her naked skin that she didn't want to move at all. Eyes still half closed, she dozed for a while, and suddenly smiled as she recalled the way mischief flashed in the eyes of a certain someone. When they first met, she thought that he was a good guy who was solemn in nature. But after 2 days, she discovered that there was a playfulness hidden under his gentle appearance, which made him even more likable. Remembering the past 2 days, she chuckled now and then absent-mindedly. Suddenly, she sensed someone draw close to hug her. Trinity opened her eyes helplessly. "Lan Chi, didn't you say that you wouldn't learn from Luke?" Next to her, Lan Chi had woken up as well, and she smiled at Trinity. Hearing what Trinity said, Lan Chi quickly tickled her, mischief in her eyes. Trinity burst out laughing and struggled, but to no avail. She was so exhausted, as if she had run a marathon. She really had no strength left. Lan Chi, on the other hand, still had a bit of energy, and naturally, could play however much she wanted. It wasn't until 30 seconds later that Lan Chi finally released Trinity, who was almost crying with laughter. She asked, "Why are your lips sweet?" Trinity was angry. "Because of the ice cream and chocolate you bought, of course. I'm definitely going to gain weight." Lan Chi chuckled and asked, "You don't like them?" Lost for words for a moment, Trinity admitted, "Fine, they don't taste bad at all." Lan Chi patted her head and comforted her. "When we go back, you can train harder to get rid of the calories." Trinity nodded. "Fine. You're always so smart." "Ha. Wait, what's this?" In the dim light, something glimmered in Lan Chi's left ear. Baffled, Trinity reached out to touch it. Trinity was blank. "Since when did you put in an earring?" As dancers, they barely wore any accessories because it was inconvenient for them. While hanging out with Luke, they had never returned to base either, and didn't have anything on them except their phones and purses. Grinning, Lan Chi got off her and turned on the lamp, which illuminated the bed. Lan Chi lay down on the bed again. "It's not just me. Aren't you wearing an earring, too?" Trinity subconsciously touched her right ear and felt something cool. Lan Chi pushed her hand away with a smile. "I'll help take yours off, and you take off mine." A moment later, they were each holding an earring, baffled. This had to be a farewell gift from a certain someone, right? But why had they each been given one earring instead of a pair? Also, they realized that the two earrings belonged to the same pair. What was that about? Both girls mumbled to themselves. In the end, Lanchi rolled her eyes as she got it. Chuckling, she said to Trinity, "Don't you see? He's obviously implying that we're a pair." Trinity was confused. Huh? Really? Lanchi said, "Of course. Otherwise, he could have given each of us a pair, right? Huh? Let me look around. That guy likes tricks the best." Then, after searching for a while, she returned with her purse. Sitting on the bed, she unzipped her purse and poured out everything. There was a mirror, lipstick, a makeup kit, an eyebrow pencil, eyebrow tweezers, mascara, a keychain, and some cards, coins and bills. Among the items was a tiny box that had the distinctive Tiffany icon on it. She opened the box and read the paper that was inside. Is that guy actually rich? But I don't think police officers earn very much, right? Trinity was too tired to move. She simply asked, "What's in it?" Lanchi said, "An invoice and a certificate for my earring." Trinity grew curious, but she really couldn't move. She could only say, "Let me have a look." Lanchi glanced at her and said, "Wait a minute. I'll find your invoice." A moment later, Lanchi returned with Trinity's purse and poured out everything onto the bed. She found Trinity's box too. She opened it and showed her the invoice. "Look at this. It's from that guy." Opening her eyes, Trinity glanced at the invoice, and her eyes bulged. "How much is this?" 5,200. Lanchi scoffed. "What are you thinking? This is elementary math." Trinity was lost for words. She had only chosen the career of a dancer because her grades in elementary school were terrible. Lanchi said, "It's $52,000. Mine's the same. So, this pair of earrings costs around $100,000 in total." She checked the certificate and examined the earring more carefully. "That guy engraved your name on the earring." Trinity checked the earring in her own hand, and indeed, it had an extremely tiny engraving of Lanchi's name on it. Lanchi shrugged. "Fine. They won't get mixed up now." As she spoke, they exchanged earrings. Trinity said, Is it okay for us to accept this?" Lanchi stared at her and said, "Are you trying to say that you aren't a professional escort who charges for sex?" Trinity lowered her head in embarrassment, but that was exactly what she was thinking. Lanchi suddenly chuckled and kissed her again. "Stop dreaming. $52,000 for 2 days is way too expensive for any escort. You wouldn't be able to earn so much even if you were one." Trinity bit her lip and said, "I'm not." Lanchi giggled and said, "Of course you're not. He would have given you maybe $2,000 if you were one. The fact that this gift is so expensive means that he doesn't take you for an escort, all right? Besides, forget it." Trinity was annoyed when Lanchi didn't finish her sentence. "Hey, can't you finish what you were going to say? Why do you sound more and more like Luke now?" Lanchi didn't say anything, and simply put the items that were on the bed back into their respective purses. After cleaning up, Lanchi poured herself a glass of wine and enjoyed it on the bed. Trinity couldn't keep it up. Like a child, her anger faded as quickly as it had appeared. "Pour me some, please." Lanchi didn't tease her this time, but quickly poured her a glass. She also helped Trinity, who could still barely move, sit up. Sipping the wine, Trinity suddenly asked after a brief daze, "Does he like me?" Lanchi didn't give her a straight answer. She sighed inwardly. "Silly girl, look at the gifts we received. He likes the two of us together, not separately." The two girls chatted in the dim light, mostly about a certain someone who had left. In Los Angeles, Luke was energetic after he woke up in the morning. After the trip to Las Vegas, he felt like he was on fire, and ready for something big. With his excessive energy, he first prepared a delicious breakfast, plus dessert for Selena, before he woke her up. The very first thing that Selina did after she woke up was to check her precious Chanel coat in the closet. Seeing that it was still hanging there, Selina was relieved. Great. It wasn't a dream. Leaning against the door, Luke asked, "What did you think was a dream?" "That you won the lottery." Selina chuckled. "I dreamt that I paid $10,000 for a coat, and my heart ached when I took out the money." Luke asked, "Does your heart not hurt anymore now that you've woken up and seen it for yourself?" Selina said, "It still hurts, but the pain is worth it." Luke. He never should underestimate a woman's determination in the pursuit of prettiness. After breakfast, they went to work in their car. Luke had barely greeted Elsa in her office before she threw a stack of files at him and said, "Look into this case first, and try to find something as soon as possible." Luke gave the files to Selina to read first before he asked Elsa, "What's the situation?" Elsa said helplessly, "A bunch of WD-36 gang members have been active in our district recently. They confined their activities to the USC area previously, but they're in our district now for some reason, and have committed quite a few major crimes. Several people from our local upper-class neighborhoods have complained about them." Interested, Luke nodded and said, "But it can't be too serious, right?" Elsa said, "They barged into Beverly Hills and even harassed Shira." Luke raised his eyebrow. "They're so gutsy." Elsa said, "I don't know if they're crazy or not, but they went looking for Shira and told her to pay them a sh** load of money for the weed that she ordered, before security drove them out." Luke asked, "A sh** load of money?" Elsa said, "They're charging $20,000 for a pound of weed." Luke was lost for words. What are they thinking? That's 3 times the market price. Elsa said, "That's right. Shira called me. She's afraid that it could be a trap to spread the rumor that she's purchasing a tremendous amount of weed." Luke thought for a moment and realized what that meant. A pound equaled 16 ounces, or about 450 grams. Most people smoked 1/8 of an ounce of weed each time, so 1 pound of weed was enough for more than 100 people. If this got out, many people would believe that Shira was having a large gathering of people to smoke weed together, and her reputation would be tarnished. No wonder Shira was so anxious. Luke understood why Elsa had given him the case. That was because he had met Shira before, and they could trust each other. If it was another detective carrying out the investigation, Shira probably wouldn't say anything in case rumors started to spread. Luke said, "So, what do you want me to do?" Elsa said, "Find out why they're messing around in our district. The best would be if you can capture some of the hoodlums so we can put them in jail for a couple of months to teach them a lesson." Luke nodded. "Got it. Have you talked to Shira?" "Yes, I have. If you need any backup, just call me," said Elsa, who saw that Selina was already eager to get going on the investigation. Luke nodded. "Of course. You've always been the strongest shield that backs us up, boss." Elsa said, "Quit playing around and get to work." Lost for words, Luke put a paper bag on the desk and said, "I don't feel happy about giving you my cupcakes now that you've said that. We're leaving. We'll be in touch." After they left, Elsa quickly hid the paper bag in the bottommost drawer of her table. When Luke brought her cupcakes previously, she didn't have her own office yet, and her shameless friends stole the cupcakes one after another until there was only one left for her. She knew better now, and hid the cupcakes well so that she would have something to eat when she was too busy to get proper food. Giving his boss the cupcakes as a gift wasn't a big deal for Luke. After all, it made little difference whether he was baking 30 or 50 cupcakes at a time. It only required 10 to 15 minutes of prep work before he put the cupcakes into the oven. The ingredients cost even less than fast food, but the cupcakes were certainly priceless for those who didn't have time to cook. They certainly couldn't taste bad, judging by how much Selina praised them. Of course, Luke had found a myriad of recipes online, and he switched out the flavors every other day in case Selina grew tired of the cupcakes, if she ever would. Leaving the police department in his car, Luke drove off to Beverly Hills. He was driving because Selena had to sort through the intelligence and read it to him, sort of like a secretary, so she couldn't drive. She also had to contact Shira, who was generally too busy to meet anyone without an appointment. However, they were certain that they would be able to see Shira today since Elsa had called her last night. When they reached Shira's villa, Luke was prepared to show security his officer's certificate. Unlike most of the time when he simply flashed his badge, he thought that the certificate would be needed since he was meeting a big star. As it turned out, he didn't have to show either one before he was let in. He was quite surprised. Clearly, the head of security, who had followed Shira and Luke around when they examined the villa last time, remembered Luke's face. Shira welcomed Luke at the door, which made him even more surprised. He wondered why Shira was being so friendly. After they sat down inside, Shira couldn't help but ask, "Is that Bobby guy, all right?" Luke raised an eyebrow. "Has he been harassing you again?" Shira shook her head quickly. "Not really. But I haven't heard anything about him in a long while, so." Luke chuckled. She was clearly uneasy now that the person who had been harassing her regularly had suddenly gone missing. Of course, it wasn't like Shira was suffering from Stockholm Syndrome, she only wanted to know for sure that Bobby was still under Luke's control. "I found something for him to do. He'll be busy for the next couple of days, so don't worry about him," said Luke. Shira was immensely relieved, but then realized that she shouldn't be too obvious about it. She said quickly, "Do you want anything to drink? Coffee? Meryl, please let the detectives know what we have." Luke asked, "Do you have green tea? If not, soda water will be fine for me." Selena said, "I would like a cup of milk tea or a cappuccino." Meryl nodded respectfully and went to the kitchen to prepare the drinks. Without wasting any time, Luke said, "Miss Shira." Shira raised her hand. "No need to be so polite. You work with Elsa, and you did me a huge favor, so you're a friend. You can just call me Shira." Luke nodded and said, "Okay, Shira. Let's focus on business. What's with those drug dealers? Are you sure that you don't know them, personally or otherwise?" Shira shook her head quickly. "No, I." Hesitating for a long moment, she finally said in a low voice, "Earlier, well, you know that Bobby was really bothering me, right?" "So?" Luke interrupted her. "I know. So?" Shira said, "But I really have never been in contact with those WD-36 gangsters before. Elsa told me a thing or two about them, and I'm positive that I've never met them before." Luke and Selena looked at each other, unconvinced. Human beings were strange creatures, who often lied unconsciously even though it was unnecessary. Maybe because they didn't want to talk about it, or maybe just for the heck of it, they would twist the facts until their memories changed accordingly. It was also why time was of the essence in an investigation. The longer the delay, the less reliable the memories of important eyewitnesses became. Thinking for a moment, Luke asked, "Do you have any suspects? I mean, whoever you think might have gotten you into this mess, including but not limited to acquaintances, neighbors and friends." Shira hesitated again. At that moment, Meryl served green tea and a cappuccino. After Meryl left, Shira said in an even lower voice, "I suspect that it's the house over there that attracted them." Luke was actually surprised that she did have a suspect. "Keep her voice low," Shira said, "I think it's the place where the daughter of the president of the Tiger Foundation lives." Luke and Selena were both astonished. Luke had told Selena about Katie's case before, including the minor fuss caused by Jenny, the daughter of the president of the Tiger Foundation. This was a real-life lesson for Selena. Jenny had left a deep impression on Selena, as she was the typical example of a suspect who wouldn't help with the investigation because they were guilty themselves. Luke suddenly wondered if he had something to do with all this. It was WD-36 that had provided Jenny with weed. They were one of the largest gangs in the drug business in the USC area. Previously, Luke had destroyed 6 gang bases in 6 days to get enough experience and credit points. He recalled that he had killed WD-30's third in command. But Luke didn't say anything and only continued with his questions. Half an hour later, Luke and Selena rose and said goodbye to Shira. At the door, Luke thought for a moment before saying to Shira, "Shira, I'll try to resolve your problem in a week. Don't worry too much, and just focus on your own things." Shira wasn't surprised. She knew that Elsa trusted and thought highly of this young man. She nodded and said, "Call me if you need anything from me." Luke nodded with a smile. "You, too. You have my number." Selena put on a weird expression. After they got in a car, Selena suddenly asked, "Are you interested in her?" Luke was puzzled. Huh? What she said at the end was very strange. "If you need anything from me." "Hee, isn't she in her 30s, said Selena playfully. Luke said, "She's only 29. If you say that she's in her 30s to her face, she'll get her security to kick you out." Selena said, "I believe she would. If she calls you in the middle of the night and says, 'I must have you, baby,' are you gonna run over naked?" Luke said, "No, I'll remember to wear pants." Selena, "I must have you, baby." Luke, "What?" Selena, "Why are you still wearing your shirt? You said yourself that you'd only be wearing pants if you heard that." Luke, B*****. As they talked and laughed, they reached Jenny's villa. A security guard came over after they pressed the doorbell, and it wasn't any of the ones whom Luke met before. The man asked, "Can I help you?" Luke showed the man his badge and said, "I'm Luke from LAPD. This is Selena. We'd like to talk to Miss Jenny about some local happenings." The security guard frowned and said, "You can ask me." Luke nodded and asked, "Do you know that some dealers are peddling weed in this area?" Shifting his gaze, the security guard said, "No, I don't." Luke chuckled and said, "Have any of the neighbors mentioned it before?" The security guard shook his head. "We aren't familiar with our neighbors. This is Beverly Hills, you know, not an apartment building." Luke nodded and said, "Then sorry for disturbing you." Then, he and Selena got into their car and left. Selena said, "That security guard was too cold. Why does it seem like he didn't like us?" Luke chuckled. "Who knows? I didn't see him last time. The security guards have changed." Selena saw that Luke was driving in an odd direction. "Where are you going?" Luke said, "The front door is fine, but most accidents happen at the back. We need to take a look." Selena didn't really understand, but she knew that Luke had his reasons, so she stopped asking. Luke was thinking that if Miss Jenny was still buying weed, the transactions would only happen at the back door. So, it wouldn't hurt to check it out. At the back, Luke slowed down and rolled down the window as he observed the environment. How things had changed. The last time he came to this villa, Elsa had still been indifferent to him. A Ford SUV suddenly blew past them. Luke took a sniff and hit the brake. Thinking for a moment, he eased up on it and slowly drove on. This place had changed. The back entrance, which had been almost directly facing the house across the street, had moved. Luke observed from the car for a moment, and knew that the back entrance was now out of the range of the surveillance camera across the street, which belonged to Smith. Jenny had adjusted her own surveillance camera, too. It was installed behind the back door and wouldn't capture a view of anything else. It seemed that Miss Jenny hadn't given up after the videotape incident last time, and was continuing with her little hobby. The rich could indeed do whatever they wanted. But of course, weed wasn't really a big deal in America. Everybody had the odd friend or two who had smoked weed before. Observing the environment and taking deep breaths, Luke turned the car around and sped up. Selena asked, "Huh? We aren't getting out to check out the area?" Luke said, "No need. Miss Jenny is in the SUV that just passed us. There's no need to be concerned with her villa now. Selina was confused. She left her house. Luke said mockingly, well, I don't know if she went willingly, but there are 4 men in that car, and none of them are her security guards, so what do you think? Selina didn't question his judgment, and merely frowned. 4 men who aren't her security guards. Has she been kidnapped? Luke said, I can't say for sure, but we can track them. The 4 men didn't smell as clean as security guards, and reeked of weed, heroin, cash and gun oil as well as gunpowder. They were all probably drug dealers. With elementary driving and sharp nose, Luke caught up to the SUV just several minutes later. This SUV was pretty shabby and old, but all the windows had been upgraded with dark tint. It was thus impossible to see what was going in the car except through the windshield. Tinted windows weren't rare in California, where the sun was strong, and they certainly weren't unusual on a car that had 4 drug dealers and a girl. Selina waited, only to realize that Luke was just following the SUV. She thought for a moment before she asked, are you hoping to catch more of them? Luke chuckled and nodded. Miss Jenny doesn't like us anyway, so we'll just let her enjoy the company of 4 men with strong body odor. Selina had no objections. After all, she didn't know Jenny, and she always supported Luke unconditionally. Just like that, the 2 cars left Beverly Hills and entered a neighborhood south of USC. Luke sped up and parked the car on the side of the road 30 meters away before the people in the SUV got out. Luke said quickly, back me up from here, but don't shoot until I give you the signal, in case you expose yourself. Selina examined her pistol and her magazines, before she nodded and said, got it. Pay attention to your surroundings, or someone may sneak up on you from the back, Luke reminded Selina. Selina rolled her eyes. Isn't that what you want to do to me every day? Luke, really? Well, that did sound rather tempting. But he laughed the next second. Ha! I don't think Miss Jenny is enjoying this trip. Not far away, 2 men were taking a woman, who was in her nightie, out of the SUV. Naturally, that woman was Miss Jenny. One of the 2 men reached out to push Miss Jenny forward when she seemed reluctant to move. And both Luke and Selina could see that the man didn't just push her. Miss Jenny screamed and pitched forward before looking back at the man in fear, but the man just hooted. Luke smacked his lips and said, see that? I said that they liked the back. But Selina simply looked at him in disdain. He hurriedly said, I'm not like them. Trust me. Selina said, you men are all the same. Luke shrugged. I'm a police officer who's here to save her. Remember, don't let anyone sneak up on you from. Fine. I'm going. Sensing Selina's unfriendly look, he dropped the joke and quickly got out of the car. He moved quickly but stealthily along the cars parked on the roadside, and soon reached the Ford SUV. Then, he quietly tailed the 4 men and the woman. None of them paid any attention to their backs. Miss Jenny, who was half naked, was terrified and helpless. She was shivering. Her skin burned from where the man had touched her just now, as if it was corroded by vitriol. Of course, it was just her illusion, and her skin was just as fair and smooth as before. The 4 men, on the other hand, were obviously too captivated by Jenny's sexy body to notice the stranger behind him. It wasn't until they reached a bungalow 10 meters away and one of the men pushed Jenny inside that a male voice suddenly rang out behind them. Ah, Miss Queenies. It's been a while. I didn't expect to see you here. Stunned, they all turned around, only to see a kid who looked like a high school student smiling gently at them. Under the golden morning sun, his smile was as pure as an angel's. F***CK. Kiddo, you want to get yourself killed, one of the men immediately yelled. Jenny was at a loss, and couldn't recall who Luke was. Ignoring the man, Luke took out his wallet. The 4 men felt that something was wrong. Why did this wallet and this pose seem so familiar? The next second, the wallet was opened to reveal the badge inside, and Luke said, LAPD. Miss Queenies, do you remember me now? The four men's faces changed, and Jenny was ecstatic, though she didn't remember this boy. Help! They're kidnappers. That was exactly what Luke had been waiting for. As if on cue, all the four men reached for their waists. The smile still on his face, Luke suddenly stepped forward and kneed one of the kidnappers hard in the groin. There was the sound of something rupturing, and the kidnapper's eyes popped out. Clutching his groin with both hands, he slowly fell to his knees. After that knee attack, Luke swung around with his right arm curled to hit the face of a second kidnapper. He then smashed in the face of a third kidnapper with a left hook, before kicking the fourth kidnapper, who was also the one who had opened the door, in the abdomen. In less than 2 seconds, the faces of 2 of the kidnappers were bleeding, and the other 2 had collapsed as they clutched the lower parts of their bodies. Luke stepped forward and pulled Jenny behind him. "Don't scream, don't move, and stay still." As he said that, he kicked the heads of the 2 kidnappers clutching themselves on the ground, knocking them out. It was actually a relief for them. Protecting Jenny, Luke slowly retreated. A few seconds later, 2 bald men in fancy jackets came out. Seeing the 4 unconscious men, one of them shouted, "Ah, there's trouble. Over here." Ugh! Pain exploded in his head and he collapsed, the pistol he had just drawn dropping to the ground. The other bald man wasn't as quick, and was only just reaching for his gun when he saw his partner get knocked out. Then, a fist loomed before his eyes. Bam! His head went blank and he spun around twice in the air before finally falling to the ground. Luke glanced at Selina, only to see that she was gesturing at him. With his sharp nose, he had already sensed that there were a lot of people in the house. There were more than 30 people, as well as plenty of guns, weed and heroin, which indicated that this was a major base for WD-36. In the next second, he picked up Miss Jenny and rushed off, and gave Selina a signal. Selina started moving as well. Less than 10 seconds later, he put Miss Jenny behind a car. "My partner Selina will take you to my car. Don't scream and don't run." He then ran back to the drug dealer's Ford SUV. Taking out his gun, he flashed his badge. "LAPD. You're surrounded. Lay down your weapons and get down on the ground." The dozen people who had just run out of the bungalow were all stunned to hear that. But they exploded with rage in the next second. One man with one pistol had them surrounded. Was he an idiot? The dozen gangsters, who looked like zebras with the tattoos on them, took out their guns. F***CKU. Kiss my ass. You son of a B***TCH. I'm going to cut your balls open. For a moment, all of them were cursing and yelling. Ignoring the approaching gangsters, Luke shouted again, "This is LAPD. Drop your weapons and follow our instructions, or I'll open fire." His provocation riled them up again, and they cursed and yelled once more. At that moment, a dozen more people ran out of the bungalow, and some of them were especially trigger-happy. "Ah! Cops! Go to hell! Bang! 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 Bang!" One of them raised his gun and fired at Luke. Galvanized by how gutsy he was, the man's colleagues raised their guns and shot at Luke too. Distracted by Luke, nobody noticed that Selina had moved Miss Jenny to their car 30 meters away. Selina was also talking on the police intercom. "We're under attack by a group of armed thugs. There are more than 30 of them. We need backup. Repeat, we need backup." Sitting in the back seat, Miss Jenny observed the battle through the windshield in fear. After Selina was done, Jenny finally asked in a trembling voice, "You're not going to help your partner?" Selina didn't look at her, but simply observed their surroundings with the cameras on the car. Luke himself had installed those cameras. There were 12 of them on the left, right, top and bottom of the car, leaving no blind angles. The glass was bulletproof too, and the important parts of the car had a double layer of bulletproofing. Luke had modified the engine using Belle's and Tony Stark's abilities, otherwise it wouldn't be able to power this bulletproof car. So, there was no reason for Selina to get out. She was now in the driver's seat. If anything went wrong, this car itself would be a great weapon that could kill a lot of people when it was fast enough. It would be much more effective than shooting. Also, Luke's signal had indicated that he didn't need her help for now. Luke had already slipped away from the Ford SUV. According to the simple test he had performed that morning, his strength was now 12 times that of a regular person. Together with his dexterity, which was 4 times that of a regular person, he was able to dash 20 meters in 2 seconds. Observing the environment for a moment, he confirmed that he was safe with his sharp nose. He chose a few possible locations for cover, then raised his gun. Bang! Bang! 2 guys who were busy shooting and yelling cried and collapsed with bullets in their legs. The WD-36 gangsters were stunned, with no idea what happened. How had that boy shot their people when he was hiding behind a car? Luke took out a mirror and looked into it. He was surprised that none of the gangsters were facing his direction. He craned his head again. Bang! Bang! Another 2 gangsters screamed and fell, gripping their legs. If he had the instincts of a super shooter, he wouldn't need to aim at all, and would be able to hit a couple of targets using the instinctive reactions of his body. But instincts could only be nurtured with both talent and experience. Luke had enough strength and dexterity, but he had no experience. With that in mind, it might be better for him to add 20 to mental strength. To activate a number of super abilities, it was a prerequisite that all his basic attributes reach 20. Physical outburst and curve shooting from the female shooter Rebecca, for example, demanded 20 mental strength as a prerequisite. He had to level up and increase his mental strength. He only needed 1 level up for that, anyway. Thinking that, Luke looked at the confused WD-36 gangsters. Last time, he had killed the gang's 3rd in command. Could he wipe out the top 2 leaders of the gang in this quest to reap experience? That way, the case that Elsa gave him could be closed. After all, if WD-36 was completely destroyed, it wouldn't be able to sell weed in Beverly Hills anymore. As his thoughts flashed through his mind, Luke looked at the gang members in his mirror, and craned his head again when nobody was looking at him. Bang! Bang! Ah! This time, it wasn't just the victims of his gunshots, but several of the other more high-strung gangsters also screamed before they fled. Luke was lost for words. Why are you running when you haven't been shot yet? Their cries were so loud that some neighbors opened their windows to see what was going on. Luke could only switch positions and hide in the flowers and grass. Pa! 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 Using the plants as cover gave him more time, and he hit another 4 gangsters. At this point, the gangsters seemed to finally realize what was going on. They yelled and looked for cover. Luke, however, had moved to a different location. Hiding in a tree behind the bungalow, he smiled at the stupid gangsters. He had taken down a dozen of their colleagues before they finally realized that they needed cover. Clearly, they had slow reflexes. Their lousy performance wasn't surprising, however, since these gangsters only took advantage of ordinary people or other gangsters who weren't any stronger than they were. In the car, Miss Jenny asked in shock, "Wait, is this all the work of Detective Luther?" Selina glared at the rich girl in the rearview mirror and said, "His name is Luke, not Luther, all right?" Miss Jenny said awkwardly. "Well, I was too scared just now, and I didn't quite catch his name." Selina chuckled coldly. Jenny couldn't help but shiver at the sound. She asked, "Can I borrow some clothes?" Selina rolled her eyes and searched in a box, before she threw something into the back seat. "There's nothing but this." Jenny said, "Isn't this too small?" What Selina had given her was a common towel that was 50 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. It could only serve as a short skirt at most. How could she ward off the cold with that? Selena said, "We usually leave our house dressed, not like you coming out naked." After a brief silence, Jenny argued timidly, "Actually, I didn't come out willingly, they kidnapped me." Sigh, just a minute. Selena did find it outrageous to just give her a towel. Selena searched under her seat and found a vest. "Here. This should work." Stunned, Jenny let Selena throw a vest over her head. A moment later, Jenny took down the vest from her head. She hesitated at the LAPD printed on the vest, but still put it on in the end. Selena looked at her in the rearview mirror, then shifted her gaze before she said, "It's not bad, right? Bulletproof and warm." Jenny quietly complained, "Can't you see that my breasts are still exposed to the air, or that my butt can't be covered by this vest at all?" However, this vest was the only thing that counted as clothing in the car. Jenny was still slightly cold. She could only put the towel around her neck to block the gaps in the vest and keep her neck warm. While the two women were locked in an unfriendly exchange in the car, Luke was engaging in a different sort of exchange that was even more unfriendly with the WD-36 gangsters. Looking at the gangsters who were hiding or scurrying around in fear, Luke didn't really want to kill them. That was mostly because Luke would be in a lot of trouble if he went on a killing spree outside his own district. Thus, he didn't kill any of the gangsters, and at most only injured them. If he really wanted to finish them off, the best solution would be to make them disappear. No bodies, no blood, and no reports meant no cases for the police department. Finally, two police cars approached in the distance with their sirens blaring. The WD-36 gangsters were obviously in a panic. Some of them fled, and those who stayed behind were also looking for places to hide. However, there were always those who thought differently from everyone else. When the two police cars were dozens of meters away, some of the gangsters started shooting at them. The two police cars hurriedly pulled over. The officers got out quickly and shouted, "LAPD. You're surrounded. Drop your weapons and get down on the ground." Of course, nobody obeyed them, but the four officers from the police cars raised their guns and started firing at the gangsters 2 seconds after the warning. Obviously, they hadn't meant it. Luke watched the show from the rooftop of another building further away. Now that other police officers had arrived, he didn't want to take action anymore. Everything Luke had done after confirming Jenny's abduction had been on purpose. After injuring a dozen or so gangsters, he let the backup officers take care of the rest. Any of the officers who wanted to claim the credit would then say that they were the ones who had injured the gangsters, so Luke wouldn't be held fully responsible for everything. A few minutes later, more sirens echoed in the air, and a dozen police cars pulled up and surrounded the entire area. Luke knew that it was almost over. There were 30 officers here, and only a handful of WD-36 gangsters. The latter wouldn't be able to keep resisting for long. Also, the longer they resisted, the more severe their punishment would be. Luke slipped back to his car and got into the passenger seat, before he smiled at the shivering lady in the back seat. "Hello, Miss Guinness, what an honor to see you again." With a complicated expression, Jenny said, "Ah, it's good to see you too, Detective Luke." Luke said, "Can you tell us what happened today?" Jenny was apparently too embarrassed to talk. Luke shook his head and said, "Jenny, look, I didn't read you the Miranda warning. This isn't an interrogation, but simply a private chat. Nothing you say here will be recorded. We're only trying to find out the root cause of everything. After all, 10 of those gangsters are already down, and will need an explanation." Jenny hesitated for a moment, but finally confessed the basic situation. The matter wasn't complicated at all. She wanted to buy weed, and made a deal with the WD-36 people at the back door, but they suddenly kidnapped her this time. Finding it odd, Luke asked, "You're a regular client, why did they abduct you?" Jenny was a loyal customer, and wasn't reluctant to pay. If Luke's guess is correct, the pound of weed which was delivered to Shira had actually been Miss Jenny's order, except that it was sent to the wrong place. That pound of weed had been sold at 3 times the market price. If Miss Jenny was so generous, why would they kidnap her? It wasn't a smart thing to mess with the rich, especially an influential tycoon like Jenny's father. Jenny, however, fell silent again. Selina was enjoying the drama. Seeing that it wasn't going to continue, she rolled her eyes and gestured at Luke. Luke thought for a moment. He then got out of the car to get into the back seat. After that, he took off his coat and covered the pitiful, shivering girl with it. "Do you feel better now?" Her head lowered, Jenny was silent, but she suddenly threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Selina continued enjoying the drama. Luke snorted and gently stroked Jenny's back. It was a trick for soothing someone, similar to stroking a cat or a dog. Very soon, Jenny's wails turned into low sobs. Luke took a box of tissues from Selina and gave Jenny one. There. You're safe. Now." He sounded gentle and calm, like the baritone of a midnight radio show host. Jenny cried so hard that she couldn't stop hiccuping. She accepted the tissue and wiped her tears. A moment later, she finally said gloomily, "After my father found out about that thing last time, he changed my security guards and told them to watch me. But I couldn't take it anymore, and contacted the gang to buy weed. To avoid the new security guards, I pretended that I was sleeping before I slipped down to the back door." Luke and Selina looked at each other, both amused. "It's almost like you wanted something to happen to you." Her head down, Jenny didn't see their expressions. Sobbing, she continued, "But I didn't know any of the people that came to my house. They snatched me after taking my money." She was silent for another long moment. Selina couldn't help but look at Luke suspiciously, but Luke simply shook his head, hinting for not to be hasty. A moment later, Jenny continued, "They put me in their car and said that they wouldn't let me go until I gave them a huge sum of money." As she talked, she suddenly turned around and cried hard in Luke's arms. They said that they would rape me and record it. They said I had to listen to them in the future, or they would sell the recording to USC. Both Luke and Selina were struck with realization. They should have seen this coming. It was a shameless but effective trick, particularly on a young and wealthy woman who was still in college. Even though Jenny was the victim, she would still be under a tremendous amount of pressure later. Not everybody would sympathize with her. Many people would gloat and even maliciously spread what happened to her. No wonder Jenny was so wrung out. She had just been pulled back from the brink of ruin. Chances were that videos of her would have been forever preserved on the hard drives of some shut-in nerds even after she was dead. That explained why the WD-36 gangsters had the guts to kidnap her. Blackmail and threats were cliché, but they worked almost all the time, which was why criminals loved using them. While Luke was talking to Jenny in the car, the police officers had captured most of the WD-36 gangsters and invaded their nest. Several armed gangsters were hiding in the house, so the officers were within their rights to break in and arrest them. A lot of things were discovered in the house. Luke was too far away to identify the drugs and guns, but he clearly saw 5 girls in makeshift coats being led out of the house. Their bare legs suggested that they were probably wearing nothing under the coats either. Their expressions were sluggish and dazed. It was obvious that they had been drugged. If Miss Jenny had been pushed inside just now, she would probably have ended up in exactly the same way. Thinking that, Miss Jenny calmed down. She was tired of crying. Luke told Selina to take care of the rest. Mostly, they needed to let the director of the local police department know what had started the gunfight and about the injuries sustained by the dozen unlucky gangsters whom Luke had taken down. Hearing that the 2 detectives had cleaned up a dozen gangsters, the director was suspicious, but didn't say anything. There would definitely be an investigation later, as this was a major case in which more than 30 gangsters publicly and violently refused arrest. The illegal items and the 6 girls in the bungalow were a shock as well. The case would definitely be thoroughly investigated. Selina talked to the director for almost an hour and completed all the necessary paperwork, before she finally returned to the car. Seeing the two people in the back seat, she said angrily, "Hey, Miss Queenies, don't you think it's time you let go of my partner? He's still a boy." Jenny felt a lot better. It was too noisy outside for her to sleep, but she didn't want to leave Luke's arms. After hugging Luke for such a long time, she would be a fool not to have felt his muscles. She even casually measured those muscles with her hands. Besides, Luke was clean and didn't have the typical smell of an unwashed man, there was only a vague, pleasant shampoo fragrance. Well, it was probably just Jenny's illusion. But of course, she preferred to be comforted in the arms of a sunny, handsome man than to be held captive by four gangsters who stank. Luke gestured at Selina, who could only roll her eyes as she started the car. They took Jenny back to her villa in Beverly Hills and handed her over to the security guards. She left the car, but after taking a few steps, she hopped back to Luke and kissed him deeply. "Thank you, Luke." Luke smiled. "You're too kind. I'm a police detective." Jenny reluctantly let go and entered her house, turning back to look at him a couple of times. A moment later, Luke and Selina returned to the car. This time, Luke drove. Selina snorted. "What do you have to say about this rich young lady?" Luke said, "Well, she certainly smelled great." Selina said, "Ha. You're truly shameless. Just wipe your face already." She threw a tissue at him angrily. "Why didn't you dodge when she kissed you?" Luke said, "Would you believe me if I said that it's for work?" Selina said, "Fine. If we need to work with a middle-aged lady next time, you can offer to kiss her." Luke said, "Fine. I'll admit it." Selina asked, "Admit what?" Luke said, "I have to admit that I'm a superficial man who can't kiss an ugly person. I can't sacrifice myself, even if it's for work." Selina was lost for words. "Let's go get lunch. It's on you this time." Luke, as if you've ever paid for lunch. They went to a 3-star Michelin restaurant. Luke had plenty of legitimate money now, so he could afford to be more extravagant. Halfway through the expensive lunch, Elsa called him. "Where are you? Why haven't you returned yet?" Luke said, "We're having lunch. We worked really hard in the morning. We're starving." Elsa said, "Come back as soon as you're done. What you did was quite big." Luke said, "All right. Do you want me to pack some of the food for you, boss?" Elsa said, "You know what to do." Before she hung up, Luke chuckled. He certainly knew what to do. After the phone call, they couldn't take the time to enjoy lunch anymore. They finished the exquisite food as quickly as possible and packed up the food that they'd ordered earlier, then paid the bill and left. In the car, Selina complained, "We should go to a different place next time. The food here is expensive and the portions are small." Luke asked, "It doesn't taste good?" Selina hesitated for a moment. "It's delicious, but don't you want to feel full after lunch? Also, something that's tasty and greasy would be great. I'm still hungry after our meal." Luke got it. "I'll take you to have siu mei next time." Selina asked, "What's siu mei?" Luke said, "It's fried, roasted and grilled meat that I guarantee is oily and greasy." Selina nodded in satisfaction. "That's exactly what I want. Let's have it tonight." Luke said, "No problem." Appeasing his partner with food, Luke drove the car into the police department's parking lot. They went to Elsa's office and gave her the box of food they'd packed. Elsa put the box in the bottommost drawer without looking at it. It was the special place for her food. She needed to stash it first and eat it later, in case it attracted her colleagues like hungry wolves. Elsa glared at Luke and said, "What have you done? You turned South Los Angeles upside down. Do you know what the news is saying? Some idiot reporters are saying that the police fought 100 terrorists in the area and that there are countless casualties." Luke smiled, unconcerned. "Boss, why don't you have food first, and we'll talk later?" Elsa said, "My stomach is cramping because of you. I can't eat anything." Luke grinned and stopped talking. He hinted for Selena to finish the report. Selena immediately stepped forward to explain what happened that morning and ease the tension. Of course, they both knew that Elsa wasn't really angry. She had to fake it, however, or she would be under a lot of pressure if Luke did something like this every other day. As they talked, Selena opened Elsa's big drawer and took out 2 cupcakes, one for herself and the other for Elsa. I wasn't full after lunch. I have to share your stock now, boss. Elsa could only roll her eyes. She realized that Selena was becoming more and more like Luke. But she wasn't really angry, as she wouldn't have gotten any cupcakes if it wasn't for Selena. Also, it was Selena's indirect reminder that Elsa should eat something since it was lunchtime. As Elsa listened, she had the cupcake and also enjoyed the coffee which Luke made for her with the coffee machine outside. After a long while, Selena finally finished explaining what happened in the morning as well as the aftermath. After a long silence, Elsa wiped her lips with a napkin and nodded helplessly. Fine, you did a good job, but try not to turn it into such a huge thing next time. Director Brad actually asked Dustin why we were doing Homeland Security's job. Luke and Selena were both silent. They knew that Elsa and Dustin had to cover for them if they wanted a share of the credit for the case. Rescuing Miss Jenny alone would already be very rewarding, and a lot of illegal items had been found in the gangster's nest. The only problem right now were the media reports. After the police department figured out everything and made sure that it was an accomplishment and not a mistake, it could hold a press conference, and the media's attitude would change. Elsa stopped acting cold toward Luke and Selena. She believed that Luke could understand why she had acted the way she did. She said, "All right, you can get some rest for now, but stay in touch. You have to come back if you're needed for an investigation." Luke and Selena hurriedly declared their loyalty to Elsa again before they slipped away. They had yet another holiday, although it was only a temporary one. They couldn't go back to work until this case was completely sorted out. After leaving the police department, Selena stretched and said, "Ah, what a wonderful sunny day. Why don't we take a bath at home? It's been days since I used the bathtub in the backyard." Luke said, "Of course, but we have to buy you dinner first." Selena was confused. "Huh? Have you forgotten the sume? Do you want to come out again after you go home?" asked Luke. Selena shook her head quickly. She would be crazy to want to leave the big bathtub in this sunshine after she got in. Luke found a famous sume restaurant and all the food that Selena was interested in. After they got back home, Selena enjoyed afternoon tea, the sunshine and the bathtub, and Luke went to the garage. Taking out the half-completed trinkets and various components from his inventory, Luke worked carefully. It wasn't until Selena cried that she was starving that he finally stopped, satisfied, and looked at the 2 pistols that he had assembled. One of them was an M1911 with a modified load and barrel. Luke had been using the gun for a long time as a vigilante since most gangsters had this gun. His hands had grown larger after his strength reached 40, and he had to modify the gun for a more comfortable grip. The other gun was a revolver that was based on a Smith & Wesson M500. The barrel of this gun had been lengthened slightly for increased accuracy and penetration. Also, Luke had modified the surface of this revolver and covered it in matte so that it wasn't as conspicuous. He was quite satisfied with his work. Luke liked this kind of hard, black, thick and long weapon the most, which might not look fancy, but could easily blow up the head of an enemy. The bullets for the 2 guns were also tweaked so that they could hold more gunpowder. This could significantly improve his combat ability and increase his options. In the meantime, he had made the barrels of both guns himself, so there were no records of them at all. While Luke appreciated his new masterpieces, Selena was already calling him darling in the sweetest voice. He could only let himself be interrupted as he yelled back, "I'm coming. Just clean yourself up and be ready for dinner." Then, with a thought, the 2 guns disappeared and were stored in his inventory. Putting the scraps in the garage into his inventory as well, Luke turned off the lights and left the garage. He washed his hands and heated the siu-mei which he bought at noon, before he made a salad and shouted out into the backyard, "Dinner's ready." A moment later, Selina dashed into the house. Luke was stunned when he saw Selina. "What's the meaning of this?" Selina, who was wearing a bikini under a thick bathrobe, was confused. "What are you talking about?" Luke was lost for words. "Didn't I tell you to clean up for dinner?" Selina said, "I'm very clean right now. I spent the whole afternoon in the bathtub." Luke asked, "Aren't you worried that your skin will get wrinkly from all that water?" Selina chuckled. "I was in the water for a bit and then in the sun for a bit after that, all right." Luke said, "Sure, whatever. Let's just dig in." He was too lazy to care about Selina eating in a bathrobe. They were eating when the doorbell rang. They looked at each other, finding it odd. They had some friends at the police department, but since they were busy, they had never entertained any of them at home. Also, they had often been out for work since arriving in Los Angeles. Nobody except Dustin and Elsa in the Major Crimes Division knew their address. They didn't have other friends in the area. So, who could possibly be visiting them? Taking a sniff, Luke found it strange, and opened the door himself. A tall and slender girl was standing outside. When the door opened, she greeted him in delight. "Luke." Luke said with a smile, "Oh, Miss Queenies. How did you find my place?" The girl outside was none other than Jenny, who lowered her head when she heard Luke's question. "I'm sorry, but I lied to Sergeant Elsa and said that I forgot to tell you something in the morning, so she gave me your address." Luke thought for a moment, and realized what Elsa was thinking. Jenny was a girl from a rich family, but her family background wasn't too complicated. Actually, he should thank Elsa. After a moment, Luke said, "Oh, please come in." Jenny entered the house eagerly, and Luke took her to the living room. While she was looking around, she heard a female voice. "Darling, who is it?" Stunned, Jenny turned her head, only to see a beautiful chick in a bathrobe chewing on a greasy roasted goose leg. As they looked at each other, the girl in the bathrobe tore off a huge chunk of meat from the goose leg. Dumbfounded, Jenny looked at Luke. "Are you?" Luke said casually, "We're roommates and partners." Jenny was lost for words. She wondered if that was true, but it wasn't unusual for partners to be roommates. Luke, however, didn't give her time to think. "Have you had dinner? If not, you can have some of this." Now that Luke mentioned it, Jenny felt her stomach crying out for meat. She hadn't eaten much during the long day. Seeing how gluttonous Selina was, she suddenly became hungry. Somehow, she nodded her head and said, "Ah, okay. Thank you." Luke pointed in one direction and said, "You can wash your hands there. Do you want to take off your coat?" Jenny subconsciously took off her coat, but Selina, who was enjoying the drama, suddenly whistled. Jenny abruptly came back to her senses and put her coat back on. Luke found it odd. "Why are you out wearing this?" Just now, he saw very clearly that this girl was only wearing a thin nightie under her thick coat. It wasn't the same one that she had been wearing in the morning, but it was just as charming. Jenny lowered her head. "I had a fight with my dad." Naturally, Luke knew better than to ask further. "Should I bring you some clothes?" "Thank you." Jenny nodded. Luke said, "Go wash your hands first. I'll fetch you some clothes." Jenny obediently went to the bathroom. Luke gestured at Selina, a question in his eyes, but Selina quickly shook her head. Luke shrugged and simply went to his room, where he found a thick t-shirt. When Luke returned, Jenny was wiping her hands. She subconsciously stood straight again. Luke gave the t-shirt to her with a smile. "You can wear this for now. It's clean. I hope you don't mind." Jenny said quickly, "Not at all." Luke pointed at the bathroom and said, "You can put it on inside. There are laundry baskets in there, you can put your clothes in one of them." Jenny nodded again. Let's have dinner after you change, okay, said Luke. After Jenny nodded again, he went to the dining room. In the dining room, Luke glared at Selina, who was grimacing. It's just clothes. Why are you unwilling to lend her any? Selina snorted. Of course I am. Also, I'm telling you that you can't let her stay here tonight. Luke was lost for words. Do you really think I'm so horny? Selina said, if this was a few days ago, I would say no, but after all the fun you had recently, I'm afraid that you're already used to it. Luke said, didn't you have a hand in my fun too? Selina said, that was in a hotel, and this is home, okay? Luke said, fine, whatever you say. But wait, when did I say that I'm going to sleep with her? That's just your speculation. Selina said, it's just a kind reminder in case you swoon over a rich lady. Luke said, fine. Can she at least have some food? Selina said, do you really think I'm so petty? She's free to have all of this if she can. Well, she better leave half of it for me. Luke said, how generous of you. In the bathroom, Jenny took off her nightie and put on a thick t-shirt, before she took a look around. She realized that there were only female products in this bathroom, and that there was only one toothbrush in a feminine style. So, the two people outside really were just roommates? Details like these were hard to cover up, and could reveal the true relationship between a man and a woman. She wasn't wrong. This bathroom was Selina's, and Luke only used the en-suite in his room. Naturally, their stuff wasn't placed together. After she changed and walked to the dining room, Luke greeted her with a smile. Here. Have something first. Jenny sat down next to him obediently, but she felt rather uncomfortable when Selina gave her a cryptic smile. Luke glanced at Selina and said, just focus on the food, okay? Selina snorted and continued eating. Luke picked up some food with the serving chopsticks and put it on Jenny's plate. Try it. This is delicious Chinese food. Looking at the greasy food and smelling the fragrant meat, Jenny couldn't help but drool. She peeped cautiously at Selina as she had a bite. Selina didn't cause any trouble, and everybody finished dinner in peace. Selina finished 1/3 of the food, and Luke had approximately the same amount, but Jenny only had a little bit of it. Obviously, her stomach wasn't as much of a threat as Selina had imagined. After supper, Selina did the dishes, and Luke made a cup of hot cocoa for Jenny. The two of them talked in the living room. Luke was utterly unmoved when he heard Jenny's story. It was the typical family drama. Jenny's birth mother died a few years ago, and her CEO father married another young and beautiful wife who bore him a son 2 years ago. So, Jenny lived in Los Angeles by herself. Her father had been pissed when Jenny got herself in trouble by buying weed. They had a huge fight over the phone, and Jenny drove off in her car. That was why she was here in her nightie. There was absolutely no new information for Luke. After all, it was purely happenstance that she was kidnapped, and she didn't know much about WD-36. When it was slightly past 9, Luke offered to send Jenny home. Just as he was closing the door, Selina gave him the middle finger. Luke bowed to indicate that he accepted the blessing before he left. After they left the house, Jenny suddenly said, I don't want to go back. Luke was confused. Huh? Jenny said, I'm alone, without family. Luke thought for a moment and proposed, should I send you to a hotel? Jenny was slightly shocked, not expecting Luke to be so straightforward. Although she had been prepared for it before her night visit, she wondered if they were going too fast. However, she didn't say anything in the end, and silently agreed with Luke's suggestion. A while later, Luke parked his car in front of a hotel Jenny didn't know, called Bellier. Observing the interior after they entered, Jenny confirmed that it was a 3-star hotel at best. It wasn't exactly horrible, but it was nonetheless rather weird for someone like her who had never stayed in anything less than a 4-star hotel. Noticing the look on her face, Luke smiled and said, I'm just a small-time detective. I can't afford a 4-star hotel. Jenny finally remembered that not everybody was as rich as she was. At the very least, this man had taken her to a 3-star hotel, not a motel that might only cost dozens of dollars for one night. They checked in under Jenny's name and went to the room. Jenny was slightly nervous. She had the feeling that the man behind her would suddenly pounce on her with a hideous grin. Well, fine. She was only uneasy, and not really scared. She wasn't a little girl who had yet to experience anything. After Luke entered, he turned on the stereo and adjusted the lights. Then, he took out a bottle of wine and said, "Would you like some?" Jenny promptly accepted the offer. Talking to someone over a glass of wine was basically the most familiar thing for her. The two of them chatted and had drinks on the couch. Luke learned a lot more about Jenny. For example, she had been the little princess of her family until her mother suddenly passed away 3 years ago. Her father had been in business negotiations when her mother died, and didn't return until the funeral 1 week later. She had been living in Los Angeles since then. The villa was something her father had given to her out of guilt. Father and daughter could have made peace with each other eventually. However, her father married a young and beautiful woman less than half a year later, and his new wife gave birth to a son 2 months after the wedding. Jenny finally grew suspicious. Her father certainly wasn't an idiot. He would never acknowledge a random newborn baby as his son without a paternity test. She investigated and discovered that her father had gotten himself a young lover after he and Jenny's mother fell out. Just before Jenny's mother died, her father had actually been with his young lover, who had just gotten pregnant then. So, father and daughter had a huge fight, and barely saw each other anymore. Luke even speculated that Jenny had done all that partly to see if her father still cared about her. However, her father was too busy looking after his new wife and son to bother with her. Jenny was a senior in college, but she had almost been kidnapped and recorded by drug dealers. Family really was important. Luke couldn't help but feel lucky. Robert was practically a model dad compared with Jenny's father. The man didn't have any shortcomings except for the fact that he didn't have a lot of money and usually wasn't good at expressing himself. After that, Luke and Jenny talked about various other things, from tidbits about their lives to work. Miss Jenny had never worked before, so she had a lot of fun listening to all the funny incidents that Luke encountered as a police officer. Unless Jenny, who was completely focused, Luke actually checked his watch every once in a while. When it was past 11, Jenny still wasn't drunk even though she had had a lot of wine. Luke was rather speechless. He had plans for the night. Had he known that she was such a greater drinker, he would have brought a bottle of vodka. Switching tactics, he could only move from funny stories to suggestive ones. Half an hour later, Jenny was blushing in his arms as they kissed. She was red not because she was shy, but purely because of the alcohol. Luke's hand moved where Jenny couldn't see it. Swirling the wine in the glass, he then fed it to Jenny, who was already half drunk. Jenny felt nothing wrong as the alcohol ran down her throat. Luke gently kissed her neck and her ears while he rubbed her body softly. In less than 5 minutes, he felt the girl in his arms go limp. He carried her into the bedroom, took off her clothes, then covered her with the quilt. Before he left, he cleaned the wine glass and refilled it with more wine. He opened the window, threw out his grappling hook, and jumped out. He closed the window behind him, but didn't lock it. He pulled himself up the rope to the top of the building. When he reached the rooftop, he took out a plastic mat and a big bag from his inventory. Opening the bag, he quickly changed his clothes and switched out his gear before he stored the clothes he had been wearing earlier and the mat in his inventory. Throwing out the grappling hook again, he took a few leaps before stopping at a building several hundred meters away. He hailed a cab and hid his face inside the hood of his shirt. There wasn't any traffic at night, and he soon reached West Adams Street, where he disappeared down a dark alley. Another half an hour later, he reappeared outside a 2-story building. Turning on his fake phone and confirming that there was no high-tech surveillance equipment nearby, he snuck inside. There weren't any surveillance cameras here, but there were a lot of guards. 10 people were guarding the spacious yard, but almost all of them were slacking off. Or rather, they didn't know how to work security professionally. Most gangsters didn't have enough skills for that, otherwise they could have gotten work as security guards. They were often too lazy and lacked the grit and courage to change themselves. Luke dashed nimbly toward one side of the building and jumped, grabbing a windowsill on the second floor and activating his sharp nose. A moment later, he quietly pulled himself up and climbed into the room. A man and a woman were having sex in the room with their backs to the window. Luke swiftly approached them and knocked them out. Looking at the man and going through the profiles in his head, Luke twisted the man's neck without any hesitation, and his body disappeared in the next instant. He turned the unconscious woman around, but didn't find anything on her in his memories. He fed the woman a tiny pill and left the room. In less than 5 minutes, he cleaned up the second floor. The second floor was clearly for people with higher positions. There were only 3 men and 1 woman here. All the 3 men disappeared, and the woman was left unconscious. Luke went upstairs unhurriedly, and eliminated the men in the 5 rooms on one side of the stairs. Some of them were sleeping, and some were busy packing goods. Of course, Luke destroyed the goods after wiping out the men, as usual. Eventually, Luke reached the living room, where 5 men were scattered around. Fortunately, they didn't have clear lines of sight to each other. 2 of them were watching TV, 2 were drinking, and the last one was cleaning his gun at the table. Luke calculated for a moment, then took out a few modified yo-yos. He had used them before on Daniel, the cab driver in Paris, but that had been a trial version back then. Now, Luke had improved it, and he gave it a new name, Rope Dart. With his inventory, many problems concerning quality were resolved. The head of the gadget, which served as a weight, was made of a special alloy, and the rope of an extremely hard steel. The only thing he needed was practice. He had invented this gadget because his USC purge last time had left too big an impact, and he might be exposed if he did it again. For American police, a body with blood and bullet holes would mean a homicide. Even though the victim was a gangster, it would have to be investigated if too many of them were killed. But what if there was no blood or bullets? No investigation would be carried out at all. Luke threw out 2 rope darts, which wrapped themselves around the necks and bodies of the 2 who were drinking, until their hands were tied up too. They barely realized what was going on before Luke ran out and knocked out the man who was cleaning his gun. He threw out another rope dart, binding the man's body to a pillar nearby so that he wouldn't fall over. In the meantime, he hurled out 2 iron balls that hit the 2 men who were watching TV in the back of their heads. Since they were on the couch, they didn't make a sound as they fell to the side. The other 3 had either been armed or were sitting in chairs, and Luke didn't want them to make any sound that would alert the people outside. The moment he threw out the iron balls, he approached the 2 trussed-up men, who were struggling to break free of the ropes. Luke reached out and twisted their necks. With the sound of cracks, both of them stopped struggling. He spent 2 seconds collecting the 2 bodies. Then, he cleaned up the body at the table as well as the bodies on the couch. Now, there were only 2 guys left in the basement. Luke thought for a moment, but didn't go down to the basement. Instead, he snuck out of the house. Leaving the 2 men who were smoking and chatting at the front door, he started with the people in the corners. Whenever the rope dart flew out, it wrapped around someone's throat so that they couldn't scream, and they passed out from a hit to the back of the head in the next instant. Finally, the 2 guys at the door realized that something was wrong. Why was it so quiet? Why couldn't they hear the sounds of their fellows anywhere in or outside the house anymore? Frightened, they reached for their guns. 2 rope darts flew out to tie them up, and 2 iron balls hit them in their heads. Both of them passed out, but were held upright rigidly by the thin steel ropes, so they didn't fall. Then, a shadow emerged from behind them to drag them back into the house. 2 men were having a conversation in the basement. "Boss, after the huge drama last time, the cops are demanding an explanation," said a brawny man to a middle-aged man who was seated behind a table. The middle-aged man was a Latino with a well-trimmed mustache. He wasn't handsome, and his eyes were dark and ruthless. After a brief silence, the mustached man said, "What explanation? They can send those idiots to jail if they want. We have plenty of people anyway. Damn it. If Alfonso hadn't been killed by that ghost-like butcher, we wouldn't be caught up in such a disaster." The mustached man was upset. He couldn't help but curse again. Those idiots kidnapped the daughter of a magnate when they were told to deliver the goods. They could have just let her go and claimed that she was there to buy weed. I don't believe that woman would dare confess everything to the police. But no, they took out their guns and shot at the police. Idiots. They deserve to go to jail. After a brief hesitation, the brawny man said, "But. Heh, no buts. If the cops think they're good, let them come and arrest me. It's not like I've never been caught. My life is just as great in jail. Do any of those jail wardens dare piss me off? I'll kill their families if they do." The mustached man sneered. Thinking for a moment, he continued, "Right, who's the young officer who stole Jenny and later? We can't let him go after all this. Also, if he has any family, toss them into the ocean too." Huh. He narrowed his eyes and looked behind the brawny man. The brawny man reacted fast enough. He turned around swiftly and took out his gun. But that wasn't much help. Halfway through his turn, pain exploded in his head and he passed out. The mustached man behind the desk was unafraid. "Who are you?" It was a matte iron ball that answered him. He was knocked out, and he slumped over his table. Luke chuckled inwardly. "You want to sink my family in the ocean? You might as well sink first today." Getting rid of the brawny man and the mustached man, he searched the basement. A moment later, he found a safe. The safe had both password and fingerprint locks. He activated the fingerprint lock with the mustached man's finger, and opened the second lock with his gadgets. Looking at the pile of cash inside, Luke was utterly unmoved. There couldn't be more than $1 million in here, which was nothing compared with the money that Tony had lost to him. Thanks to Tony's wealth, Luke had grown a lot more immune to the temptation of money. A moment later, he closed the safe and left the room. Since his inventory was full, he stuffed the excess bodies into a Benz at the gate and drove away, leaving only the naked unconscious woman on the second floor. Driving all the way to the coast, Luke found an appropriate location and extracted the garbage from his inventory. Door and let the car slide off the cliff and into the deep ocean below. As a dependable man, he fulfilled his vow to make the gangsters go missing. Watching the car sink into the water, Luke turned around and started running. After quite a while, he finally encountered an empty cab. He got into the cab with his head down and his face hidden in the shadow of his hood behind his face mask, and he returned downtown. He climbed up to the top of the 3-star hotel with his grappling hook and changed back into his original clothes on the mat again. After storing his disguise and the mat in his inventory, he rappelled down to the window of his room and entered. Retrieving his grappling hook and closing the window, Luke took a deep breath and said, "Nailed it. Mission: eliminate the WD-36 gangsters and destroy their headquarters. Completed. Total experience, 2,000. Total credit, 2,000. Contribution rate, 100%. EXP plus 2,000. Credit plus 2,000. And the notification for the mission in the morning was: Mission: rescue the kidnapped girl, clear out a major WD-36 nest, and destroy the illegal items. Completed. Total experience, 1,000. Total credit, 1,000. Contribution rate, 45%. EXP plus 675. Credit plus 675. Luke was very satisfied. He had probably gained most of his experience from killing WD-30's second in command in the middle of sex on the second floor and the #1 leader in the basement. The massive destruction of illegal drugs also meant an abundance of experience and credit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to earn more than 500 experience and credit points for eliminating 25 gangsters. He had truly earned a lot from WD-36. In 3 raids, WD-36 had given him almost 4,000 experience and credit points. It was definitely a fat lamb. However, Luke had to restrain himself. He had learned his lesson from his Paris trip. If he didn't want to talk to a shrink, it wasn't the smartest choice to be too focused on elimination operations. After everything was done, he took a shower in the bathroom and returned to the bed. Looking at Jenny, who was still sound asleep, he secretly apologized to her before he hugged her and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Luke was contemplating his plans for the next few days when he felt the girl in his arms move. He lowered his head, only to look right into blue and green eyes that just opened. After a brief silence, he smiled and said, "Hi, good morning. Did you sleep well?" The owner of the blue and green eyes suddenly asked, "Are you gay?" Luke's smile stiffened. "What?" Strangely, Jenny sniffed her hands and blew on them. Then, she subconsciously touched her breasts, before immediately dropping her hands. While Miss Jenny's breasts weren't small, they certainly weren't big enough for Luke to do it there. "I don't have a lot of experience, but I'm pretty sure we didn't do anything." Her eyes widened, and she asked suspiciously, "So, you really just slept through the night with me in your arms?" "Luke, I'm really not gay." Jenny was still suspicious. Luke said defensively, "You were drunk last night. How could I touch you?" Jenny chuckled. Bullsh *T. Do you know how many men have tried to get me drunk over the years, so that they could sleep with me? From my classmates in high school to my friends in college, many have tried, but you're the first man to succeed. Yet, you did nothing. And you're saying you're not gay? Luke, I can prove it. Jenny, however, stroked his face and slowly rubbed his chest. It's fine. I'm not biased against gays. In fact, my gay friends are easier to get along with than those little *cheese. TSK. Look at these muscles. They would go crazy if they saw you. Luke said, "Can you go further down?" Jenny subconsciously did so, only to draw her hand back in shock. "Ah, that's impossible. You're so pretty. You have the skin and temperament of a woman, how can you not be gay?" Luke could only chuckle. "Miss Queenies, you seem to have forgotten who rescued you from the gangsters yesterday. Could any of your gay friends have done that?" Jenny stammered, mostly because of the iron proof that she had just touched. Slightly overwhelmed, she said, No, I don't think they could." Smiling, Luke leaned closer to her. "Now, would you like me to prove it personally?" "I guarantee that it'll be quick, Miss Queenies." Jenny, huh? What? A long time later, Jenny moaned intermittently, didn't you say that it would be quick?" Liar. Luke grinned. "I was saying that it would happen very quickly. I didn't say that it would end quickly. To be honest, it's going to be quite a while. You should be patient." After a whole morning, Luke finally convinced Jenny that she hadn't slept with a gay guy last night. They had lunch in the room and cuddled after that. Selena called during lunch and said, "I know you probably did it last night and probably this morning, but could you at least send me a message in the morning to tell me that you aren't coming for lunch?" "Do you know what I had for lunch?" Luke thought for a moment and replied, "Pig's will." Selena said, "Exactly. The hot dog stand outside the police department only serves pig's will, and that's the only thing I can eat. So, are you coming back tonight, darling?" If you say that the hot dog stand serves pig's will, what does that make the officers who frequently buy from there? Luke was secretly amused, but he said, "I'll be sure to be back tonight." Selena, Mua. I love you, darling. Remember to have your recipe ready first. Luke, you make me feel like your cook. Selena, better a cook than a secretary, alright? Do you have any idea how many boring reports I've written for you? They had to submit at least 10 reports for the operation yesterday, which was quite troublesome. Luke immediately backed down. I'm glad you like my food. I'll make something delicious for you tonight. Deal. Bye. Elsa's calling for me. She's probably going to call you later. Remember that you're resting at home because you caught a cold. Selena reminded him before she hung up. Luke shook his head in amusement. Even though she sounded mean, Selena had helped him apply for leave and had finished his work for him. She was a real sweet secretary. At 4 in the afternoon, Luke left the hotel with Jenny, who was exhausted but exhilarated. Luke dropped her off at her house in Beverly Hills. At the door, Jenny suddenly asked, "Would you like to be my boyfriend?" Stumped for a moment, Luke shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I love my current job, so I don't intend to get a girlfriend yet." Biting her lip, Jenny said, "Why? Why are men always like this?" Luke knew why she was angry. Jenny was quite sensitive because of her CEO father. Pondering for a moment, he said, "Jenny, I love helping the innocent and cracking down on criminals as a police officer. I don't think we would have met or gone through what happened yesterday if it wasn't for that. So, please understand my choice, okay?" Jenny opened her mouth, but had nothing to say. Although girls could get away with being unreasonable, she hadn't really met Luke until yesterday, so it wasn't her place to be unreasonable. Logically speaking, it was precisely because of Luke's decision as a police officer that she hadn't been caught by the WD-36 gangsters yesterday. After a brief silence, Jenny calmed down, and good humor soon overrode her anger. "Then, are we still friends?" Luke smiled. "Of course. I can't pretend that nothing happened today, can I? I don't have enough time for a relationship, but we can be friends, all right?" Staring at him for a moment, Jenny suddenly hugged him and kissed him deeply. They didn't separate until a long time later. She said in a low voice, "We can still do this as friends, right?" Chuckling, Luke pinched her bottom and said, "There are a lot of other things we can do, if I have the time." Jenny moaned and said, "When do you have time?" Luke thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk over the phone. You know what my job's like. I don't know when I'm free." Jenny was slightly disappointed. A detective of the Major Crimes Division in Los Angeles was really too busy. No wonder Luke turned her down. Looking at her, Luke suddenly remembered something. "As I recall, you major in business administration at USC, right?" Jenny nodded and said, "Yes, it was my father who asked me." "Forget it. Let's not talk about him." Luke chuckled. "Do you feel that you have a knack for business?" Frowning and thinking for a while, Jenny said uncertainly, "The subjects in school seem easy. I even won a scholarship in my freshman year. The stuff that my dad taught me wasn't difficult to understand either." Luke said, "In that case, you should work harder, and I can hire you as my secretary later." "How does that sound?" Jenny was surprised. "Huh? A small-time detective offering to hire a rich girl as a secretary? Really?" Luke chuckled. "I mean it. I have a small business that hasn't made much progress yet. If you're skilled, you can apply your talents there." Jenny hesitated. "But I don't actually have practical experience. Books are just books. I don't think I'm capable." She was a lot shrewder when they talked business. Luke hugged her and kissed her. "It's fine. Even the highest skyscraper has to start with a foundation. Are you not confident that you can be a good secretary?" Jenny looked at Luke. "Should I really try it out?" Luke nodded with a smile. "Of course. Chances are you might be able to expand my company until it's even bigger than your father's. Don't you want to see the look on his face then?" "Haha. Jenny was rendered speechless. The Tiger Foundation that her father controlled was itself worth almost $1 billion, and dealt in billions of dollars in cash flow as well. Luke sounded too audacious. However, hope flickered in her heart. It wouldn't be bad at all if she started out small and went on to develop a company until it was worth $100 million. Luke looked at her and smiled. Everyone should have a dream, because anything can happen. Jenny was lost for words. It did sound inspiring, but didn't Luke say last night that the dreams of the rich were dreams, while the dreams of the poor were just daydreams? So, wake up already and stop fantasizing. Luke had no idea that Jenny was absent-mindedly thinking about his joke from last night. He simply kissed her again and said, "It's a deal, then. I'll be waiting for your application, Secretary Jenny." Jenny, fine. Then, Luke watched her enter her villa. He got back into his car and chuckled. If she really knows what she's doing, she can help me do all the work in the future. Jenny had no idea what was on Luke's mind, or she would have demanded a different position, like general manager. Luke didn't really know whether Jenny had the capability or not. If she didn't, she could work as a simple assistant. If she wanted to quit, she could leave any time. Either way, Luke had nothing to lose by hiring her. At the end of the day, Luke went to the police department and entered Elsa's office. But Elsa wasn't there. When Luke came out, he saw her waving at him from the door of Dustin's office. Luke walked to her with a smile. "Boss, you're here to report, too?" Elsa glared at him and said, "Let's talk inside." Dustin stared at Luke and didn't say anything after the door closed. Luke just kept smiling. Eventually, it was Dustin who gave in first. As the head of the Major Crimes Division, he couldn't waste time with Luke. "Tell me, did Miss Guinness give you any intelligence?" Dustin got straight to the point. Luke thought to himself, "She didn't give me any intelligence, but she gave herself to me. Does that count?" Murmuring to himself inwardly, he shook his head. "Not much, but I think I can convince her to work with us and testify against WD-36. Dustin and Elsa exchanged, "Just as I thought," looks. Dustin said, "I don't think this will be a difficult case." The two leaders of WD-36, as well as their trusted subordinates, have gone missing. Now, WD-36 has no leaders, and they can no longer cause any problems. Luke didn't offer his input, and simply waited for Dustin to finish. Dustin looked at Luke, a little put out. He found it impossible to get a rise out of the boy. He could only say, "So, your holiday is over. Get back to work." Luke nodded. "Okay. Where were you last night?" Dustin asked out of the blue. Awkwardly, Luke said, "That's personal." Dustin said, "Cut the crap. I'm not recording your confession here. Tell me, what were you doing last night?" Luke chuckled and looked at Elsa. "I was completing the mission that Elsa arranged for me." Dustin and Elsa both exclaimed, "What?" Their expressions weren't exactly the same, but they both had some surprise on their faces. Elsa asked, "What mission did I arrange for?" "You." Dustin looked confused too. His gaze moved silently between his two capable subordinates. Luke said, "Didn't you want me to calm Miss Jenny down?" Elsa was lost for words. "When did I ever ask you to do that?" Luke said matter-of-factly, "You told her my address last night. Did you want her to have dinner at my place?" It doesn't take a genius to know that you expected me to calm her down so that it'll be easier to convict WD-36 later. Elsa was lost for words. However, that indeed had been her plan. After the huge drama yesterday, the police operation might draw criticism if WD-36 wasn't convicted of Jenny's abduction. But a lot of rich people were unwilling to testify, since it was troublesome and could lead to the criminals retaliating against them. As a young girl, if Jenny claimed that she hadn't recovered from the shock, the police wouldn't be able to ask her to testify, which would be tricky. By giving Luke's address to Jenny, Elsa had truly been hoping that he would use his pretty looks to take care of her. Looking at his subordinates, Dustin suddenly asked, "How exactly did you convince her?" Luke said, "We spent the night at Bellier. I'll only say it this once, though, I'll never admit to it after this." Both Dustin and Elsa were lost for words. That was the end of the embarrassing topic. Luke had disclosed personal information, and the whole thing had started with Elsa leaking his address. What could Dustin say? If Luke were a woman, Elsa would have been reported to the Internal Affairs Division. But thankfully, Luke was a guy, and Jenny was a young and beautiful girl. After Luke shifted the blame to his superior, Dustin kicked Luke out of his office. Before he closed the door, he saw Dustin speaking angrily to Elsa, who looked a little awkward. Luke chuckled secretly. "I'm sorry, but for the sake of my vigilante career, I'm afraid you'll have to take this for me, Elsa." He saw Selena, who was busy dealing with all the paperwork in front of her. He thought for a moment, then quickly left. He had to appease Selena with a lot of food tonight, or she would fly into a rage. Not only did she have to eat pig's will, she also completed the paperwork and lied for him. How great was she? She certainly deserved, at least 2 courses. Luke went on a shopping spree at the supermarket before he returned home, whistling. Even with his high stats, he was busy for more than an hour in the kitchen before he was finally done. He had prepared an abundance of food for tonight. Cooking also suppressed his desire to go out and get experience and credit. Luke didn't plan on becoming a puppet controlled by desire, it was more fun to just enjoy life. Self-restraint was necessary to prevent you doing anything stupid in your recklessness. Now that he had 15 mental strength, he could multitask to some extent. While cooking, he read the news digest on the tablet he had put together, and started making plans. Selena finally returned after 8, half dead. She threw her purse and her coat into her room, before she lunged at Luke and cried, "Aw, you jerk. I had to clean up the mess you made. So annoying." Luke raised his hands in surrender. "You're my angel. Please forgive me my sins. I've prepared an abundant offering for you. Only demons demand offerings, no." Although she said that, her eyes glowed and she ran to the kitchen. Luke hurriedly stopped her. "Wash your hands first, okay? Do you have any idea how many things you touched during the day?" Selena said, "It's all because of you." "Humph. I'll wash them." She quickly ran to the bathroom. A minute later, she dashed into the kitchen again, and Luke didn't stop her this time. Now that the glutton had come home, dinner should be served. She certainly wouldn't work hard for him if he couldn't keep her full. A moment later, Selena was stealing bites in the kitchen while Luke moved the food to the dinner table. Luke had made the food more than once. He ate it if it tasted ordinary, and threw it away if it tasted awful. It was one of the reasons why it had taken him so long to prepare dinner. The food now wasn't exactly the best, but it was above average. Since it was sweet and meaty, it would probably be enough to alleviate Selena's fury. He was pretty sure that Selena's anger had already vanished. It was hard for anyone to fly into a rage when they were biting into a lobster in the kitchen. It took Selena almost an hour to finish dinner. Luke did the dishes himself, and didn't disturb her as she enjoyed her post-dinner doze on the couch. Eventually, Luke offered her a cup of milk tea and said with a smile, "How about it? Do you feel better now?" Selena was about to respond, but thinking quickly, she said, I think I'm going to feel bad for another 5 days." Luke was speechless. "Is this your time of the month?" Selena hesitated. "What about 3 days?" Luke simply snorted. Selena said gloomily, "Let's make it 2 days, okay? Or, maybe, dinner tomorrow. Just 1 day." "Okay, darling." Luke said, "All right, you said it yourself. Only 1 day, tomorrow." Something struck Selena. "Wait, 1 day isn't enough." Luke rubbed her belly with a smile. I bought a lot of ingredients. They can't be wasted, can they? But I can't make so much food for you all at once. 3 courses each day for 3 days. Will that be okay? Selena moaned comfortably. I love you, darling. Luke said, I think what you love is lobster, roast pork, roast chicken. Stop. I'm already full, but I want to eat again now. Selena put a stop to Luke's mental abuse. Luke chuckled. All right. It's been a long day. Just take a shower and go to bed, okay? Selena was already yawning. It really had been a busy day for her. She had gone through tons of paperwork and made infinite calls. Luke's phone would have exploded with calls had it not been for her. Luke hated the complicated formalities more than anything else. He loved investigating cases because it came with experience and credit, but writing reports was hardly rewarding, although it had to be done. Luke didn't trust anyone else to write the reports for him, since the Internal Affairs Division would come knocking if his abnormal behavior during an op was noted down in a report. Therefore, as a helper that he could absolutely trust, Selena was irreplaceable. Selena was already half asleep by around 10. Luke called out to her, only to discover that she was too lazy to move. He could only draw a bath for her and put her in it. Half an hour later, he heard nothing from the bathroom, and could only open the door. As he expected, Selena had already fallen asleep. He could only take her out of the bathtub and put her in a bathrobe. Thankfully, she had wrapped up her hair first, otherwise he would have to dry it. He wiped her down with a towel and tucked her in. Seeing that Selena had no intention of waking up, Luke secretly chuckled, and wondered if taking off a girl's clothes counted as an elementary skill. He rose and closed the door. Then, Luke turned completely calm. A moment later, he dashed out the back door and disappeared into the dark. The next morning, Selena shook Luke awake. Speak. What did you do to me last night, pervert? She looked down at him, her face half blocked by her magnificent breasts. Luke yawned and said, Didn't you feel anything? Did I really have the time to do anything to you? He murmured inwardly, as he checked the system notification. Mission: clean up WD-30SXS major warehouse and destroy the illegal drugs. Completed. Total experience, 1,500. Total credit, 1,500. Contribution rate, 100%. EXP plus 1,500. Credit plus 1,500. WD-36 was too fat a lamb. If he hadn't seized the moment and raided the warehouse, the drugs and cash in it would have been swallowed up by someone else. Thus, he had been busy all night. Apart from the drugs he destroyed, he even found more than $1 million in cash. The operation had been so taxing that it was already dawn by the time he returned and fell asleep. Selena, however, had no idea what he had done. She simply asked, So what about breakfast? Don't you think you should make up for what you did? Luke said, at once, all right. But before that, can you put on some pants first? Although it's just as revealing, underwear is different from a bikini, okay? Selena snorted. Humph. I put it on this morning. I don't remember going to bed at all last night. Luke rose unhurriedly and put on his clothes. He slept in a sleeveless tee and a pair of shorts, so he wasn't afraid of exposing himself. Of course you don't. Do you remember taking a bath? Do you smell? Selena said, I don't think so. Luke rolled his eyes. Of course you don't. I put you in the bathtub, or you would have passed out from your own smell. Selena said, That's bullsh*t. I don't smell. Luke said, That's a bold statement. In that case, I won't give you a hand next time, but please keep your distance from me, since I'm scared of the stink. Selena, darling, don't bother with the details. Just make breakfast. I need to take a shower and get dressed. She then slipped out of the room. 40 minutes later, the two of them headed for the police department. After they arrived, they went straight to Elsa. Regular detectives wouldn't visit their superior's office so often since they couldn't crack cases that fast. They certainly wouldn't talk to their boss if they weren't making any progress on a case, since that would just be putting their shortcomings on display. Luke and Selena were different. They were solving their cases very quickly, and Elsa wouldn't squander their abilities. If they couldn't find any leads for a case after a couple of days, it would be handed over to other detectives, so that they could work on as many other cases as possible. Only youngsters with distinguished abilities like Luke and Selena could handle the pressure. Even seasoned detectives often couldn't stand being given tricky cases all the time. It was also the reason why Luke and Selena started to gain more and more respect in the Major Crimes Division. After they entered, Elsa simply threw a file in front of her at them. Luke picked it up and gave it to Selena, who promptly sat down to read it first. Elsa said, "Fine, whatever you did yesterday, that's on me. Now, look into this case." Luke asked, "What's the situation?" Elsa said, "The situation is that you will be kissing our boss's ass someplace else, and Deputy Director Condra will be cleaning up your mess for you." Luke was confused. "What?" Elsa said, "There's a serial murder in Woodsburg, and one of the victims is our Deputy Director's niece. Now, the Deputy Director knows that you're very capable, so he's demanding that you find the murderer who tortured and killed his niece." Luke was lost for words. "But what about the boss's boss? We don't have law enforcement power over there, and if we want to find the serial killer." Elsa said, "I've vouched for you. You didn't have law enforcement power back in New York, but you did a great job, didn't you?" Luke said, "You really do trust me, don't you?" Elsa chuckled and said, "All right, enough. To tell you the truth, Deputy Director Condra has spoken to them. You're allowed to use your firearm in an emergency." Luke immediately got it. The support of an LAPD deputy director was definitely a big thing. Woodsburg was only 100 kilometers away from downtown Los Angeles, and was itself part of Greater Los Angeles. They were sort of connected. It was why Luke had permission to use his gun. Although he was only supposed to use it in an emergency, he was free to shoot as long as he didn't cause a major problem. What counted as a major problem? For example, hitting an innocent person when he was aiming at the murderer. However, Luke was the only one who knew that his combat ability wasn't limited to guns. The permission to use guns was more like the local sheriff's indirect acknowledgement that he could work on the case there. As long as he didn't officially arrest anyone, he was free to use any other means necessary during the investigation. Thinking that, Luke chuckled. "Is this another holiday?" Elsa looked at him and snorted. "Let Selena tell you the details of the case on the way. You must be very careful." Stunned for a moment, Luke turned solemn. "Of course, boss. I'll be prudent." Elsa nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, now get the hell out of here." Luke snorted. "Can you be a tad gentler? For example, like me." As he spoke, he put a paper bag as well as a sealed box on her desk. Elsa was lost for words. "Just go away." She finally caved into Luke's shamelessness after the awkwardness yesterday, when he had shifted the blame to her. Luke left, grinning. Selena rose and approached Elsa. "Boss, it's a big meal that took him more than an hour to cook last night. You can't leave the door open when you're eating it." Elsa snorted and said, "Got it. Remind him to be careful. Actually, it isn't a problem even if he can't find anything. Nobody can crack every case." Selena nodded with a smile. "Got it. I'll get going, boss." Seeing them off, Elsa put the packed food in her special drawer, before she left for Dustin's office. Elsa needed to talk to Dustin about Luke's case. She had to make sure that Deputy Director Condra wouldn't vent his fury on Luke and Selena if they didn't find anything. That wasn't entirely impossible. Nobody would be in a good mood after their niece was killed and put on public display. Elsa believed in Luke's capability, but she had to have a contingency plan in place for her most trusted subordinate. While it might affect Kondra's impression of her, getting a promotion wasn't the only thing that Elsa cared about. Luke and Selena left in their car. Soon, Selena grew solemn. "Luke, this case is rather troublesome." Luke said calmly, "Oh. Tell me about it." "It happened 3 days ago. The victims in the first murder are 2 high school students, a boy called Steve Earls and a girl called Kathy Becker, who is also Deputy Director Kondra's niece. Yesterday, a suspect called Billy Loomis was arrested. He's the victim's classmate and was arrested for assaulting Sandra, his girlfriend," said Selena. Luke was confused. Huh? How could the case be troublesome when the suspect had been caught? Sandra said, however, Maureen, the mother of the suspect's girlfriend, was killed in a similar way a year ago. At that time, a suspect called Cotton Worry was arrested, and he's now still in custody. He'll likely be sentenced to death if he's convicted. Luke said thoughtfully, "So, the suspect this time might be a suspect in this other case?" Selena said, "Yes. More importantly, Billy had ample time to commit the previous crime. Of course, he doesn't really have a motive, but the victim was his girlfriend's mother, after all." Luke nodded. "If he's a serial killer, we won't necessarily understand his motives. What other complications are there?" Neil Prescott, Sandra's father and the previous victim's husband, is supposedly on a business trip, but the police department can't reach him, Selena continued. Luke chuckled. "Interesting, very interesting. The primary suspect in most murder cases was the person in a physical relationship with the victim, including but not limited to a spouse, a divorced spouse, a boyfriend or a girlfriend. It was common for suspects to decide to resolve a family conflict or adultery with violence. In this case, the high school victims were a couple, the suspect Billy and Sandra, who was lucky to have survived, were also a couple, while Sandra's mother had likely been Cotton's lover, and now her husband Neil had just gone missing. It sounded like a case with a lot of family drama. It was probably the reason why the sheriff of Woodsburg had accepted Kondra's request and allowed Luke to head over. The longer it dragged on, the bigger the case would become. This was a serial murder with 3 victims, 1 survivor, and 2 suspects, one of whom might be getting the death sentence. The case would probably receive national attention soon. After all, it did seem creepy and weird. If some idiotic young men worshipped and imitated the killer, a dozen copycat psychos might pop up across the country. Luke had Selena stop reading the case file and get some rest. The case was too complicated, and reading the case file wouldn't help much. They would probably have to investigate everything on their own. The car headed southeast. Woodsburg was located in Orange County, which was 100 kilometers southeast of downtown Los Angeles. Due to the traffic jam, it took them 2 hours to reach the place. They saw plenty of news vans in town. Many reporters were talking to cameras with microphones in their hands. Luke counted them. Good God! He counted 8 TV channels along the way, 2 of which belonged to some of the biggest nationwide stations. This case had gotten so big. Luke pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he suggested to Selena, "What do you say we investigate the case as students this time?" Selena was surprised. What? It wasn't a problem for Luke, but Selena didn't look like a high school student, even if she was still young. Luke nodded. "You're saying that you're too old for that, right?" Fine. You can pretend to be a new teacher trying to get a job here." Luke realized that he had been on the brink of death just now. Selena finally shifted her furious gaze away and nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. I can apply to be a PE teacher." Luke was caught by surprise. "What?" Selena said, "I can teach Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's very similar to women's self-defense skills anyway." Luke said, Then let's hope that we can successfully get those identities. They drove to the local police department but didn't go in. Instead, Luke called Poke, the local sheriff, who came out to meet them. Poke was a bald man who was around 50 years old. They met in the woods behind the police department and introduced themselves. Before Luke explained his plan, Poke frowned. "Are you sure that'll work? The murders were obviously committed by someone who lives in this town and is familiar with the environment. If we investigate the case outright, they'll evade us just like how they're avoiding you, Sheriff Poke," said Luke with a smile. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "You can tell the school headmaster that we'll be entering the school as a student and an intern teacher, but keep our real identities to yourself and just say that we're distant relatives." Poke was deep in thought. "Are you sure about this?" Luke chuckled. "Sheriff Poke, thank you for your full support, but it's likely we'll alert the criminal and they might flee if our identities are made known." Thinking for a moment, Poke realized what Luke meant. By investigating the case in disguise, they would draw less attention and wouldn't embarrass the local police department. If they investigated the case openly as help brought in from elsewhere, Poke would be put in an awkward position as the sheriff. Wouldn't it be proof of the local department's incompetence under Poke's lead if he had to ask for reinforcements when he couldn't solve the case? Shouldn't he just retire? Thinking that, Poke nodded and said, "Let's do that. I'll call Headmaster Siburi and tell him that you're my niece and nephew who just moved here, and have him show you around the school. How does that sound?" Luke and Selena both agreed to the plan and thanked him again. It wasn't unusual for people new to a place to check out the school environment first before deciding whether or not to study there. They didn't even have to change their names. After all, it was normal for cousins to have different last names. While Poke made the call, Selena chuckled at Luke. "You should call me sister now." Luke said, "Okay, elder sister." Selena glared at him angrily. "Don't stress the elder part, alright? You got it, elder sister." "That's not a problem, elder sister." Luke continued trying to get himself killed. Selena was just about to lunge at Luke, when Poke turned around and said, "All right. Luke, Selena, you can go straight to Headmaster Siburi. He'll make the arrangements for you." Selena could only stop mid-attack. They thanked Poke and left. They would drop by Poke's place that night to read the case files and learn relevant information in order to reinforce their cover stories. They successfully entered the school as Poke's niece and nephew. Several news vans were at the school too, with reporters talking and pointing excitedly. Luke could only shake his head. This case was really blowing up. When they found Headmaster Siburi, it was clear that the murder case was giving the man a headache too, since both the victims and the suspect were students from his school. It was a nightmare. If Poke hadn't personally asked him to take care of his niece and nephew, Siburi wouldn't have met them at all. After hearing what they wanted to do, Siburi didn't hesitate and agreed to their request. They were only here to check out the environment for now, so temporary ID cards would be enough for the both of them. Siburi summoned his secretary and had Luke and Selena go with her. They left the secretary half an hour later, ID cards in hand. Hanging the cards around their necks, they began to wander around the school. They weren't designated any class in particular. Selena didn't have to teach, all she had to do was observe the other teachers. It was the same for Luke. He was free to attend any of the 12th grade classes. Nobody cared that they were roaming the school, as long as they showed their temporary ID cards. Selena was very satisfied. "Wow, darling, you're really smart. These identities truly are a convenient way of looking around without raising suspicion." Luke said, "What do you want?" Usually, Selena only called him darling when she wanted something. Selena said, "Isn't it time for lunch?" Luke realized that it was indeed noon. As it happened, the bells suddenly rang, and students started to flood out of the teaching building. Gradually, the crowd petered out into groups of 3 to 5 and then lone individuals. Looking at the teaching building, Luke suddenly nodded. "Let's go." We'll eat there. They fetched a box from their car, which contained plenty of delicious food. When Luke and Selena left Los Angeles, they made a pit stop at home and packed up the leftovers from last night for lunch. They sat down near a fountain right across from the teaching building and enjoyed the food. The fountain was 20 meters away from the building, and the sunlight at noon was quite warm. Around the fountain were green trees and early blossoms as well as chirping birds, which added to the peaceful atmosphere. Luke and Selena took off their coats. They didn't look very much different from the students around them. Not everybody went home for lunch. Many students, as well as some lazy teachers and their family members, were having lunch and chatting in various spots around the school. A dozen people or so sat down near the fountain. The fountain was quite huge, and 4 students, 2 guys and 2 girls, were talking on Luke's left. 3 of them seemed relaxed, but 1 girl didn't look very happy. Selena noticed their conversation as well. She gave Luke a questioning look, but he shook his head slightly. There was no need to go over and ask them questions, they could learn a lot through eavesdropping. These 4 seemed to be close friends, since they talked about everything. A moment later, Selena glanced at Luke again, clearly asking how he knew that they would discuss the case here. Luke shrugged, hinting that it didn't matter. The gloomy girl was none other than Sandra Prescott, who had survived a crisis and gotten her boyfriend Billy arrested by the police. Also, it was her testimony a year ago that sent Cotton, the other suspect, to jail, and the victim then was her mother. That girl was the center of the incident this time. As for the dead victims, even though Kathy was Deputy Director Condra's niece, it appeared that they were just the prelude to the slaughter. Luke didn't go to question Kathy's parents, because the local police would have already done so in their search for leads. His investigation relied primarily not on words, but on more concrete things like smell. For Luke, the last thing he was afraid of was a serial killer on a murder spree, since they couldn't hide their smell from his sharp nose. When his strength reached 40, his physical traits were significantly enhanced too, along with his sharp nose, which was far more sensitive and accurate than before. There was no way that the serial killer would be able to hide from him. Compared with the diorama killer who could almost be called an artist, this killer in Woodsburg was brutal and could hardly be called elegant. After a rough overview of the case, Luke had noticed a lot of mistakes that this killer had made. The horrible thing about serial killers was their stealthy and unexpected behavior. Once they were found out, however, all it would take was a couple of shots from a police officer to take them down. Luke remembered what all 4 students smelled like, but he paid special attention to the girl who was cuddling with her boyfriend. The girl was fair and quite pretty. More importantly, she was wearing a thin gray sweater, the number 10 on it stretched out by her breasts. She was certainly big for a high school student, and much prettier than Sandra at least. Selena leaned in close suspiciously. "Why are you staring at that number 10? Luke nodded solemnly. "I think she's going to be the next victim." "Why?" asked Selena curiously. Luke said, "Because she has huge boobs and is making out with her boyfriend in public. This is the sort of character who usually dies in the first 30 minutes of a horror film." Selena couldn't help but look at her own breasts and feel that she was in danger too, although she didn't have a boyfriend yet. Luke chuckled when he saw her face. "Don't worry, the killer only targets residents of this town, even if your boobs are much more magnificent than hers." Selena subconsciously lifted her chin and felt proud at Luke's compliment. Suddenly, 2 masked men ran out of the teaching building after a few shrieking girls. Luke glanced at them, but didn't move at all. Selena, however, got up and charged over. Luke opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. This actually wasn't a bad thing. A detective would inevitably come up against complicated situations, and he couldn't be there for her every time. Selena wasn't wrong to react that way at all. As for Luke, however, his sharp nose and keen eyes had already told him that it was a prank. As the girls shrieked and ran, Selena stopped the 2 masked men behind them. She threw one of the men to the ground, and grabbed the hands of the other. She didn't look very happy, because she had noticed that their daggers didn't look like metal when she got closer. Thus, she didn't draw her gun or use her full strength. Selena was lost for words when she took the daggers off the men. They were just rubber toys. She then took off the masks of these two men, revealing the faces of two boys who were probably in their junior year. Selena asked, "What are you doing? Do you want to get carted off to the police station?" The boy whose hands were locked together stammered, We were just having fun." Selena said coldly, "Fun? You mean you want to be identified as murder suspects, right? Do you? If you do, I can bring a reporter over and have them broadcast your face to the entire country." This boy was clearly scared, but the one whom she had tackled earlier asked in surprise, "Really? I can be famous? That sounds awesome." "Yes, and everybody will remember you as the biggest high school moron in America." Selena scoffed at the young man. "With any luck, people will forget you by the time you get to college." "Oh, I forgot. No college will take in someone as stupid as you, and you'll stay here as the village idiot forever." Both boys lowered their heads, unable to say anything to this hot woman who could rip them to shreds with both her tongue and her prowess. They were impressed by how Selena had taken them down. And it wasn't just them, a lot of other students were also looking at Selena with bright eyes. It was mostly because she had been very awe-inspiring when she attacked and berated the boys, but also because she was gorgeous. The boyfriend of the number 10 girl, who had been making out with her, ran over to watch the show. The number 10 girl suddenly looked at Luke and walked over to him. "Hi, is she your girlfriend?" She nodded at Selena. Luke shook his head with a smile. "No, she's my cousin." Dazzled by the smile, the number 10 girl suddenly forgot what she wanted to say. Looking at her face, Luke could only say, "Is there anything I can help you with?" The number 10 girl came back to herself. I was only wondering why your cousin is so good." "Is that kung fu?" Luke thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Not exactly. It's sort of a women's self-defense technique." Gracie, the king of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, would have exploded with fury if he heard how Luke downplayed the art. The number 10 girl was interested. This women's self-defense technique is so awesome. Taking down two boys in 3 seconds was definitely impressive for a high school girl. Luke chuckled. "You can do the same after a long period of training. Though, I don't think you can, with those breasts." Luke secretly chuckled. Big breasts could be a burden in any kind of physical exercise. Even if a woman could bear the burden, it was still possible for their opponent to use it to their own advantage. The number 10 girl had no idea what Luke was thinking, but she vaguely sensed that the handsome boy was looking at her breasts. She wasn't shy, and instead, was rather happy. "Can you do this self-defense?" Luke said, "I'm sorry, but I'm a man, and I'm not very good at women's self-defense." He didn't really mean it. It was actually Luke who had taught Selena Gracie's women's self-defense. "I don't think you're a student here, are you?" asked the number 10 girl. Luke said, "Well, I'm only here today to check out the place. Chances are that I'll be finishing the last year of high school here." The number 10 girl grew interested. "Oh, really? That's fantastic." Luke didn't know what to say. "Why are you so happy when you already have a boyfriend?" On the other side, Selena had returned. Siburi had taken away the boys who had been having fun chasing the girls, and the two unlucky idiots would probably be kicked out of school. The number 10 girl's boyfriend also came back. Noticing that his girlfriend was talking to an unfamiliar boy, he glared at Luke angrily. "What are you doing? Stay away from my girlfriend." Luke smiled and pointed behind him. The boy said angrily, "What are you pointing at? Just talk. Are you dumb?" Luke said, "I'm trying to say that you're blocking my cousin's way." The boy turned around and saw Selena. His face immediately changed. Hi, nice to meet you. May I know your name? No, the boy glared at Luke, who had been the one to refuse. Luke chuckled. Boy, stay away from my cousin. Stunned, the boy felt that something wasn't right. In the end, he said, I was talking to your cousin, it's none of your business. Luke said, I was talking to your girlfriend, it's none of your business. The boy roared, how can a girlfriend and cousin be the same? How can someone with a girlfriend and someone without a girlfriend be the same? Luke smiled. The boy was confused. What's that supposed to mean? Luke said, it means that I'm speaking for my cousin, who's reluctant to hurt the feelings of little boys. The boy turned around, only to see Selena smiling silently. He was immediately enraged. You think you're awesome? You're just 2ID-. Selena suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his neck. Language, kid. Shut up and go home, if your words are as unpleasant as your fart, got it? The boy turned red, not because of the humiliation, but because Selena was almost suffocating him. Seeing the fear in his eyes, Selena loosened her grip. Alright, go away, but don't talk to me anymore. She casually pushed the boy away and wiped her hands with sanitizer, as if they were contaminated. The boy gritted his teeth and left. The number 10 girl, however, didn't move, and looked at Selena in admiration. She was truly awed by Selena this time. 10 meters away, the boy noticed that his girlfriend wasn't following him. He roared, Tatum, we're over. Over. The number 10 girl was dumbfounded. What's wrong with you? She stopped looking at Selena and hurriedly chased after her boyfriend. Selena finally sat down. What were you doing? You hit on a high school girl and I had to get rid of her boyfriend for you. Luke said casually, it's only been half a year since I graduated high school. I'm not even 19 yet. Selena choked. Indeed, it wasn't strange for an 18-year-old boy to pursue a girl only 1 or 2 years younger than him. They finished the rest of their lunch in peace. They roamed the school again that afternoon and visited the crime scenes after that, which included the spot where Deputy Director Kondra's niece was killed as well as Sandra's home. They were only familiarizing themselves with the environment, and didn't expect to find any leads, partly because the case happened 3 days ago, and partly because scant evidence had been left behind at the crime scenes. Luke didn't find anything from Sandra with his sharp nose either, though the suspect who had assaulted her was her boyfriend Billy. Billy had gone to see Sandra the night of the crime, which was why he was suspected of being the serial killer. However, there wasn't enough of his smell for Luke to determine that he was the criminal. It gradually turned dark while they were checking out the town, and the residents quickly and solemnly went on their way. Housewives returned home with their babies, and children playing in the yard were summoned back to the house. Most women in places like bars also paid their bills and went home. Luke could only shake his head. This is unbelievable. He had never seen a situation like this, where one murderer could make the people of an entire town hide in fear, which seemed rather absurd. That was precisely the panic that a serial killer could cause. After all, nobody could be sure that they wouldn't be the next victim. They certainly valued their own lives more than leisure. Polk also said that a curfew had been implemented until the serial killer was found. But Luke wasn't very hopeful. The residents would only tolerate the curfew for half a month at most. If it was prolonged, chances were that Polk would lose his position as sheriff. That explained why Polk was friendly to Luke and Selena. He was too stressed to care about reputation any longer. That night, Luke and Selena went to Polk's home. Polk took them to his study. Although nobody except his wife was at home, he remembered what Luke said about the importance of confidentiality. While Luke and Selena browsed the case files, Polk opened the window and lit a cigarette. But he coughed after smoking for a short while. Luke glanced at him and said, "Sheriff Polk, it's been a long time since you smoked, hasn't it?" Polk said with a bitter smile, "Call me Polk. I quit smoking, but the last few days." Luke thought for a moment, then said, "How about this? While Selina reads the files here, you can show me what you have at the police station." Poke asked, "Are you a forensic scientist?" Luke provided validation without blinking an eye. "My uncle is an administrator at the Forensic Center in Las Vegas." Poke's eyes bulged. "Really?" Luke spread his hands. "I wouldn't have become a police officer so quickly if it wasn't for the guidance of my family elders." He wasn't lying. If Robert hadn't pulled strings for him, Luke wouldn't even have been able to become a security officer. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much. Poke was enlightened. Like most police officers who saw Luke for the first time, he had been wondering why the Major Crimes Division had taken in such a young guy. It made perfect sense after Luke's explanation. An administrator at the Forensic Center in Las Vegas would definitely be one of the greatest technicians nationwide. It definitely wasn't a problem for a professional like that to use his social connections to get his nephew into a police department as a detective. Without further ado, Poke led Luke to the police department. A lot of officers were still on the clock. There were tens of thousands of people in this town, and naturally, there were a lot more officers in the police department here than in small towns like Shackleford. Some greeted Poke when they saw him come in with a stranger, while some were too busy to pay attention to them. Poke casually drove everybody away and took Luke to the evidence locker. He opened a few boxes that contained the evidence sealed in bags. Luke asked, "Do you have gloves here?" Poke shook his head. "I can get you a pair from outside." Luke declined. "Forget it. That'll draw too much attention." As he talked, he opened the evidence bags with a pen that he had on him. He didn't touch the evidence with his hand, but only raised and turned the items with the pen. Poke sweated as he watched, impressed by Luke's attention to detail and fully convinced that the boy had an uncle who worked at the Las Vegas Forensic Center. Luke put most of the evidence back shortly after examining them, but he spent 5 minutes scrutinizing the clothes of Kathy Becker and Stephen Earls, the victims. Then, it was a mask, found outside Sandra's house and supposedly dropped by the criminal. Luke observed it for about a minute. During his observation, he closed his eyes now and then, as if he were contemplating something. Poke grew curious. "Why do you keep your eyes closed when you're examining the evidence?" But Luke didn't explain, and Poke was too shy to ask. After 15 minutes or so, Luke nodded. "This is enough." He quickly sealed the bags and put them back into the boxes. Poke then placed the boxes back on the shelves. When they left the evidence locker and stepped out into the hall, someone called out to Poke. Poke took a look and asked, "Dewey, what's up?" Dewey was a young officer with a mustache, who was around 25 years old. He looked at Luke and hesitated, a discomfited expression on his face. Poke turned around and signaled subtly to Luke, who took the hint. "Uncle Poke, I'll wait for you outside." Poke nodded. "Okay. I'll take you home in a bit." After 10 minutes, Poke came out with a dark face. They talked in the police car parked outside the entrance, and Poke whispered, "The killer just made a threatening call to Sandra, who's staying at Dewey's place for the time being." Luke was stunned. "What?" Then, he realized what that meant. "Does that mean Billy is innocent?" Poke nodded and fumed. The biggest suspect was innocent. They had to start all over again with this case. That certainly wasn't great news. Thinking quickly, Luke nodded and said, "Poke, you go do what you need to do. I'll go back myself, and Selina and I will leave after we're done reading the files." Poke waved his hand impatiently. "Since we're pretending that you're family, it wouldn't make sense for you to live outside. I have a couple of empty rooms at my place, Beverly can get them ready for the both of you." Luke didn't turn him down. "Okay, thanks, Poke." Poke nodded and drove him to his house. After speaking to Beverly, his wife, for a moment, he left again in his car. Beverly was the typical housewife, slightly plump and naggy, but overall a nice person. She greeted Luke with a smile and left to get the rooms ready for them. After Luke closed the door, Selena put the case files down and asked lazily, "Did you find anything?" Luke said, "Poke just received word, the killer made a threatening call to Sandra." Selena was surprised. "Huh? Billy isn't the killer?" Luke chuckled. "Don't jump to any conclusions yet. Many serial killers have accomplices." Selena nodded, deep in thought. Luke continued, "So, it's a good thing if Billy is turned loose." Selena considered for a moment and ventured, "Are you saying that he'll commit another crime?" Luke said, "Why else would he have his accomplice make the call to justify his innocence so quickly?" Selena was shocked. "It's really him." Recalling his findings in the evidence locker, Luke nodded. "Very likely, but he probably has a partner who helped him." Selena asked, "Who is it?" Luke said with a smile, "You've already met him." Frowning, Selena thought for a long while, but shook her head. "I can't think of anyone. We met a lot of people today." Luke said, "Hint, we had a minor conflict with him today." Selena immediately recalled the incident. "You mean that number 10 girl's boyfriend?" Luke nodded. "Yes, but I don't have any proof yet. We'll have to watch out for their next performance." Other people might have asked Luke why he suspected it was the number 10 girl's boyfriend, but Selena knew that Luke had his personal reasons for keeping things close to his chest. Naturally, she didn't dig, and just continued with the investigation from that point. She frowned. "I don't have Stu's files, but Billy's from a rich family and has never been mistreated. Why would they kill people in such a horrible way when they're only high school students?" Luke said, "Do you remember what Poke said?" Selena asked, "What are you talking about?" "I would have sworn up and down that he wasn't the killer if this was 20 years ago, but kids nowadays, who knows?" Luke casually repeated Poke's words. Selena fell silent. It was already a well-acknowledged fact that kids were maturing faster and faster in an age of information technology. So, it wasn't unusual at all for Billy and the number 10 girl's boyfriend to do something as insane as this. America ushered in an age of affluence ahead of many countries in the world. Many people didn't need to work too hard to live nowadays, so thrill seekers weren't unusual. After telling Selena his findings, Luke asked Selena, "What about you? Did you find anything suspicious?" "With what you just told me, I do have something suspicious. For example, the details of the murder of Sandra's mother a year ago are worth reviewing." Sandra patted the case file in her hand. Flipping to a particular page, she said, "Here in Sandra's testimony, she claimed that she saw Cotton Worry running away from her house at 10 p.m. Her exact words are, 'I saw the killer escape through my bedroom window.' That was why Cotton became a suspect. What do you think?" Luke thought for a moment and said, "Sandra's room is in a corner of the house, so maybe she only saw his back. Also, it was late at night." Selena shrugged and said, "That's right. When the police investigated a year ago, they found a coat stained with her mother's blood in Cotton's house, but Cotton was drunk when he was discovered, and couldn't tell them what he had done at all." Mind whirling, Luke said, "Let's go for a walk." Selena asked, "What are you going to do?" Luke chuckled. "They have tricks, but I have high tech." Selena was confused. "Huh?" They talked to Beverly and left the house. Slightly worried, Beverly called Poke after they drove away, but Poke simply said, "Got it. Don't worry about them. They know what they're doing." Luke's plan very simple. Based on the case files that Selena had read, and after a call to Poke, they found out where Billy lived and headed over. Then, they went to Stu's house. He was the number 10 girl's boyfriend, as well as the guy who had argued with Luke earlier. Luke hid quite a few cameras in the trees around both houses and made sure that there weren't any blind spots. He then installed 2 signal boosters in a couple of inconspicuous spots nearby so that he would be able to receive the camera feed in most parts of town. The cameras wouldn't be on all the time. Instead, they turn on automatically at night, and the batteries would last 3 nights. Luke believed that was enough. He didn't think the 2 high school students were very patient. After everything was done, they drove back to Polk's and said goodnight to Beverly before they retired to their respective rooms. Luke read the files on gangs in LA until 4 in the morning, before finally going to bed. The next day was also warm and sunny. Luke and Selena went to school, but before they could enter, they heard a broadcast: "School will be suspended for a week because of security risks. Please stay at home and do not go out, for your own safety." Ecstatic, the students exploded with cheers, applause and loud whistles. Selena and Luke looked at each other in bewilderment. A moment later, Selena turned around and asked gloomily, pretending to be a student and teacher. "Secret investigation." While Selena and Luke wondered what they were going to do, a young man in a police uniform came out of the building with 2 girls. One of the girls was excited to see Luke. "Ah, it's you." The officer was also stunned for a moment. "You're the kid with Poke, right?" Luke smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, Dewey." "I'm Luke, this is my cousin Selena. May I know the name of this gorgeous girl here?" The girl was none other than the one with the number 10 sweater. She couldn't be happier. "I'm Tatum. I'm Dewey's sister." Luke chuckled. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Tatum." Mind whirling, Tatum said, "Right, there's a party at Stu's tonight. Would you like to come?" Luke and Selena were both lost for words. Holding a party when the entire town was intimidated by a serial killer. How exciting. Luke nodded with a smile. "All right, we'll be there tonight." Tatum said, "Do you want me to show you the way?" Luke said, "It's fine. You better keep your friend company." He looked at Sandra, who was the other girl with Dewey. Tatum nodded regretfully. "All right. If you don't know the way, just ask Dewey to take you there." What a shame. Tatum had been hoping for a chance to talk to this handsome boy. Watching them leave, Selena warned Luke, "Don't be hasty. She asked you to look for her later tonight, didn't she?" Luke said, "You didn't notice where the party is going to be held?" "I'm thinking about work, not sex, all right." Recalling what Tatum said, Selena immediately got it. "You're saying that Stu is up to something at his place? If you're going to hold a party at someone else's place, you definitely need to ask for their permission first, right?" said Luke. Selena nodded and said, "So, tonight." Luke grinned. "There are 2 minicams in the car. Let's go to the party tonight. Chances are we'll catch some interesting pictures." Selena said, "You sure it's not going to be the kind of interesting pictures you took with Elena?" Luke said, "Feel free to take those sorts of shots if you want, but I'm going to be focusing on the killer. I have to say that a certain someone is getting dirtier and dirtier." Selena gnashed her teeth. "Do you really not know who is the dirtier one between the both of us?" Luke, hee hee. "It's still the morning. What should we do for the rest of the day?" asked Selena. Luke said, "Let's just keep an eye on those 2 brash young men. Cracking a case usually wasn't half as exciting as most people thought. It wasn't unusual for 2 detectives to sleep and eat in their car for days while monitoring a suspect. Luke hardly ever did this sort of thing. Most of the time, he would rather go out and look for leads. Selena, on the other hand, had tailed a lot of suspects when she worked with Donald, so she was quite familiar with the routine. It was a peaceful and boring morning. Thanks to the signal boosters that Luke installed, the 2 of them could still roam the town in their car. They had the local special at a restaurant at noon. The food didn't taste bad, Selena didn't complain, at least. When it was slightly past 5, Selena suddenly said, "Huh? Is Billy out?" Luke's eyes immediately zeroed in on the makeshift tablet in Selena's hand. On screen, Billy was slipping out the back door in a hooded shirt with a bag on his back. Luke smiled the moment he saw Billy. He can't be up to anything good dressed like that. Selena said, hoodies are common, alright. How can you be sure that he's up to something? Luke hesitated and said, well, do you usually lower your head to cover your face when you're doing a good deed? Selena said, that makes sense. Luckily, Luke got away with that explanation without revealing his own vigilante clothing habits. They followed Billy some way behind him, and made sure that they were on the right track. A moment later, Billy led them to the school. What was his plan? School was suspended, and there were only guards on campus now. Frowning for a moment, Luke suddenly thought of something. Do we have Headmaster Siburi's number? Selena said, yes, I have his card. Luke said, call him and ask him if anyone else is at school. After the headmaster picked up the phone, Selena said, huh? No students and no teachers. Oh, thank you. Luke suddenly interjected, Mr. Siburi, are you still at school? Siburi answered over the phone, yes, I'm just about done with work at school, and I'm on my way out. Luke and Selena looked at each other, before Luke quickly got out and ran toward the school. Selena said, are you still in your office? We'd like to consult you on something. Oh, okay. We'll be there soon. Hanging up the phone, Selena shouted, he's in his office. Luke waved his hand in acknowledgement as he rushed inside. The school guard yelled, hey, what are you doing? Selena had run up by then, and she stopped the guard and showed him her temporary ID card. I'm sorry. That's my cousin. He needs to ask Headmaster Siburi something, but Headmaster Siburi said that he was leaving, so my cousin was anxious. I'm sorry. The guard's anger dissipated at the pretty girl's explanation. It had been a long time since a smile like that had been directed toward him. Luke didn't run at full speed, because it was unnecessary. Billy had only just entered the school. He couldn't go through the front doors or anywhere else that was covered by the surveillance cameras, so he couldn't be faster than Luke. Luke rushed to the 5th floor a moment later without hiding the sound of his footsteps. He entered the headmaster's office without knocking. Mr. Siburi, are you in there? As he spoke, he looked around the room and activated sharp nose. Siburi wasn't here, and Luke detected Billy's scent downstairs. The guy was probably looking for a way to climb the building. Thinking for a bit, Luke called out even louder, Mr. Siburi, are you here? There's something that my cousin and I need to talk to you about. Billy immediately stopped moving when he heard Luke's voice in the headmaster's office. There were 2 other people in the office. Billy hesitated, and then left, disappearing into the woods outside the building. He didn't notice Luke angle a mirror on one side of the window to watch him leave. Suddenly, someone opened the door. Ah, you're the kid from Poke's family, right? Luke quickly withdrew the mirror and smiled. Yes, I'm Luke. Are you getting off work, Mr. Siburi? Let's talk while we walk. You know, this suspension might affect our future arrangements, so we wanted to ask you for your opinion. Siburi was slightly puzzled, but it was true that he was heading out. He had only gone to the bathroom just then. Hearing what Luke said, he picked up his suitcase and said, that is an unfortunate coincidence, and I can't do anything about it. After all, they were Poke's family, and he couldn't just say that he only worked office hours. They met Selena on the way, and chatted together as they left the building. In the end, they watched Siburi get into his car, and followed him to make sure he got home, before they finally turned around and drove to Stu's house for the party tonight. Selena asked on the way, did Billy really go after Siburi? Luke said, he was right outside the building when I arrived, and Siburi was the only person inside. He didn't slip away until I called for Siburi out loud. Selena suddenly hesitated. But since we're here, we can't just watch and let them kill anyone else, can we? How are we going to link them to the previous cases? Luke shrugged. We can help the victims. Selena was blank. Huh. Luke said, for example, we can give them a taser in case of danger. How those two young men are injured after that isn't our problem. Selena was speechless. We can do that? She had never done anything like that when she worked with Donald before. In fact, neither had Luke. Most of the time, he stealthily took care of the criminals himself without getting the victims involved at all. As they talked, they soon reached Stu's house. Like most high school parties, the house was crowded with teenagers who were laughing and dancing. As the host, Stu was wandering the house in crimson pajamas. Selena snorted. Is that guy really Billy's accomplice? Billy looked intimidating but could still be described as handsome. Stu, on the other hand, really did seem to be a brainless idiot. Luke chuckled. I think he's as crazy as he looks. They hid in the woods some distance away from the house. Selena kept an eye on the surveillance cameras, and Luke observed the surroundings. When it turned completely dark, Luke suddenly said, "Someone's here." An old Ford showed up and drove past them on the road and into the woods some 30 meters away. The spot that Luke and Selena were hiding in was quite dense, and it was impossible to see the car amidst the trees and bushes. So, the driver of the car didn't notice Luke or Selena. Luke smelled someone familiar through the car's half-open window. He gestured at Selena to stay quiet, before he slipped out of their car. He reached the unfamiliar vehicle in less than 10 seconds. Looking at the two people in front of him, Luke grinned and said to himself, "Gotcha, Billy." He raised the camera that he was holding. Next to the Ford, Billy was dragging a trussed-up middle-aged man over the ground. He said, "Neil, your wife was a SL*T. You couldn't get her under control and just let her hook up with any man in town, until my mother caught her in bed with my father." The middle-aged man called Neil moaned in fear, only to be punched in the stomach by Billy. "Shut up. It was precisely because you were useless at controlling your wife that my mother left home without so much as a letter for me. I became an orphan." Neil gasped in pain. "We saw your SL*TTY wife again that night. She must have thought that she was Sharon Stone, winking at every man in the square and showing them some leg. So, we fulfilled her wish and got her in our car. She can continue being a SL*T in hell now." There was nothing but insanity on Billy's face. Catching his breath, he continued, "Everything will end tonight. Tonight, I'm going to F***ck your daughter and make her as much of a SL*T as her mother. Then, I'll kill her." How does that sound? You happy? Relax, you'll go to hell along with your precious daughter. Your family will be reunited there. Luke whistled inwardly. You tended to give away all your secrets when you talked to an enemy too much. Billy had definitely been involved in the murder a year ago. Listening to the crazy young man's monologue, Luke wasn't worried about Billy killing Neil anytime soon. This Neil was Sandra's father and a potential suspect, who had been missing for half a month. It seemed that Billy was up to something big tonight. He was also planning to blame it on Neil, because this man indeed would fit the bill as the murderer. His wife was murdered on this exact day a year ago. It was practically a perfect excuse for a slaughter. Luke quietly returned and told Selena what just happened. Selena was lost for words. A moment later, she said, "So, we can at least put Billy in jail now?" Luke nodded. "I think so. But you can never have too much evidence. Let's take action. You watch Stu and I'll follow Billy. Don't hesitate to shoot if you're in danger." Selena said, "Got it." Billy had already dragged Neil into the backyard of the house. Now that both suspects were in the house, Luke and Selena didn't need to watch the perimeter anymore. They were about to slip in through the back door, when there were shrieks and a sudden burst of noise from the house, before a bunch of teenagers ran out and drove away. Selena asked in a low voice, "What's going on? Should we follow them?" Luke took a few deep breaths, then said, "No need, the stars of the show are still in the house. That might have only been a distraction. According to his sharp nose, neither Billy nor Stu had left, and Billy was already in the house. Luke and Selena quietly slipped inside. It was easy to sneak into a house of partying teenagers. As a lot of people had driven off just now, there weren't that many of them left in the house. Selena quietly hid in a guest room on one side of the hallway. The messy bed inside suggested that someone had just had a lot of fun here. She frowned. Teenagers were truly vigorous, and wouldn't hesitate to do it whenever they had the chance. Through the half-open door, she observed the living room. Everybody had their backs to her, and nobody had noticed her slipping inside. A boy was watching a horror movie in the living room. Billy had just come in, and was on the second floor with Sandra. Dewey was also here, but he was busy courting a mature and attractive woman. They were talking and giggling in a corner. Luke, on the other hand, went to the garage at the back of the house. In the garage, Tatum was confronting a man, and Luke could hear them through the dog door on the garage door. "Oh, what do you want me to do? Pretend to be scared." "Fine." "Ah. I'm so scared." "Someone help me," said Tatum unconcernedly. "Have you had enough fun? I'm here to grab a beer. Get out of the way." Tatum thought that the masked man in front of her was just one of her classmates messing around. But she screamed the next moment. Observing the situation inside with a tiny mirror, Luke saw that the man had cut her arm with a knife. Thinking for a moment, he stuck his camera in through the dog door. Then, he grabbed 2 iron balls. In the garage, the masked man and Tatum struggled, but the man clearly wasn't taking it seriously, and wasn't in a hurry to kill Tatum. Finally, Tatum grew frantic and threw the beer she was holding at the masked man's abdomen. The masked man doubled over in pain. Then, she immediately threw a second bottle at him. The masked man managed to raise his hand and prevent the bottle from breaking on his head. Seizing the moment, Tatum ran out from where she had been trapped in a corner and tried to make a break for the door that led back into the house. The masked man, however, waved his knife at her, forcing her to retreat. Panicked, she searched for a way out, and suddenly rushed toward the dog door. Luke was lost for words. This woman seemed to be underestimating how big her breasts and butt were. Did she really think that she could crawl out of the dog door? The next moment, Tatum's head poked out of the opening, but half her magnificent breasts were stuck. She struggled so hard that she didn't even notice that Luke was observing her in admiration. Luke was quite dazzled by the way the girl's breasts bounced in her vehement struggles. Then, the garage door started to go up, and Tatum looked at the top of the door in fear. If the door went up like this, she would be squashed. Because of her wriggling, she was now leaning on one side and couldn't exert any strength as she was lifted up by the garage door. Tatum couldn't help but scream, "No, help. Somebody help me. Tatum." The voice was the sweetest sound she had ever heard. She managed to raise her head, and saw a somewhat familiar person not far away. "Huh. It's you. Help. Someone's trying to kill me." Luke immediately said, "What? Where is he?" Tatum said, "He's right inside. He's opening this door to squash me. Help me." Luke said, "Don't be scared. I'm here to help." Then, he slipped under the half-open garage door. "Stop, you murderer!" Luke demanded inside. Tatum was almost crying. "Just take him down already. Can you really stop a murderer with words?" Luke yelled, "You almost killed her, and you aren't going to stop." Tatum watched the upper edge of the garage door get closer and closer in despair. She had already been lifted off her feet. "Don't just shout. Do something," she roared in desperation. Luke, however, wasn't in a hurry at all. If he used his full strength, he would easily tear off the garage door. Enlightened, he suddenly took out a white object and said, "Right, check this out." Swoosh! Bam! The garage door suddenly stopped moving. In the next moment, Tatum felt someone grab her legs and support her butt. "Relax and raise your arms. I'll get you out." Tatum hurriedly did as she was told. With Luke's help, she easily fell back through the dog door. Luke let go and Tatum landed on the ground. She subconsciously grabbed Luke's waist. "It's all right now." Hearing the gentle male voice, she raised her head and saw a sunny smiling face. "Thank you. Thank you." She couldn't stop sobbing in gratitude. She had almost died just now, after the masked man tormented her for so long, and she almost collapsed with despair. "It's fine now. Let's see who this masked man is first," Luke said as he walked over to the man lying on the ground. Tatum was too frightened by the masked man to look at him. "No. Let's call the police." "Dewey. Dewey's in the living room." Luke ignored her. He went forward and unmasked the man. "I think he's your friend, right?" Stunned, Tatum craned her head and cried, "That's impossible." She didn't notice that Luke was recording the man's face with the camera in his hand. "Okay, more evidence." Luke chuckled secretly. Luke found a rope and tied the man up. While Tatum was still in a daze, he also handcuffed the man. Then, he gave Tatum a shoulder to lean on as they returned to the first floor. Before he left, he pressed a button to close the garage door, in case anyone else saw what was inside. When they returned, there was still only one boy as well as Dewey and a mature lady in the living room. Tatum was about to blurt out everything to Dewey, who was a police officer and her brother, but Luke stopped her. "Don't let everyone know what happened. You don't want to be under the spotlight, do you?" Remembering how Sandra had been hounded by the media, Tatum immediately shut up. Luke said, "Dewey, please come here. There's something I'd like to talk to you about." Dewey regretfully said something to the lady before he walked over to Luke. Luke stepped back and made a "keep quiet" gesture at Dewey in the hallway. Pointing at Tatum, he said, "Don't alert anyone else. Let's talk over there." Seeing that Tatum was weeping in fear, Dewey grew anxious. "You." Luke grabbed him and covered his mouth. "Don't shout. That woman is a reporter, right? You want her to report everything here." Dewey couldn't say anything else. He thought that Luke had done something to his sister. But after Luke told him what happened in the garage and his sister confirmed it, Dewey said in shock, Ugh. Luke pressed against his neck again and whispered, "Calm down, okay?" Dewey turned red at the way Luke was suffocating him. He could only nod. Luke said, "Call Poke and get him to bring some men here and make sure none of the reporters notice, especially not the one you brought here. Don't tell her anything." Dewey could only nod. He took out his phone and made the call. A moment later, Dewey was done. "Poke will be here in 10 minutes. Luke said, "Let's go check the suspect first. I knocked him out with a baseball and tied him up." The three of them went to the garage. Tatum stuck close to Luke, clinging to one of his arms. Luke could only chuckle, as he sensed how certain enormous parts of her body were pressed up against him. A moment later, they were looking at the empty garage. The clothes, the mask and the rope were there, and nothing else. Dewey was speechless. "Where is he?" Luke frowned. He took a sniff and his expression darkened even more. The man had escaped. More importantly, how had he escaped? Luke didn't sense anything wrong. He had tied the man up tightly and even handcuffed him. Also, he had been in the house just now. Could the man have escaped through the dog door too? However, the scent in the air indicated otherwise. There was no trace of his scent moving toward the dog door at all. It was almost like he had just vanished into thin air. Suddenly, Selena shouted from upstairs, "Freeze!" Stunned for a moment, Luke left Dewey and Tatum behind and ran up the stairs. Dewey and Tatum just heard a swoosh, and Luke was gone. Looking at each other in bewilderment, they could only follow Luke. When Luke got to the second floor, his sharp nose picked up the intense smell of blood. The next moment, he appeared behind Selina, who was aiming her gun at a man by the window. A half-naked boy on the bed had been stabbed deep in the neck, and his blood was splattered everywhere in the room. Luke narrowed his eyes. The boy on the bed was Billy. The man standing by the window, on the other hand, was Stu. Covered in blood, he held a knife to Sandra's neck. The girl was naked and covered in blood, fear all over her face. Stu, however, glanced at Billy with a creepy smile. "Billy, your father is a B*TCH2. You think he's anything good? He seduced my mother when Maureen left. Both of you should die." Stu was stunned for a moment when he saw Luke. He shouted, "You won't catch me again." Then, he moved the knife, ready to cut Sandra's neck. Luke sneered and pushed Selina's gun down before he flung his baseball again. Bang! Stu fell back against the window and Sandra pitched forward, free from him. Luke chuckled. "Haven't I already caught you?" But both he and Selina were shocked in the next second. Stu's body on the ground suddenly twisted, like some sort of special effect, before he disappeared like smoke, leaving nothing but blood-stained clothes on the ground. What exactly was going on? Luke immediately realized that it was a super ability. He didn't know how Stu had gotten this ability to vanish into thin air, but what he now knew for sure was that Stu couldn't be a normal person. No wonder he had disappeared from the garage just now. He hadn't been rescued, but had simply resorted to using his super ability. But Luke was slightly confused. Why hadn't the system acknowledged that he had defeated Stu when he knocked the guy out twice with a baseball? Dewey and Tatum finally arrived. Luke let Dewey pass, but stopped Tatum. He then said, "Dewey, secure the area, then get your reporter girlfriend out of here." Dewey said, "Okay." "Wait, you." Luke was already nowhere to be seen, but Dewey still subconsciously asked, "Who are you to give me orders?" Then, he noticed Selina, who was holding a gun. He drew out his own gun warily and said, "Drop your weapon." Selina rolled her eyes and slowly put her gun back into the holster, before she flashed her badge and said, "LAPD." Dewey didn't know what to say. Taking Tatum upstairs and blocking the female reporter from doing the same, Luke whispered to Tatum about what happened. Tatum found it hard to believe. "How? How is that possible?" "Stu." Luke covered her mouth and said in a low voice, "There's a reporter over there. Don't say anything." Tatum got herself under control, but her tears continued to flow. "Stu. Is he really?" Luke nodded. "Don't be too sad." A few minutes later, Polk arrived in person with another 2 police cars, whose lights and sirens were all off. Altogether 6 officers, including Polk, entered the house, and had everybody else leave. Some of the officers would take them to the police department to take down their statements, while Polk would take care of the investigation here. It was what Luke and Polk had agreed on earlier, so that his and Selina's identities wouldn't be exposed. He certainly didn't want his face shown to all the criminals and serial killers in the country. This was the best way to get things done without drawing any attention. After all, Luke had accepted this case as a favor to Deputy Director Condra, and it wasn't like the Woodsburg Police Department could give him a promotion or something. Half an hour later, Polk returned with a strange look on his face, and had Luke and Selina meet him in his office. Closing the door, Polk said after a brief silence, "We received word that Stu went to Billy's place with his classmates just now. He wasn't at home." Selina was deep in thought. Polk said, "Are you sure that you saw Stu kill Billy?" Luke asked, "What about Neil?" "He didn't see Stu." Frowning, Polk nodded slowly. "Neil said that Billy kidnapped and imprisoned him. It was Billy who took him to Stu's that night, too. He didn't see Stu." Luke said, "Just bring Stu in and interrogate him. You'll find out everything you need to know." Polk shook his head. "But he's disappeared." Stu left right before we reached his location. Luke and Selena looked at each other. Wasn't that around the time when Stu vanished into thin air in front of their eyes? However, Luke and Selena kept mum. Stu's disappearance was too bizarre for anyone else to believe. Chances were that Poke would suspect that something was wrong with their heads if they told him what happened. Poke talked to them in private to verify the details. Luke thought for a moment, then gave him the memory cards from his cameras. Of course, he had already copied the files on the cards to his laptop earlier. Poke, here's a video I shot. With this video, you can issue an arrest warrant even if Billy and Stu have alibis. Also, both Billy and Stu are involved in the murders, said Luke. Poke was stunned. Huh? Luke shrugged. You know that evidence is of paramount importance for us. Since we don't have body cameras, I prepared my own. Poke silently accepted the 2 memory cards from Luke. If the video was useful, he would be able to close the case by claiming that Stu had killed all the victims, including Billy. If Stu felt that he had been wronged, he could turn himself in so that the police could investigate him. Poke, however, had the feeling that Stu wouldn't be showing his face ever again. Putting the memory cards away safely, Poke said, another piece of news, Hanks, Billy's father, died in his own home in exactly the same way as the previous victims. Thinking for a moment, Luke said, why did the students run out just now? Poke said, Billy's neighbor's house caught fire, and they all went to watch the show. Then, they saw that the door to Billy's house was wide open, and there was blood on it. They called the police, and we found Hanks murdered. Luke realized that had been none other than Stu's distraction. It was impossible to tell whether Billy had been aware of it, since he was already dead. Luke said, Billy's father and Stu's mother probably had an affair. It's likely that Stu killed him. Poke was stunned for a moment. What? Luke pointed at the memory cards and said, I recorded it. Stu said it himself. You can also ask Sandra. Poke nodded. Okay, but she's still in poor shape, and hasn't woken up from the sedative yet. Luke said, all right, we'll see if we can find Stu. If we can, things will be a lot simpler. Poke hesitated for a moment, then said, you're free to shoot if you run into any danger. I guarantee that nobody will make trouble for you. Luke nodded with a smile. Thank you, Poke. Seeing the 2 of them off, Poke sighed and shook his head in his office. Do kids nowadays all solve their problems with murder? After a while, he began to issue orders and deploy officers to investigate Stu's whereabouts. Luke and Selena drove southeast for a while, then stopped 10 kilometers away from the town. Selena asked, why did you stop? Luke shook his head and said, not without regret, I don't think we can catch up to him. Let's go back. It was pure wilderness outside town. To make things worse, it was raining and the wind was strong, and Luke's sharp nose could only track Stu up to this point. Surely this couldn't be the last they would see of Stu. Luke could only sigh inwardly. Stu's ability was truly weird and baffling. Luke wondered why the system hadn't acknowledged Stu's defeat when Luke knocked the guy out twice. Naturally, Stu's ability wasn't on the list of abilities that Luke could learn. Luke had a theory about that. For example, how could Stu appear at Billy's house and in his own garage at the same time? Other people might think that Stu had disguised himself somehow, but Luke would rather believe that it was Stu's ability. Only a super ability could make 2 Stus appear at the same time and make them disappear into thin air. The system judged that he hadn't defeated Stu precisely because of the unknown features of this super ability. What a shame. Selena looked at him and said, why do you have a constipated look on your face, like you have blue balls? Didn't you spend at least 12 hours with a woman just 2 days ago? Luke brooded for a moment, but perked up again. No, I'm going to stay for a few days. Maybe Stu will come back for revenge. Selena was suspicious. Is this about the high school student with the number 10 sweater? Luke said, if that's what you think, there's nothing I can say." Selina rolled her eyes. "As if you only just remembered her." Luke rubbed Selina's head with a smile, only for her to avoid his hand and scoff at him. He said, "If we go back so quickly when the case isn't over yet, Deputy Director Condra will think that we didn't work hard enough on it." 3 days later, Luke returned dejectedly. Stu never came back. Like a bird that had escaped a cage, he was gone without a trace. Neither the surveillance cameras Luke had installed or his personal sweep with sharp nose picked up any signs of the man. When their car finally left Woodsburg, Selina's eyes moved away from the rearview mirror. She glanced at Luke. "Looks like you did a great job. Were Tatum's legs trembling after the two of you got back from your excursion?" Luke said brazenly, "Yes, we visited a lot of places, mainly to try and draw Stu out." Selina could only chuckle. As if Luke was thinking about other things. After he returned, he would devote more time to training. Since his physical stats had increased significantly, he needed to better conceal his combat ability. For example, Bob Munden, the man who held the world record for the fastest gun draw, could draw and fire his gun at an unbelievable speed. His record was 0.0175 seconds. On top of that, he could still instantly hit 2 balloons 2 meters away from each other. He was completely inhuman. With someone like that as an example, it wouldn't be too surreal for Luke to achieve a similar feat. The mishap on this trip was a reminder. He didn't lose, but he hadn't won, either. This world wasn't an ordinary one, but had all kinds of unpredictable abilities. It wasn't a big thing that he hadn't defeated Stu and acquired his unusual ability, there were so many more amazing abilities out there. However, danger could pop up at any time, even in a small, seemingly peaceful town. Not only did he have to work hard himself, he also needed to train Selina. How much potential did humans have? It was unlikely that a regular human being would ever be able to defeat Hulk or Thanos. But take the Punisher, the dark anti-hero, for example. The Punisher had terrifying combat skills that allowed him to take down criminals who had super abilities. He was the epitome of a human being who was at the peak in combat skills. Nick Fury classified the Punisher as a level 10 SHIELD agent. This level 10 wasn't just a title, but was based on his genuine combat ability. The other level 10 agent in SHIELD was the Black Widow. But the Black Widow was someone who had been enhanced with drugs, whereas the Punisher earned his level exclusively through his own battle skills. Luke didn't really plan to turn Selina into another Punisher through sheer training. Excluding Luke, Selina was probably in the top 3 in the Major Crimes Division in terms of fighting ability. No more than 5 people in the Major Crimes Division had the courage to fire at 10 armed bandits without chickening out. Her physical stats were outstanding too, and her body fat ratio had always been under 20%. After training with Luke all this time, she was as good as a professional boxer. With her physical build, it wasn't impossible for her to become half as good as the Punisher in the future if she continued training. And unlike the Punisher, Luke was confident he could find useful items for his family and friends to make it easier for them to protect themselves. This was a world full of extraordinary powers. He didn't want those important to him to be killed by random criminals. What good was enormous strength, when the flip side was loneliness?